Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Li Lao Mo's personal disciple Tian Yuan. A few days later. Lingxiao, Cheyenne County. Deep in a cave with rich spiritual energy, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, holding two black crystals in each hand. On the man's face, there was a huge scar that spread from his left eye to his right chin, like a centipede. After a few hours, the aura of the middle-aged man suddenly rose, from the strength of the 9th level of Qi training to the strength of Qi training perfection. When the aura calmed down, he also opened his eyes, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Finally, I have broken through to Qi training perfection. I am 56 this year, and there are only 4 short years left before the best time to build the foundation. It was easy when the master was alive. I could rely on the power of the master to find spiritual objects for building the foundation. But now that the master is dead, I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to find ordinary spiritual objects for building the foundation within 4 years. Thinking of this, the scarred man's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light, and his resentment was extremely strong. It's all the fault of the 5 major families in Huaishu County. If they hadn't launched the demon-slaying rebellion to massacre my master's lineage, they would have blocked my path. Otherwise, I would have been able to rely on my master to obtain a large number of blood pills made from the flesh and blood of Qi training monks, and then I would have broken through to Qi training perfection and even foundation building early. Now under such circumstances, the only choice left for me is to rely on the inheritance of my master and use the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of mortals and monks to refine blood source pills. Blood source pills are magic items that can assist monks in breaking through foundation building. The worst first-class blood source pills can also increase the probability of a monk breaking through foundation building. However, using this blood source pill to assist in foundation building will add countless blood Qi to the monks, making it twice as difficult to break through the realm. If the blood Qi in the body is not broken for a long time, 9 out of 10 will go astray in the future and eventually die. If refining blood source pills was not the only way left, the scarred man would not have chosen to use the dangerous blood source pills as a way to break through the foundation. The scarred middle-aged man sighed helplessly, took out a mother token from his bosom, and crushed it. Then, he closed his eyes again and adjusted his breath. After a few days, more than 10 monks of different appearances gathered outside the cave where the scarred man was. When everyone arrived, among the more than 10 monks, 3 older monks who had reached the late stage of Qi training walked into the cave, and more than 10 monks in the early and middle stages of Qi training were waiting outside the cave. Inside the cave, the 3 older monks who entered the cave soon walked to the scarred man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed and adjusting his breath. The scarred man also opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at the 3 old monks in front of him, and mobilized his spiritual sense to explore the more than 10 monks waiting outside the cave. The 3 nephews have been very capable in the past 10 years. They have accepted such a number of disciples. The scarred man said meaningfully. It's all thanks to your protection, Uncle Tian. Without your protection, how would we dare to recruit disciples in Cheyenne County, Lingxiao? I just don't know if you, Uncle Tian, have summoned us and our disciples before the end of the year to pay tribute. Do you have any important instructions? Among the 3 old monks, the old man with the highest cultivation and the aura of the 8th level of Qi training, narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately bowed and complimented the scarred middle-aged monk, and then asked. The scarred man's surname Tian was named Tian Yuan. He was one of the disciples of the notorious Li Lao Mo in Huaishu County. The 3 old monks were the grandchildren of Li Lao Mo and the disciples accepted by Tian Yuan and his brothers. Tian Yuan and the 3 old monks were all survivors of the demon-killing event launched by the 5 foundation-building monks in Huaishu County. After surviving, the 4 knew that even Li Lao Mo could not save himself, so they fled together to Cheyenne County, which was 30,000 to 40,000 miles away from Huaishu County. They hid their identities, pretended to be evil cultivators, and made a living by killing cultivators. My cultivation has reached the perfection of Qi training, and it is difficult for me to find ordinary foundation building spiritual objects by myself. I summoned you here this time to ask for your help. Help me kill countless mortals and cultivators, and use their flesh and blood to refine blood source pills. Upon hearing the question, Tian Yuan spread his own perfect key training aura around him, and then said in a deep voice. The three old demon cultivators present felt the powerful aura exuded by Tian Yuan, and their expressions were different. No one spoke to answer. Uncle Master Tian, even to refine the worst quality blood source pill, one needs at least the flesh and blood of 30,000 mortals and the flesh and blood of 36 cultivators in the middle stage of key training or above as materials, before one can refine it with the help of the blood source method. Let's not talk about whether we can refine the blood source pill first. Just to obtain the flesh and blood of 30,000 mortals and the bodies of 36 cultivators in the middle stage of key training or above, I'm afraid we can only get them from the Foundation establishment families. But the strength of the Foundation establishment families is not something that a group of key training cultivators like us can afford to provoke, the old man at the 8th level of key training said with courage. Under normal circumstances, I would not dare to have such thoughts, but now is the time of the monster rebellion. At this time, all the major foundation building families need to send a foundation building cultivator and 30 key training cultivators from the family to the front line of Ziyang Market to garrison. Now is the time when the major foundation building families are the weakest. Especially in Huaishu County of Jingzhou, Bingjiao County of Jiazhou, and Shuan County, those foundation building families that have just been established and have weak foundations. At this time, I am afraid that only a few families have foundation building cultivators to guard the family. The rest of the families have only a group of key training cultivators stationed in the family. Under such circumstances, the four of us, plus the dozen or so key training disciples in the early and middle stages of your three people outside the cave, have the chance to search for enough corpses of mortals and cultivators, and then refine the blood source pill. Of course, you won't be treated unfairly in this matter. Refining the blood source pill only requires flesh and blood, not souls. This time, we need to kill at least 30,000 mortals and the souls of 36 cultivators in the middle stage of key training, all of which can belong to you. Although most of these souls are mortals, it is no problem to refine a dozen superior first-grade 100 ghost banners. Once you have the help of these 10 or so 100 ghost banners, I don't need to say more about how much the strength of your disciples will be improved. Furthermore, the number of key training cultivators we killed on this trip will definitely not be limited to 36, and the bodies of the extra cultivators will belong to you. I think in the past 10 years since the end of the Demon Slayer Rebellion, you have also understood how difficult it would be to recover the blood and essence consumed during the Demon Slayer Rebellion in Huaishu County without the blood pills refined by the key training cultivators. If you can help me this time, if any of you three can enter the perfection of key training before the age of 60 in the future, I will definitely help you build your foundation. Tian Yuan offered a great gift again, tempting him. Even though he had perfected his key training and was extremely confident in his own strength, he was still unsure if he could fight against a foundation-building family alone. After all, even those foundation-building families with weak foundations had a lot of key training cultivators. If they rushed down, Tian Yuan would not be their opponent. The three old demon cultivators were all tempted when they heard this. They did not think much of the 10 or so superior 100 ghost banners, nor did they take the words of assisting in foundation building seriously. After all, these were too far away. What really tempted them was that they could share the corpses of key training cultivators and refine blood pills. They looked old, but in fact they were only in their 40s or 50s. The reason they looked like that now was because they had consumed too much blood and used the magic escape technique to escape from the hands of the foundation building cultivators of the 5 major foundation building families during the Demon Slaying Rebellion more than 10 years ago. If there were enough blood pills to help, the blood and blood of the 3 people could be completely restored in a short time. Once their blood essence is restored, their cultivation progress will return to normal, and they will then try to enter a higher realm. After some consideration, the 3 of them agreed to help Tian Yuan raise the flesh and blood of mortals and cultivators needed to refine the blood source pill. Uncle Tian, we have another concern. I wonder which foundation building family you plan to start with to raise the flesh and blood of mortals and cultivators needed to refine the blood source pill. At the glances of the other 2 old demon cultivators, the demon cultivator at the 8th level of key training spoke again. In Huaishu County, the King's Huang family and the Yun Wen family, both families only have 1 foundation building warrior, and both were sent to Ziyang Market to garrison, and there is no foundation building cultivator in the family. As for the foundation-building families in Jiazhou that currently have no foundation-building cultivators like the Wen family and the Wang family, they are located closer to the Bailingmen territory to deal with the front line of Jiayamang Lake, Ziyang Market, and there may be a large number of monsters. If it is difficult to raise that batch of flesh and blood in the territories of the Wang family and the Wen family, we will go to the territories of the families in Jiazhou as a backup. Tian Yuan was in a good mood and answered the three people. The three old demon cultivators on the side heard the words and felt relieved. They were afraid that Tian Yuan was anxious to refine the blood source pill and take them to provoke the family with a foundation-building cultivator. Afterwards, Tian Yuan talked about the division of interests with the three old demon cultivators. After the chat, the four of them immediately led the dozen or so disciples who were in the early and middle stages of key training to Huaishu County. Thanks to Yuki Wei, Book Friend 20180723163025008, Book Friend 20201229035034271, Book Friend 20230103073148315, Feng Ling's son, Book Friend 20220922122446500, Soul T Om, and family novel lovers for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 227, Little Demon Chaos Hidden Danger. Half a month later. In the Yunwuan clan territory, a valley protected by a huge defensive light curtain was under the spell attack of 400 or 500 key training monsters. Under the spell attack of those monsters, the defensive light curtain protecting the valley kept shaking, and the flickering spiritual light of the light curtain was gradually dimming. However, the more than 10 Wen clan monks stationed in the valley were not vegetarians. Among these monks, nearly half of them had the cultivation of key training in the middle and late stages, and the great elder of the Wen clan who had perfected the cultivation of key training was also among them. Although the other half of the monks were all in the early stage of key training, these early stage of key training monks relied on a large number of self-destructing magic weapons, and their combat power should not be underestimated. However, in about half an hour, the more than 10 Wen clan monks in the valley relied on the defensive light curtain to protect the valley and killed 70% of the monsters attacking the valley. The remaining 30%, nearly 130 or 40 key training monsters, saw that the situation was not good and all fled. The spiritual power of the Wen family monks in the valley was saved by the spiritual storage magic tools they each had. Although they had just experienced a great battle, their spiritual power was not consumed much, and at least 70% of their spiritual power was retained. Under such circumstances, in order to prevent the group of monsters that escaped from spreading to all parts of his family, which caused the group of monsters that escaped to continue to wreak havoc on all parts of the family in the future, when Ruofei, the great elder of the Wen family, took 3 mid and late stage key training monks and rode on a gray-haired peng bird in the late stage of key training, flew out of the valley, and chased the nearest monster. However, when Ruofei and others rode on the gray-haired peng bird, chasing the fleeing monsters, and when they were 3 or 4 miles away from the valley, they passed a barren mountain of dozens of feet. Hundreds of evil spirits and dozens of magic tools suddenly flew out of the barren mountain and attacked Wen Ruofei and others who were riding on the gray-haired peng bird. As a key cultivating cultivator, Wen Ruofei had rich combat experience. When he saw many evil ghosts and magic weapons coming, he immediately cast several golden light talismans, and several golden light curtains appeared around him to block the attacks. He looked at the hundreds of evil ghosts blocked by several golden light curtains, and his expression was shocked. He lowered his head and looked at the place where the evil ghosts attacked. He immediately saw more than a dozen demon cultivators with demonic energy appearing on the barren mountain below. This group of demon cultivators was Yan Yuan and his group. They all had an evil ghost flag. The evil ghost flag was the unique magic weapon of Li Laomo, a famous demon cultivator in the late stage of foundation building in Huaishu County. Seeing this, Wen Ruofei's face suddenly turned black. How can there be so many remnants of Li Laomo's sect? This is troublesome. Wen Ruofei also had amazing financial resources. He took out more than a dozen defensive talismans to resist the attacks. Finally, riding on the gray-haired rock, he fled back to the Ziwu Valley with 3 Wen clan mid-stage key training cultivators. However, Tian Yuan and his group of demon cultivators did not stop there. Instead, they surrounded Ziwu Valley and summoned hundreds of key-training evil ghosts to continuously bombard a defensive light curtain protecting Ziwu Valley. The defensive light curtain protecting Ziwu Valley had already been bombarded by hundreds of monsters, and its power was not much left. Although the more than 10 Wen clan cultivators in the valley tried their best to resist the offensive of the more than 10 demon cultivators outside the valley, the Wen clan cultivators in the valley had already experienced a great battle. Most of the powerful self-destructing magic weapons in their hands were used up, and their strength was not strong. Only half of them had reached the mid-stage key training or above, and the other half of the cultivators had only the early stage of key training. They were far inferior to those demon cultivators with the help of evil ghosts. However, in about an hour, the defensive light curtain transformed by the formation that protected the valley was shattered. Tian Yuan also led his demon cultivators into the Ziwu Valley and fought with the more than 10 Wen clan cultivators in the valley. Relying on the defensive light curtain, the Wen clan cultivators were no match for the demon cultivators. Not to mention a head-on battle. Not long after, the battle came to an end. Only the great elder Wen Ruofei, the second elder Wen Ruofen, and 2 mid-stage key training cultivators of the Wen clan survived and escaped by luck. The rest of the Wen clan cultivators in the valley all died tragically, and Ziwu Valley was also occupied by Tian Yuan and his group of demon cultivators. After several hours, when Wen Ruofei led the clan out in full force, and the more than 20 key training cultivators who came to support returned to Ziwu Valley, they did not see any traces of the demon cultivators, but only saw a sea of blood. The 20,000 to 30,000 ordinary people in the valley all died at the hands of the demon cultivators, and not a single corpse was left. This scene made the Wen family cultivators furious. Although the 20,000 to 30,000 ordinary people in the valley did not have spiritual roots, they were the foundation of the Wen family. Every year, 1 or 2 of these ordinary people could have spiritual roots. Now that there were 20,000 to 30,000 casualties, it meant that the probability of having ordinary people with spiritual roots in the Wen family would be reduced by several times every year for at least 10 years. This situation was like a death warrant for the Yunwu Wen family, which was already in a period of transition. In the valley, when Ruofei saw the sea of blood in front of him, his face was full of anger, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Demon cultivator, wait for me. When this monster rebellion is over and the backbone of our clan returns from Ziyang Market, our clan will dig 3 feet deep to find you and kill you. A few days later, the King's Huang family also broke out in a small demon rebellion when a large number of monsters broke into the territory. As a result, the King's Huang clan and Yunwu Wen clan, which had no foundation building cultivators, suffered heavy losses in the mortals and even cultivators in their territory. In the following month, several small demonic riots broke out in the 2 families one after another. These demonic riots caused the number of cultivators who died in each of the Yunwu Wen clan and the King's Wen clan to reach at least nearly 30, and the number of key cultivating cultivators left in the 2 families to be reduced by nearly half. The number of mortals who died was even higher, with at least 20,000 to 30,000 deaths in both families. In order to prevent the number of casualties of cultivators and mortals from continuing to increase, causing the demonic riots to make their foundation unstable, the cultivators of the 2 families sought help from the other 3 foundation-building families in Huaishu County that had foundation-building combat power. Lingxiao Ling clan had Ling Pengyun in charge. Huxiao Liu clan had the Flame Cloud Tiger, the guardian spirit beast of the clan, which was in the early stage of foundation building. The Wakshaluo clan even had 2 foundation-building cultivators in the family. Because the troublemaker was a demon cultivator, the other 3 families also followed the agreement of alliance against the enemy and sent several cultivators above the middle stage of key training to the territories of Yunwu Wen clan and King's Wen clan. At the same time, the foundation-building cultivators of Lingxiao Ling clan and Luoxaluo clan would patrol the territories of Yunwu Wen clan and King's Wen clan every day to prevent the demon chaos from happening again. This move was indeed useful. The demon cultivators of Yuan, the instigator of the small demon chaos, withdrew from Huaishu County because they were afraid that the territories of Yunwu Wen clan and King's Wen clan were patrolled by other tribes' foundation-building cultivators, and instead set their sights on the 6 foundation-building families in Jiaozhaobing County next to Huaishu County. These 6 foundation-building families were newly established families with only a short history of more than 10 years, and their foundation was weak. There was only 1 foundation-building cultivator in each family, and they were summoned away by bailingmen. This also led to the 6 foundation-building families in Lingxiao County being unable to resist the disaster of Yuan and his group of demon cultivators, and each family suffered great losses. On the contrary, Yuan and his party gained a lot. On this day, Yuan and his party destroyed a mortal village in Lingxiao County and killed tens of thousands of mortals. They stopped there and found a hidden place in Lingxiao County and opened up a huge underground cave. The ground of this huge underground cave was filled with at least 90,000 mortal corpses and 108 corpses of cultivators in the middle stage of key training or above. Yuan, a demon cultivator who had perfected key training, was sitting cross-legged in the middle of these corpses. The more than 10 demon cultivators who followed Yuan from Cheyenne County were guarding the cave. Yuan planned to use the corpses on the ground to refine the superior blood source pill. The superior blood source pill has the same medicinal effect as the foundation pill, and can increase the probability of foundation building by more than 30%. At this time, Yuan was constantly casting spells and pinching his fingers. A blood-red vortex several feet above his head condensed a few feet long, constantly absorbing the corpses of mortals and cultivators on the ground into his body. Every time the blood-red vortex absorbed a few more corpses of mortals and monks, the blood light flashing in the blood-red vortex would become brighter. After a few days, all the corpses of monks and mortals were absorbed into the blood-red vortex above. Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, changed his finger technique and groaned. Condensation. The blood-red vortex above trembled suddenly, and the blood light flashed and gradually shrank. However, in just half an hour, the blood-red vortex turned into a blood-red pill the size of a finger. Yuan was delighted to see that the blood source pill was refined. He quickly waved it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Finally, this pill was refined. Just as he was happy, he noticed several greedy eyes coming from the surroundings. He raised his head and looked around, and saw the more than 10 disciples who helped him guard the cave. "I almost forgot to deal with you guys." Yuan sneered and muttered to himself. The next moment, he waved his hand and took out 100 ghosts banner from his storage bag, summoned 100 powerful evil ghosts from it, and directly attacked the dozen or so disciples who were also demon cultivators around him. The strength of the dozen or so demon cultivators was far inferior to Yuan, and there were only 3 of them in the late stage of key training, and the rest were only in the early and middle stages of key training. In addition, after this massacre, each of the evil ghosts in Yuan's 100 ghosts banner had at least increased to the late stage of key training. Not long after, the dozen or so demon cultivators were killed by the 100 evil ghosts summoned by Yuan. After doing this, Yuan looked at the corpses of the dozen or so demon cultivators, and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. With these 10 or so corpses to refine blood pills, even if I fail to break through the foundation this time, I can quickly recover from my injuries and look for another opportunity to break through the foundation. If I can break through the foundation by chance this time, the blood pills refined from these corpses can also quickly help me consolidate my cultivation. After thinking about it, he quickly put the corpses into the storage bag, then sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and practiced the exercises. After his own condition was restored to the best, he also took the blood source pill that had just been refined and tried to break through the foundation. 2 months later, Yuan's body radiated a foundation pressure. Then, he also opened his eyes, took out the corpses of the more than 10 demon cultivators he killed 2 months ago, and used the blood refining method to refine a pill based on the corpses of the more than 10 demon cultivators. Relying on this pill, his cultivation was quickly consolidated. On this day, he opened his eyes and waved his hand to take out hundreds of soul bottles and a monster skin. The 100 soul bottles contained the souls of nearly 100,000 mortals and 70 to 80 key cultivating monks that he had killed some time ago. The monster skin was the skin of a monster in the middle stage of foundation building, which he bought in Cheyenne County several years ago. The 1,000 ghost banner made with these souls and monster skins will be extremely powerful. When the time comes, I will be able to recreate the power of my master with this banner. Chapter 228 Luo Kilming of Luoxia Luo Clan. Time passed slowly, and 2 months later. One night, 2 monks came to the foot of Lingxiao Mountain. One was middle-aged and the other was young. As soon as the young monk came to the foot of Lingxiao Mountain, he immediately used the sound enhancement technique and shouted loudly to Lingxiao Mountain. "I am Luo Kilming of Luoxia Luo Clan, please meet me, fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun." Not long after, Ling Pengyun rode Peng down the mountain and met the young monk named Luo Qilming. Ling Pengyun saw Luo Qilming coming, and then looked at the late key training monk next to Luo Qilming. He was wearing a Taoist robe, which seemed to be the Taoist robe of the family monk, but he did not recognize him. He was a little puzzled and asked Luo Qilming, "Dao Luo, you came here to look for me, but did you find any traces of the demon cultivators? Why didn't you just crush the mother-child token and send a message to me? Which family is this Taoist in the late stage of key training from? Can you introduce him to me?" Luo Qilming is the son of Luo Minghu, the patriarch of the Luo family in Luoxia. He entered the foundation building stage a few years ago and now has the cultivation level of the second level of the foundation building stage. A few months ago, when Yuan and his group of demon cultivators were causing chaos in Huaishu County, Ling Pengyun met Luo Qilming once and discussed in detail about jointly destroying the demons. Luo Qilming gave Ling Pengyun a second-level low-grade mother-child token. Within 3 miles of return, as long as the token in the hands of either party was crushed, the token of the other party would also be shattered. When the token was shattered, it meant that the other party had discovered the traces of the demon cultivators and asked for help. Luo Qilming shook his head and explained, "The reason I came here this time is not because I have found any traces of the demon cultivators. It is because the fellow Taoist next to me is the elder of the Sun family, a foundation-building family in Lingxiao County, named Sun Mingzhong. The Sun family, to which elder Sun belongs, suffered heavy losses in the cultivators stationed in the clan due to the chaos caused by a group of demon cultivators a few months ago. Only a dozen cultivators are left guarding the territory. It happened that early in the morning today, 2 early foundation-building monsters and more than 1,000 key cultivating monsters broke into the Sun family's territory. This group of monsters beat the Sun family cultivators back step by step, forcing them to retreat to the clan mountain and rely on a second-tier inferior defense formation to resist with difficulty. This time I came with Elder Sun, and I would like to invite fellow Taoist Ling to go with me to support the Sun family." Sun Mingzhong on the side hurriedly seconded. "If Senior Ling is willing to support our Sun clan, we will immediately give you 300 spirit stones. After the matter is done, we will give you another 300 spirit stones. Senior, the corpses of the foundation-building monsters you killed during your support for our Sun clan will also belong to you." Ling Pengyun was immediately tempted when he heard that the Sun clan offered a generous gift, which was 100 spirit stones more than the gift they gave to the Yunwuan clan. However, he had many concerns and politely declined. "Elder Sun, I am the only foundation-building cultivator in charge of my Ling family, which is incomparable to fellow Taoist Luo's family, which has 2 foundation-building cultivators. Now my Huaishu County is the same as your Lingxiao County. There have been demon cultivators appearing recently. Once I leave my family to support your Sun family, those demon cultivators will seize the opportunity and take the opportunity to attack my Ling family, which will be troublesome. Besides, now is also the period of the monster beast chaos. If I leave, the family territory will suddenly be invaded by a group of monster beasts, and the danger will be even more needless to say. Therefore, I am afraid I can't help with this support. I hope Elder Sun will not mind. You can go to Yunshu County next to my Huaishu County to seek help from the Pengyun family. As far as I know, during the period of the monster beast chaos, the Pengyun family currently has 2 people in charge, just like fellow Taoist Luo's family. They may support your Sun family. Luo Qilming's Luoxia Luo clan has 3 foundation-building cultivators, namely the clan leader Luo Minghu, his Taoist partner Li Xia, and the other one is Luo Qilming. In this monster beast riot, only Luo Minghu, who is in the late foundation-building period, went to the front line of the Luo clan, while Li Xia and Luo Qilming were stationed in the Luo clan territory. As for Ling Pengyun's kindness to Sun Mingzhong, it was also because Sun Mingzhong came from the Sun clan, a large foundation-building clan, and the Lingxiao County where the Sun clan was located was next to the Huaishu County. Although the foundation of the Sun clan was severely damaged in this monster beast riot, after all, the Sun clan still had a clan leader in the foundation-building period and 30 cultivators in the middle stage of key training or above stationed in Xiangfang City. Once the monster beast riot is over, those cultivators will also return to the Sun clan's mountain. The 2 families may have business dealings in the future, so Ling Pengyun naturally adheres to the idea of not offending if he can. Seeing Ling Pengyun's refusal, Sun Mingzhong showed a trace of helplessness in his expression, and looked at Luo Qilming, who had promised to support his family, with a pleading look beside him. Luo Qiuming saw Sun Mingzhong's expression and understood his thoughts, so he also spoke to Ling Pengyun to persuade him. Yunshu County is far away from here after all, and we are not familiar with the Pengyun Yang clan. Even if the Yang clan agrees, I am not confident that I will support the Sun clan to kill the foundation-building monsters together with the Yang clan's foundation-building cultivators. Who knows whether the Yang clan's foundation-building cultivators will cross the bridge and destroy the river. The Pengyun Yang clan is powerful. Even if the bridge-building cultivators really happen, it will be difficult for my father to seek justice for me afterwards. Under such circumstances, it is better to find fellow Taoist Ling who knows us well and is in Huaishu County to support the Sun clan together. As for the matter of the demon cultivators and the monsters, don't worry, Taoist Ling. I have a second-level inferior flying boat in my hand, which is enough to support us to travel nearly 30,000 miles a day. The place where we are is only more than 10,000 miles away from the Sun Clan Mountain in Lingxiao County. With my flying boat, we can get there in half a day at most. It won't take long to fight the foundation-building monsters. We can return within a day. If there is a change in your family during the day I am away, I will immediately bring you back. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard this. A second-grade low-grade flying boat is an extremely expensive item. It takes at least 3,000 spirit stones to buy it on the market. This amount of spirit stones is a lot. As a family of formations, the Luo family is indeed rich and powerful. Luo Qiuming, who is at the second level of foundation building, is equipped with such an expensive second-grade flying boat. Ling Pengyun was secretly shocked. Because of the change that Luo Qiuming had a second-grade flying boat with a very fast flying speed, Ling Pengyun thought about it and said, "Since fellow Taoist Luo has considered so much, I will participate in this support. I just don't know the exact cultivation levels of the two early foundation-building monsters that attacked the Sun Clan Mountain. If they are at the third foundation-building level, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to kill them. At most, I can only delay them for some time." When Sun Mingzhong saw that Ling Pengyun agreed to support him, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face, and he immediately spoke up to resolve Ling Pengyun's doubts and concerns. The two foundation-building monsters that attacked my Sun Clan Mountain were at the third and first foundation-building levels respectively. Senior Luo has agreed to kill the third foundation-building monster. Senior Ling, you only need to kill the first foundation-building monster. After listening to this, Ling Pengyun felt relieved. Although he is only at the peak of the first level of foundation building now, he has comprehended the two second-level spells, Yuan Shushu and Shushushu, to perfection. Coupled with his innate spell, the Baixian Jianshu, he is confident of killing not only the first-level monsters but also the second-level monsters. After all, he killed a second-level monster not long ago. As for Luo Qiuming, who is at the second level of foundation building, being able to kill a third-level monster, Ling Pengyun was not surprised. As far as he knew, Luo Qiuming was a skilled formation master with a strong talent for formations. Relying on the formation, Ling Pengyun would not be surprised even if he could kill an enemy at a higher level, not to mention a smaller level. Please wait for me for a moment. I'll go back to the mountain and tell my tribe members. After saying that, Ling Pengyun returned to the clan mountain, explained to the acting elder Ling Pengyun in the general affairs hall, and then left the clan mountain. Together with Sun Mingzhong, he boarded Luo Qiuming's flying boat and flew away. The speed of Luo Qiuming's second-order inferior flying boat was indeed extremely fast. In just 4 hours, it crossed a distance of 10,000 miles and entered the vicinity of the Sun Clan Mountain in Lingxiao County. The situation in the Sun Clan Mountain was indeed as Sun Mingzhong said, it was being besieged by more than 1,000 monsters. If the Sun Clan Mountain had not been protected by a huge golden light curtain, it would have been trampled to death by the group of monsters. The group of monsters that attacked the Sun Clan Mountain, led by the two foundation-building monsters, were of the same clan, two swift wind wolves. The Wolf King had the highest cultivation level, reaching the third level of foundation building, while the Wolf Queen was weaker, only at the first level of foundation building. Perhaps because of the two initial stage foundation building swift wind wolves, among the more than 1,000 monster beasts that besieged the Sun Clan Mountain, there were at least 300 to 400 swift wind wolves in the key training stage. Ling Pengyun, who was riding on Luo Qiuming's flying boat, saw the large number of swift wind wolves. His expression slightly moved, and he had an idea in his mind. The Swift-Wind Wolf clan can at least reach the initial stage of key training when they grow up, and their aptitude is not bad. After adulthood, these wolves are big enough to be comparable to calves, and cultivators can ride them. Moreover, the reproductive capacity of this wolf pack is also good among monster beasts. Combining these advantages, if we can capture a few swift-wind wolves and hand them over to Second Ant to tame and keep them in captivity, it would be a good choice. During the short moment when Ling Pengyun was stunned, Luo Chuming had already controlled the flying boat and took Ling Pengyun and Luo Mingzhong to the outside of the Sun Clan mountain. The Sun Clan cultivators in the mountains saw the figure of Sun Mingzhong, who went out to seek help on the flying boat, and immediately understood the identities of Luo Chuming and Ling Pengyun, who were traveling with him and exuding the pressure of foundation building. Then, a gap appeared on the defensive light curtain protecting the Sun Clan mountain. Luo Chuming also controlled the flying boat under his feet and entered the formation safely through the gap. After entering the mountain, Ling Pengyun and Luo Chuming immediately attacked the two foundation-building wolf monsters outside the mountain. Because they were in the Sun Clan mountain, there was a light curtain defense transformed by the mountain protection formation. Both of them only cast a defensive spell on their bodies to guard against the opponent and the Sun Clan cultivators here, and did not pay attention to defense. Instead, they used all their strength to exert their offensive means. After Ling Pengyun used the green steel flying swords on the female wolf at the first level of foundation building outside the mountain, he used the water snake technique to summon a water snake to attack. Luo Chuming opened his mouth and spit out 18 second-level low-grade cocky formation flags in succession, sending them out of the mountain and surrounding the Wolf King at the third level of foundation building outside the mountain. Yellow Sands Erosion Formation. Start. Luo Chuming made finger gestures and pondered. Outside the mountain, the 18 cocky formation flags surrounding the third-level foundation Wolf King suddenly flashed with inspiration and formed a formation, which transformed into a thick cocky light curtain, covering the Wolf King. Then, countless fine yellow sands emerged from the light curtain and kept sweeping over the Wolf King's body. However, in just a short moment, the Wolf King's flesh and blood seemed to be corroded, and most of it was gone. Even the naked eye could see many of its bones. If the Wolf King had not cast a spell in time to transform a hurricane to cover himself and resist the invasion of the yellow sand, he would probably have been killed by the yellow sand transformed by the formation. However, even though the hurricane transformed by the Wolf King only resisted for a few short breaths, it was broken by a large piece of yellow sand. It directly forced the Wolf King to use his inner alchemy magic to support the body protecting Yuan Gang to resist the yellow sand. In the mountain of the Sun Clan, Ling Pengyun, who was fighting with a female wolf at the first level of foundation building outside the mountain, was shocked when he saw the power of the 18 yellow formation flags formed by Luo Chuming's formation. I didn't expect that Luo Chuming has only been in the foundation building stage for a few years, but he already has his own formation flag, and the power of this formation flag is so strong. I think that Luo Mingyu, who is only at the second level of foundation building, can refine those 18 second-grade inferior natal formation flags, and his father helped a lot. Ling Pengyun did not think that Luo Chuming's financial resources alone could refine a set of 18 second-grade inferior natal formation flags. These 18 natal formation flags are extremely superior, and the spiritual materials used to refine these formation flags alone may require at least 5,000 spirit stones. After all, there are a lot of formation flags. Thanks to King Gaia Swordmaster and God-Killing Diary for their monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 229, Supporting the Sun Family and Gaining Great Harvest. Ling Pengyun came back to his senses and focused on the battle. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun fought with a female wolf at the first level of foundation building outside the mountain for nearly dozens of moves and seized an opportunity. He quickly summoned 18 kindling swords from his storage bag, formed a sword formation of the Earth Demon, and performed the secret sword formation method Rongzi sword technique. The 18 swords merged into one, transforming into a 3-foot sword light, which quickly hit the female wolf outside the mountain. The female wolf was originally weaker than Ling Pengyun, and it was already a bit difficult to resist Ling Pengyun's set of mother and child, flying swords and water snake techniques. Now there was another huge sword light, and the situation suddenly became dangerous. Forced by the impending danger, the female wolf had to hold up the body protection Yuan Gang to resist the huge sword light that was attacking. But the body protection Yuan Gang had just resisted the 3-foot sword light condensed by the Earth Demon sword formation for half a breath, and a bright blue sword shadow directly bombarded the body protection Yuan Gang of the female wolf at the first level of foundation building. In just 3 breaths, the protective Yuan Gang was shattered by the dazzling sword shadow. The protective Yuan Gang was shattered, and even if the female wolf spit out the inner elixir that had been nurtured for 100 years to resist the attacking dazzling flying sword, its head was also cut off by the 3-meter sword light transformed by the sword formation. After the achievement, Ling Pengyun added a light body technique to his body, and cast 3 Yuan Shu techniques to transform the Yuan Shu light curtain to cover his body, and called the Sun family monk who controlled a defense formation in the mountain to open a small hole on the light curtain. He followed this small hole, and Ling Pengyun turned into a breeze and quickly fell from the top of the mountain to the group of monsters at the bottom of the mountain, and put the body of the female wolf in the foundation building level that he killed this time directly into the storage bag. He was in a hurry to collect the body of this female wolf, also considering that there are many monsters outside the mountain. The flesh and blood of the foundation building monsters are extremely tempting to monsters, and it is inevitable that a few monsters who are not afraid of death will gnaw on the flesh and blood of the female wolf during the battle. After collecting the body of the foundation building female wolf, he looked at the surrounding monsters, and finally fixed his eyes on the large group of swift wolves around. Although the second ant is a beastmaster, her beastmaster rank is only the first level lower grade. She can only use aphrodisiac techniques and tame monsters in the early stage of key training. I'm afraid that those swift wolves above the middle stage of key training are out of the reach of my Ling family. But my Ling family only needs those swift wolves to give birth, not to fight. There is not much difference between the swift wolves in the early stage of key training and those in the perfect stage of key training. After thinking about it carefully, Ling Pengyun relied on the 4 Yuan Shu light curtains of defense around his body to forcibly resist the attacks of the surrounding monsters. His eyes swept over the hundreds of swift wolves in the key training stage, and he first used the entanglement technique to transform into wooden vines to tie up those female wolves in the early stage of key training. Then, he tied up several male wolves in the early stage of key training. Finally, he captured them alive and put them into the 3 beast-controlling bags that had been prepared several months ago. After finishing this, he quickly returned to the Sun Clan Mountain. He saw Luo Qilming was still fighting with a 3rd-level foundation-building Wolf King. He still needed to wait for Luo Qilming to take him back to the clan. Waiting was not a good idea, so he helped the Sun Clan to kill the key training monsters. After hundreds of breaths, Ling Pengyun killed hundreds of key training monsters. Luo Qilming also ended the battle at this time, relying on the formation to kill the 3rd-level foundation-building Wolf King. The two wanted to leave directly, but Sun Mingzhong pleaded to help him kill the Sun Clan outside the mountain. There were still at least 900 key training monsters. Seeing Sun Mingzhong's pleading, Ling Pengyun and Luo Mingqiu did a favor and agreed. With the help of their 2 powerful foundation-building monks, the more than 10 key training monks of the Sun Clan, but in just 1 incense stick, 700 or 800 of the key training monsters outside the mountain were killed, and the remaining 100 or 200 key training monsters all escaped. After the monster group issue was resolved, the Sun Clan Mountain was safe. Sun Mingzhong, the elder of the Sun Clan who had previously asked Ling Pengyun and Luo Qilming to come here for support, also walked in front of Ling Pengyun and the others, waved his hand and took out 2 piles of spirit stones and placed them in front of Ling Pengyun and the others, and said with gratitude, "Thank you 2 seniors for extending a helping hand this time and helping our Sun Clan out of trouble. 2 seniors, this is the 300 spirit stones that I agreed with you 2 seniors before. As for the key training monsters that you 2 seniors killed this time, you can take them away." Luo Qilming looked at Ling Pengyun on the side, and the two communicated with each other through voice transmission, and finally reached a consensus. He also spoke up. "The number of key training monsters killed by fellow Taoist Ling and I this time is not 200, but at least 100. This number of monsters is too large to fit in the storage bag. Now it is the time of the monster rebellion, and it is difficult for fellow Taoist Ling and I to send a caravan from our family across thousands of miles to come here. I would like to trouble you, the Sun family cultivator, to help me cut the materials from the batch of key training monsters killed by fellow Taoist Ling. As for the monster flesh, fellow Taoist Ling and I will sell all the flesh of the monsters in the initial, intermediate, late and perfect stages of key training that we killed this time to your family at a low price of 1, 2, 3 or 5 spirit stones respectively. I wonder if your family is willing to purchase this batch of monster flesh? Sun Mingzhong was delighted when he heard this. The flesh of monsters also has some value. The value of the flesh and materials of ordinary monsters is basically half and half, or 70% and 50% respectively. Although it is the time of the monster beast rebellion, monster beasts are very common, and the value of monster beast flesh will also depreciate in the market, but the price offered by Luo Qilming and Ling Pengyun is really low. Adhering to the idea of taking advantage of the bargain, Sun Mingzhong said with a smile. Of course I am willing, please wait for a moment, 2 seniors. After saying this, he ordered more than 10 Sun family monks in the mountain to go out of the mountain and cut the materials from the hundreds of monster beasts outside the mountain. He took Ling Pengyun and Luo Qilming to the foot of the Sun family mountain, and greeted Ling Pengyun and Luo Qilming in a reception hall specially used to entertain guests. After Ling Pengyun and the others waited for several hours, a Sun family monk brought several storage bags to Sun Mingzhong. Sun Mingzhong also handed 6 storage bags to Ling Pengyun and Luo Qilming respectively. 2 seniors, these 6 storage bags are filled with materials from the key training monsters that the 2 seniors killed this time. As for the spirit stones in the storage bags, they are the flesh and blood of the key training monsters that the 2 seniors killed this time, which were sold to our Sun family. Senior Ling killed more key training monsters, and the monsters in the 4 realms of key training were 175, 50, 25, and 5 respectively. The flesh and blood of these monsters were sold to our Sun family, and the total was 375 spirit stones. Senior Luo also killed nearly 200 key training monsters, among which Ling Pengyun heard the words and injected his spiritual sense into the 3 storage bags in his hand. Seeing that the number of monster materials in the storage bags was correct, his expression was slightly happy. Now he is very short of spirit stones. After he put the 3 storage bags in his arms, he also told another purpose of supporting Sun family this time. Elder son, I have long heard that the earth-bearded silk produced by your Sun family is a good choice for refining Taoist robes and formation flags. I wonder if your family can sell a batch of earth-bearded silk to my Ling family. The defensive formations arranged by the Ling family in various low-level spiritual veins within the territory have been damaged after being bombarded by the monster beasts several times during the monster beast chaos. The best thing to repair the formation flags that form the formation is the fine spiritual silk. Earth-bearded silk is one of the silks that is most suitable for refining earth-based formation flags. Using the silk to repair the formation flags can also enhance the power of the Ling family's defensive formations. Senior Ling, our Sun family has a weak foundation. In recent years, the silk produced by the group of earth-bearded silkworms in our family was sold before the monster beast chaos, and exchanged for other spiritual objects to enhance the combat power of the cultivators in our family. It will take at least half a year for our silkworms to produce the next batch of silk. If Senior Ling needs it urgently, he can only go to our Sun family's relatives, the Chang family, an old foundation building family in Cheyenne County, to buy it. The Chang family raises several kinds of spiritual silkworms, and the number of them is very large, so there must be silk left. Sun Mingzhong raised a trace of apology on his face and said, half a year is not a long time. When the silk is left and produced by the silkworms, help me keep 5 caddies of first-level middle earth-bearded silk and 5 caddies of first-level top-quality earth-bearded silk. Ling Pengyun thought about it carefully and said, Senior Ling, first-grade medium-quality earth-bearded silk is easy to deal with, but our clan does not produce much first-grade high-quality earth-bearded silk every year. Long before, Senior Luo's family, Luo's family, ordered dozens of kilograms of first-grade high-quality earth-bearded silk from our Sun family. Sun Mingzhong heard this, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he showed a look of embarrassment and looked at Luo Qilming beside him. Ling Pengyun frowned and thought to himself. Luo Qilming's Luo family has relied on formations as its foundation, and refining formation flags does require a lot of silk. It turns out that the Luo family and the Sun family have already cooperated. No wonder Luo Qilming acted as a lobbyist for the Sun family and asked me to support the Sun family together. Just as Ling Pengyun was distracted for a while, Luo Qilming beside him also saw that Ling Pengyun looked unhappy. After thinking for a while, he said with a big sigh, Elder son, please don't be embarrassed. The first-grade top-grade earth-bearded silk that fellow Taoist Ling requested is relatively small. In half a year, The silk produced by your Sun family's silkworms will be sold at a discount to fellow Taoist Ling's family. My Luo family can wait. Thank you very much, fellow Taoist Luo. Seeing Luo Qilming's resignation, Ling Pengyun thanked him without hesitation. Then, he turned his head and looked at Sun Mingzhong and asked, Elder Sun, how much is the deposit for ordering silk? I trust Senior Ling's character, so the deposit is waived. When you come to my Sun family to pick up the silk in half a year, you can pay it together. Sun Mingzhong said. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun had a higher opinion of Sun Mingzhong. Fellow Taoist Luo, the matter of supporting the Sun family is over, and we should return to Huaishu County. Ling Pengyun said to Luo Qilming. Of course. Luo Qilming replied. The two agreed and did not stay in the Sun family's guest reception hall any longer. After saying goodbye to Sun Mingzhong, Luo Qilming summoned the flying boat and took Ling Pengyun back to Huaishu County quickly. In just a few hours, Luo Qilming drove the flying boat and sent Ling Pengyun to the foot of Lingxiao Mountain. After a few polite words, Luo Qilming drove the flying boat away. Ling Pengyun watched him for a while and then entered Lingxiao Mountain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 The Difficulties of Raising Wind Wolves in Captivity. As soon as he entered the mountain, Ling Pengyun went straight to the General Affairs Hall and found the acting Great Elder Ling Pengyun. 16th brother, during the time I was away from the family territory, have the clan members stationed in various low-level spiritual veins in the territory crush the family token to ask for help. No clan member crushed the token to ask for help, so no clan member should be in danger during this period. Brother Ba, did you buy earth-bearded silk during your trip to the Sun Clan Mountain this time? Ling Pengyun shook his head and asked Ling Pengyun with a little expectation. The Sun Clan has no silk in stock. It will take at least half a year to get it. Ling Pengyun replied. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, and Ling Pengyun said goodbye to Ling Pengyun, left this place, and went down to the grassland in the back mountain along the road. The grassland in the back mountain now looks completely different from a few months ago. At this moment, the area of nearly 50 acres in the back mountain, except for the rock wall of the back mountain, the other three sides are surrounded by a huge earth wall several feet high and 1 foot thick. In the area surrounded by this huge earth wall, in addition to the mountain opening cattle, 5 white fur sheep, and the copper gong pig's pen, there are 4 kinds of monster beasts, namely 2 white feathered horses, 3 golden scaled birds, 4 mud armored pigs, and 5 moles. The cultivation of these monster beasts is only at the initial stage of key training, and their qualifications are barely acceptable. These monster beasts, including their own kind, can basically reach the initial stage of key training after adulthood. They were all captured by Ling Pengyun in recent months when many monster beasts broke into the family territory during the chaos of monster beasts. Now, the 4 kinds of monster beasts have been wiped out by Ling Yunhun, who manages this place, using the secret method of beast control, and their ferocity has been wiped out. As long as they are not attacked actively, they will not attack actively. However, this is the limit. Once these monster beasts have experienced battles, the wiped-out beast nature will gradually awaken. After all, they have lived in fighting since they were born. It is for this reason that these monsters are only used as seeds by Ling Yunhun. Every day, Ling Yunhun will perform aphrodisiac techniques to mate and promote the chance of reproduction. Only their offspring will be taken by the Ling clan as spirit beasts. Because it is now dark, Ling Yunhun is not on the grassland. Ling Pengyun's spiritual sense swept the surroundings and detected Ling Yunhun's breath on the treehouse of the giant tree in the center of the grassland. Ling Pengyun also walked under the giant tree and patted the trunk of the giant tree. After a while, Ling Yunhun walked out of the tree house on the giant tree and landed beside Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, didn't you water this grassland with a wave of spiritual rain during the day? Did you catch another monster this time? Ling Yunhun asked Ling Pengyun with a little expectation in his expression. That's right, second ent. These are the 15 key training initial stage swift wind wolves that my family captured during this outing. I wonder if you are sure you can tame these 15 swift wind wolves. Ling Pengyun took out 3 beast taming bags from his arms, summoned 15 key training initial stage swift wind wolves tied up by vines, and then asked, "Wolf monsters are very ferocious, I am not sure I can tame them." Ling Yanhan was slightly happy to see that there were 15 swift wind wolves, but her expression was mixed with a bit of heaviness. After all, her beast taming rank was only the first grade lower grade, and it was difficult for her to tame the fierce and fierce key training initial stage monsters. Among the monsters, wolves, tigers, and other monsters that like blood and flesh are generally very fierce. It is for this reason that the several monsters that have been tamed by Ling Yanhan in the back mountain of the Ling family are all relatively docile monsters, and there are no jackals, tigers, or leopards. Ling Yanhan only used the beast control secret method to tame the monster, not the master recognition restriction. The master recognition restriction consumes spiritual consciousness. For a beast tamer, it is much more convenient to use the beast control secret method to tame the monster than the master recognition restriction. If a cultivator only relies on the master recognition restriction to tame monsters, it is difficult to tame many monsters. After all, the spiritual consciousness is limited. If it were not for supporting the Sun family, Ling Pengyun would have seen that there were many hurricane wolves besieging the Sun family mountain, and he could have given priority to choosing rare female wolves. In addition, the adult hurricane wolf has a good body shape, can be ridden, and has good fertility. Otherwise, Ling Pengyun would not have captured this kind of fierce monster alive. It's enough to have a few confidences, auntie. If you can't tame these demon wolves with your beast control secret technique, just set up a master recognition restriction for them. There are 10 female wolves among these demon wolves. I plan to focus on training these wolves in the future. Once the number of swift wind wolves reaches a certain scale, each of my Ling family cultivators will have one. It is extremely important for both my clan cultivators and the entire family. Ling Pengyun nodded slightly and said solemnly to Ling Yanhan. When Ling Yanhan heard what Ling Pengyun said, that there were as many as 10 female wolves, she was shocked. She walked forward quickly and took a closer look at the private organs under the 15 swift wind wolves. When the number of female wolves and male wolves was indeed as Ling Pengyun said, Ling Yanhan said happily, "Pengyun, did you poke the nest of the swift wind wolf pack? There are so many female wolves. For any kind of demon beast, female beasts are generally less than male beasts. It is true that we encountered a pack of hundreds of wolves." Ling Pengyun replied. The Swift Wind Wolf clan has decent qualifications. Among the hundreds of Swift Wind Wolves, there may be a foundation-building Wolf King. Did the clan suffer any casualties when the wolf pack broke into the clan this time? When Ling Yanhan heard that there were hundreds of wolves, his heart skipped a beat and he asked hurriedly. It was not my Ling family that was attacked, but the Sun family of Lingxiao County that encountered the Swift Wind Wolf pack. During the day, someone from the Sun family came to the clan to ask for help. So I went to support them and captured the 15 swift wind wolves in the early stage of key training. Ling Pengyun saw that Ling Yanhan had misunderstood and laughed. So that's it. Ling Yanhan heard this and felt relieved, and turned his attention back to the 15 swift wind wolves. With these 10 female wolves and the 5 male wolves, it should not be difficult to train a wolf pack. But it will take time to accumulate. It is estimated that the swift wind wolf pack will be large scale after decades, and it will be possible to equip every member of the clan with a swift wind wolf after 100 years. Ling Yanhan said. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. Cultivating spirit beasts for the tribe is a time-consuming thing. The Ling family can afford 100 years of waiting. Besides, I will focus on searching for the mother swift wind wolf in the future, which can also speed up the growth of the wolf pack. Ling Pengyun said. The two chatted for a while, and Ling Pengyun said goodbye and left, returning to the cave on the top of the mountain to practice. Ling Yanhan used the secret art of taming beasts on the 15 swift wind wolves overnight, erasing their ferocity and gradually taming them. A few days later, in a cave with a huge space in Lingxiao County, Tian Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, and in front of him was a magic flag with extremely strong demonic energy, which had reached the 2nd level. From time to time, painful wails would be heard from the magic flag. Every time there was one less wailing sound from the ghost flag, there would be one more evil ghost in the ghost flag. After about a few hours, there was no more wailing from the magic flag, and Tian Yuan opened his eyes. He looked at the 2nd grade inferior magic flag floating in front of him, with a hint of regret in his eyes. It is still too difficult to reach the foundation building stage by relying on mortal souls as nourishment and accumulating the evil spirits of the key training period refined by the souls of hundreds of key training cultivators. I'm afraid it will take at least 3 to 5 years to refine a foundation building evil spirit. After 3 to 5 years, when the monster rebellion is over, the several foundation building families in Huaishu and Bingjiao counties that I have provoked for refining the blood source pill this time will surely search for my whereabouts. Under such circumstances, if I still want to stay in Huaishu County and Jiazhou, I can only kill the foundation building cultivators, plunder their souls and put them into this Thousand Ghosts banner, to help this banner become successful, and then I will have the confidence to gain a foothold in this area. After I gain a foothold, I can also follow the steps and rely on the remaining tens of thousands of mortal souls to sacrifice and refine new foundation building evil spirits. Tian Yuan did not want to leave Huaishu County and the newly established Jiazhou territory. There were currently no other demon cultivators in this area, and he could make a name for himself here. There are several demonic forces with deep roots in the rest of the Bailing sect and other areas of Yan state. Once he enters the territory of those demonic forces, he will be targeted by them. With his cultivation level just entering the foundation building stage, he is nothing in front of those old demonic forces. Although Yan state belongs to the righteous path, among the countless cultivators in the territory, more than 80% to 90% of the cultivators are independent cultivators without a master. Among these independent cultivators, those with good qualifications are still okay, and they can seek opportunities to step into a higher realm by joining forces. But independent cultivators with poor qualifications, if they simply practice the righteous path, have no chance to build a foundation. Under such circumstances, the magic path that can improve cultivation quickly and has other ways to enter the foundation building stage naturally becomes the life-saving straw for those independent cultivators with poor qualifications, no backing, and poor qualifications. Once the demonic cultivators bewitched, 9 out of 10, those independent cultivators will step into it and seek the way even though they know that the demon path is a wrong path. This is why there are still demonic forces in the territory of Yan state, which is a righteous path. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, they will spring up again with the spring breeze. When Tian Yuan thought about it, he immediately made up his mind. The 6 major foundation building families in Bingjiao County now have no foundation building cultivators in charge, and the foundation building families in Shuiyuan County, which is also Jiazhou, also have no foundation building cultivators in charge. In this case, the only 2 families in Huaishu County with foundation building cultivators in charge are easy to target. He stood up and quickly left the underground cave where he had been in seclusion for several months. He identified the direction and lurked towards Huaishu County. Thanks to Book Friend 20,230,115,373,028, Book Friend 160,482,407,167, Book Friend 201710200931026994, use leaving to carry a period, LWSFZ, don't understand books, and how is day for their monthly tickets. Thank you all for your monthly tickets. Chapter 231, Consecutive use of Hulang pills changes the situation. A few days later. On this day, Ling Pengyun rode Fenggying Peng to patrol the territory of Yunwuan clan. When passing through a dense forest, 1,000 evil ghosts in the late stage of key training and wearing thick armor suddenly flew out of the dense forest below and attacked Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on Fenggying Peng, frowned when he saw such a number of evil ghosts attacking. He quickly used his spiritual sense to scan the attacking evil ghosts and found that there were no evil ghosts in the foundation building stage. His frown also fell a little. Fortunately, there are no evil ghosts in the foundation building stage among these 1,000 evil ghosts, but now that Li Laomo, who is famous for controlling ghosts in Huaishu County, has been killed, how can there be someone who can control 1,000 evil ghosts alone? Although he did not find the demon cultivator who summoned the 1,000 evil ghosts, he was not stupid. The 1,000 evil ghosts that pounced on him had the same aura, and they were obviously from the same magic weapon. Because he was in danger, he didn't dare to be distracted too much. He immediately pinched his fingers to perform the Yuanshu technique and set up a Yuanshu light curtain to cover the surroundings. Then, he waved his hand to take out a mixed rock shield from the storage bag and propped up a mixed rock light curtain. As soon as this light curtain was formed, Thousands of evil ghosts in the late stage of key training from the dense forest below also pounced on the outermost Yuan-Shu light curtain. Because there were too many evil ghosts, and their strength was above the late stage of key training. In just a breath of time, the outermost Yuan-Shu light curtain was shattered. The thousands of evil ghosts also pounced on the solid magic shield light curtain. After all, this light curtain was supported by a second-level inferior magic shield, and its defense was strong. In a short period of time, even if the thousands of evil ghosts above the late stage of key training attacked at the same time, it would be difficult to break it. However, in order to maintain the mixed rock shield to support the light curtain, the liquid spiritual power in Ling Pengyun's dantian was also rapidly consumed. This situation is not a good thing for Ling Pengyun. If he drags on, his spiritual power will be exhausted. Without spiritual power, he, a foundation-building cultivator, will only have a stronger body. Evil ghosts are afraid of fire. Ling Pengyun suddenly had an idea. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned a talisman covered with red flame runes. This talisman is called the Firebird Talisman, which was given to Ling Pengyun by Wu Yan, a descendant of the Jinden in his early years. As soon as this talisman was taken out, Ling Pengyun injected spiritual power into it and shot it out. The talisman flashed with spiritual light and turned into a large piece of flames. These flames quickly gathered and gradually formed a 5-meter-long flaming firebird. Once the firebird was formed, it rushed into the group of evil ghosts. Any evil ghost hit by the firebird was directly knocked into ashes. The evil ghosts touched by it will also be contaminated with flames and burned to ashes by the flames. The thousands of evil spirits had no way to deal with the firebird transformed from the flames. When the remaining power of the firebird was exhausted, at least 150 or 60 evil spirits were killed. Ling Pengyun also got a break from this, and he continued to pinch his fingers and cast 3 Yuan-Shu light curtains to protect his body. Then, he took out the 18 kindling swords and formed a sword formation. Once the sword formation was formed, a 2-zang sword light suddenly appeared on the tip of each flying sword. More than 10 inches long small sword lights were also emitted from the 18 flying swords. Go! The 18 flying swords carried the torrent of sword lights and quickly killed into the group of evil spirits. The magic armor transformed by the magic energy on the bodies of those evil spirits in the late stage of key training was extremely defensive. In addition, the 18 kindling swords that formed the sword formation were only first-grade top-grade swords after all. For a while, the sword formation could not make much progress. In one round, only a dozen evil spirits were killed. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's expression was slightly condensed. He no longer worried about consuming dantian spiritual power, and changed his finger technique. Melting sword technique. Condensing. The 18 kindling swords that had charged into the group of evil spirits shook in the void, quickly merged, and finally merged into one. It turned into a flying sword covered with sword patterns. On the tip of this flying sword, there was a 3-meter-long sword beam. The giant sword beam was extremely powerful, and a light touch could break the magic armor that had been transformed by the magic energy on the bodies of those evil spirits. The situation changed in an instant, and in just 10 moves. The giant sword beam killed more than 200 evil spirits. But just when Ling Pengyun was happy about this achievement, a large amount of magic energy with rich spiritual energy suddenly surged out of the dense forest below and filled the bodies of the more than 600 evil spirits. With the influx of magic energy, the strength of the more than 600 evil spirits increased rapidly. The magic armor on their bodies also became thicker. The giant sword beam bombarded those thick magic armors and could not help but pause for a moment. It was for this reason that the number of evil spirits killed by the giant sword light gradually decreased. The speed at which it consumed spiritual power was also increasing. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun narrowed his eyes and quickly scanned the dense forest below. Finally, on the crown of a tree, he found a monk who was restraining his breath, wearing a black robe, and his face was covered with a black veil. In the hand of this black-robed monk, there was also a magic banner. The demonic energy injected into the bodies of the more than 600 evil spirits came out from the magic banner. If it weren't for this, Ling Pengyun would have found it difficult to find this person. Thousand Ghost Banner? It is indeed this thing. Yam State, where Huaishu County is located, is too far away from the demon sect. Apart from the demon cultivators of Li Lao Mo's lineage, there is no one else in Yan State who can control ghosts. 9 out of 10, this person is the remnant of Li Lao Mo's army. Thinking of this, It's no wonder that this person can summon so many evil ghosts. I think this person is the demon cultivator who has recently harmed the Yun Wen clan, King's Wen clan, and the 6 major foundation building families in Binjiao County. Judging from his aura, he is only at the first level of foundation building. It is estimated that he has just broken through the foundation building stable cultivation not long ago, and his aura is not strong. If you want to break the situation, you can only start with a foundation building demon cultivator. Ling Pengyun secretly planned for a while, quickly pinched a formula, and used the strongest attack method. In the Zumi, a 6 long brilliant blue flying sword turned into a blue rainbow, quickly slashing dozens of evil ghosts with greatly increased strength, breaking the evil ghost encirclement, and directly killing the foundation building demon cultivator holding the magic banner below. However, the demon cultivator was not a pushover. Relying on the 1000 ghost banner, he temporarily propped up a black defensive light curtain that was a bit stronger than the light curtain supported by the mixed rock shield, temporarily blocking the brilliant long rainbow. But the next moment, another blue sword light bombarded the black light curtain. The 2 swords worked together to directly shatter the black light curtain. As soon as the light curtain was broken, 2 blue flying swords drove straight in and slashed the foundation building demon cultivator. The foundation building demon cultivator was Tian Yuan. Seeing the crisis, Tian Yuan panicked. Without thinking too much, he relied on his blood essence to perform the magic secret technique Blood Source Shield. In an instant, a thick blood red light curtain appeared, blocking the 2 blue flying swords. The 2 azure sea sky swords had just shattered the black light curtain supported by the long banner, which had consumed 60% to 70% of their strength. Now there was not much strength left. After 3 breaths of stalemate with a red light curtain, the 2 azure sea sky swords also ran out of strength and dissipated. The red light curtain protecting Tian Yuan also dimmed a bit, obviously consuming a lot of energy to resist the 2 azure sky swords. Sky? Riding on Fenggying Pen, Ling Pengyun saw that he had used 2 killing moves but failed to kill the foundation building demon cultivator, and he felt helpless. The 2 azure sky swords just now consumed 60% of his spiritual power in his dantian. Now there is only 20% of spiritual power left in his dantian, and it is difficult to use the azure sky swords that consume a lot of spiritual power again. I can only take the soul returning pill. Ling Pengyun quickly took out a 2nd level inferior soul returning pill from his storage bag and swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, the medicinal power quickly spread, filling Ling Pengyun's meridians and bulging his meridians. Ling Pengyun's meridians were already strong, and he could barely withstand the impact of this kind of medicinal power. In just a short breath, Ling Pengyun's spiritual power increased by 70%, plus the original 20% spiritual power, a total of 90% spiritual power. With enough spiritual power, Ling Pengyun once again used the Azure Sea Sky Sword. The extremely powerful Azure Sea Sky Sword quickly transformed. But Tian Yuan, who was in the dense forest below, had witnessed the power of the Azure Sea Sky Sword and was also on guard. When he saw the Azure Sea Sky Sword attacking again, he waved the 1000 ghost banner in his hand and commanded the remaining more than 600 evil ghosts in the late stage of key training to pounce on the attacking Azure Sea Sky Sword. Under the obstruction of the huge number of evil ghosts, the power of the Azure Sea Sky Sword was immediately consumed. However, this Azure Sea Sky Sword was not without effect. It killed more than 150 evil ghosts and created a gap. Then 2 more Azure Sea Sky Swords were fired in succession, directly shattering the obstruction of hundreds of evil ghosts and bombarding the blood source-like curtain protecting Tian Yuan. The blood source-like curtain had already lost a lot of power after resisting the attacks of the first 2 Azure Sea Sky Swords. Now it was bombarded by 2 Azure Sea Sky Swords that still had more than 70% of their power. For a moment, it was shaking. Its spiritual light also dimmed rapidly. However, Tian Yuan forced out a mouthful of blood on the blood-red light curtain at this moment. With a blessing of spiritual power, the power of the blood-red light curtain gradually recovered. The light curtain and the 2 Azure Sea Sky Swords were in a stalemate for 3 breaths, and all of them consumed all their power, and the remaining power was exhausted and dissipated in this world. Because Ling Pengyun had continuously activated 3 Azure Sea Sky Swords, only a few strands of spiritual power were left in his body. He looked ruthless, took out another soul returning pill from the storage bag, and swallowed it. Perhaps it was because his meridians were already strong, and after swallowing the second healing pill, the power of the pill impacted his meridians, But he only felt some pain in his meridians, and he did not suffer from meridian damage like ordinary cultivators who swallowed 2 Huling pills in a row. This made Ling Pengyun very happy. But at this moment, it was not the time to be happy. He quickly condensed a blue sea and sky sword, and directly flattened the remaining more than 100 evil ghosts. Then he directly controlled the huge sword light of 3 feet long formed by the sword formation and slashed at Tian Yuan in the dense forest below. Tian Yuan saw Ling Pengyun took out 2 Huling pills in a row and changed the situation, and he was immediately furious. If Ling Pengyun did not have the 2 Huling pills, he would definitely rely on the evil ghosts to besiege Ling Pengyun to death. But at this point, another giant flying sword attacked, and he did not dare to stay any longer. Relying on the little remaining blood in his body, he performed the blood source escape technique, turned into blood-red shield light, and quickly escaped. The attack of the giant flying sword was thus in vain. Ling Pengyun still had 40% of his spiritual power left in his body, and because of the strength of his meridians, he was confident that he could take another soul returning pill to restore his spiritual power. Moreover, the 2 soul returning pills he took this time were worth at least 300 spiritual stones each on the market. 2 pills would cost 600 yuan, and they were still in short supply. It would be difficult to buy them except during the auctions in the major markets. If it weren't for Ling Yunhong, a second-level lower-grade alchemist, Ling Pengyun wouldn't have had such a large number of soul returning pills. Having consumed 2 soul returning pills worth 600 spiritual stones, Ling Pengyun naturally couldn't let the demon cultivator escape in vain. What's more, all the evil ghosts in the 1,000 ghost banner in the demon cultivator's hand were killed, and the demon cultivator's combat power was also affected. If he didn't kill him now, when would he? Ling Pengyun made a prompt decision and rode Feng Peng to chase him. Although the blood source escape technique was fast, it directly left Ling Pengyun behind by more than 10 miles in a short period of time. But the foundation building demon cultivator Tian Yuan had just used up a lot of his blood essence when he performed the blood shield technique. There was not much blood essence left in his body, so it was difficult for him to maintain the blood escape technique for long. Ling Pengyun also took this opportunity to catch up with him, and cut him in half with a giant sword light transformed by the sword formation. After collecting the spiritual objects from the foundation building demon cultivator Tian Yuan, Ling Pengyun burned his body, and then rode Feng Yingpeng to leave this place and return to his family to avoid other changes. After several hours, Ling Pengyun safely returned to the cave on the top of Lingxiao Mountain, and his hanging heart was at ease. Chapter 232 Ling Changxin's Plan for Alchemy. After returning to the clan mountain, Ling Pengyun took several hours to adjust his breathing, and after restoring himself to the best state, he waved his hand to summon the gains from killing the foundation building demon cultivator. There were 2 storage bags and a magic banner. Ling Pengyun looked at the magic banner and muttered to himself. The materials for refining this second-level low-grade magic banner are good, but it's a pity that this banner has become a magic weapon and can only be destroyed. The magic weapon contains a strong demonic energy. Although righteous cultivators can also use it, once the magic weapon is used, it will be contaminated by the demonic energy, affecting the mind and causing the demon to become possessed. Ling Pengyun pinched his fingers and cast a fire spell, which turned into a ball of flames and burned on the magic banner. After all, this magic banner was a second-level magic weapon, and Ling Pengyun was able to burn it with high-temperature flames for nearly half a day before it was burned clean. After handling this matter, Ling Pengyun closed his eyes, practiced the skills, and absorbed spiritual energy to restore the spiritual power of dantian. After his spiritual power was restored, he began to mobilize his spiritual consciousness to wash away the spiritual consciousness imprint left by the foundation building demon cultivator in the 2 storage bags he had obtained this time. The foundation building demon cultivator was dead, and the spiritual consciousness imprints in the 2 storage bags were like floating without roots, without any support. After about 3 days, the spiritual consciousness imprints in the 2 storage bags were washed away by Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness. Once the spiritual consciousness imprints were broken, Ling Pengyun also waved his hand and injected spiritual power into the 2 storage bags, summoning all the objects in them. Most of these objects were things of demon cultivators, and there was even a soul collecting bottle that contained tens of thousands of mortal souls. Mortal souls were of no use to Ling Pengyun, so he did not keep them. Instead, he smashed the soul collecting bottle and let those mortal souls dissipate on their own. The rest of the magic weapons, like the previous magic banner, were burned to ashes by the flames summoned by Ling Pengyun. In the end, only 2 books were left in front of Ling Pengyun. One is called Ghost Controlling Technique and the other is called Blood Source Secret Technique. Ghost Controlling Technique is a magic cultivation technique, and its main function is to control ghosts. In this technique, several methods of controlling ghosts are recorded. However, this technique only records the operation roots of the initial and middle stages of foundation building, and does not have the operation roots of the key training technique. In the Blood Source Secret Technique, there are 2 Blood Source Secret Techniques. One is the Blood Source Magic Shield, and the other is the Blood Source Escape Technique. Both of these secret techniques are activated by blood essence. Ling Pengyun roughly read the contents of these 2 books, because considering that Ghost Controlling Technique is a magic cultivation technique, if it is hidden and spread by others, it may cause some unnecessary things. In addition, Ghost Controlling Technique does not have the key training chapter, only the operation roots of the initial and middle stages of foundation building, so it is useless. He wrote down some ghost control methods recorded in the technique, and then burned it to ashes. Ling Pengyun kept those methods of controlling ghosts, intending to show them to the clan members, so that they could know the various methods of controlling ghosts in the magic way. If the cultivators in the clan encounter those magic cultivators who control ghosts in the future, they can also deal with them. As for the Blood Source Secret Technique, strictly speaking, it is only a secret method of the blood path magic cultivators in the magic way. Even if you are not a magic cultivator, you can rely on blood essence to perform it, but the power of the performance is 30% weaker than that of the magic cultivator. But even so, these 2 secret methods are very good for the Ling family with weak foundation, enough to be used as a family secret method. Although there are several secret methods in the Ling family, there is currently no powerful secret method that any cultivator can perform. For example, the wrong sword technique in the sword formation is also a secret method, but it requires the cultivator to learn the sword formation. If the sword formation is not comprehended, it will be difficult to perform the wrong sword technique. It is for this reason that Ling Pengyun kept the Blood Source Secret book. He memorized the 2 secrets of Blood Source Shield and Blood Source Escape Technique, and then kept the secret book in the study room of the cave on the top of the mountain. Half a month later. Halfway up Lingxiao Mountain, in a quiet room in a courtyard, Ling Chengxin, the 4th of the Ling family's Cheng generation, was concentrating his mind and using the fire control method to hide a pile of burning firewood, controlling the size of the fire, burning the floating alchemy furnace, and refining the elixir. As he used the elixir melting method to hit the alchemy furnace, a burst of elixir fragrance also floated out of the alchemy furnace. As the elixir fragrance came out, a hint of joy appeared on Ling Chengxin's solemn face. The elixir is done. He waved his hand to remove the flames on the flaming wood pile, and then put the alchemy furnace suspended in the air on the ground, and then opened the furnace cover and took out 4 elixirs from it. Looking at these 4 elixirs, Ling Chengxin's face was full of joy, and he secretly planned. Now when I refine key training pills, I can stably produce 4 pills each. In addition, after nearly 2 years of contemplation, the success rate of refining this pill has reached 50%, and it is time to focus on refining several other first-grade inferior pills. In this way, it can be said that I am worthy of the family's support for alchemy. Because Ling Chengxin has been refining key training pills for nearly 2 years since he entered the alchemy field, his success rate in refining several common first-grade inferior pills on the market has not yet reached 30%. As a family alchemist, he is facing the entire family. Now that the success rate of refining key training pills is extremely high, it is natural for him to master the other first-grade inferior pills. Thinking back, he put the 4 first-grade inferior key training pills he had just refined in his hand into 2 empty medicine bottles and put them into the storage bag. Then, he stood up and walked out of this quiet room. After a while, he entered the General Affairs Hall. The acting elder Ling Pengyun, who is meditating at the counter of the General Affairs Hall, noticed a movement around him and immediately opened his eyes. When he saw that it was Ling Chengxin who came, he asked, "Chengxin, why are you here? Have you refined the batch of key training pills that the family entrusted you to refine this month?" "That's right, Uncle 16, these are the key training pills I refined this month." Ling Chengxin nodded slightly, waved his hand and summoned all the pills refined for the family this time, and placed them on the counter. There were a total of 30 bottles, and each bottle contained 2 key training pills, a total of 60. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up, opened the 20 bottles one by one, poured out the pills inside, and checked their quality. When he saw that the quality of the key training pills in the 20 bottles was all medium, he also raised a smile on his face. The number of pills you made this month is several more than last month, which is not bad. According to the agreement between the family and you, the family will give you 30 spiritual materials for refining key training pills every month. You only need to hand in 50 key training pills, and the reward is 10 contribution points. For the extra key training pills, the family will charge 2 pills for 3 contribution points. Adding the two together, the 60 key training pills you handed in can get 25 contribution points. Now that you have come to the General Affairs Hall, I will give you the 30 spiritual materials for refining key training pills that the family will entrust you to refine next month. After saying that, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and summoned a batch of spiritual materials from the storage bag and handed them to Ling Chengxin. There are not many spiritual stones left in the Ling family's treasury now. In addition to the salary for development, the rest of the clan members refined spiritual objects or hand-in spiritual objects according to contribution points, or temporarily save spiritual stones. After Ling Chengxin stretched out his hand and put all the spiritual materials handed over into the storage bag, he said, 16th uncle, now my success rate in refining key refining pills has reached 50%, and the probability of success is also good. The benefits obtained from refining this pill are completely enough to supply my daily resources. Therefore, I plan to try to refine the rest of the first-grade inferior pills. I want to apply to the family for a batch of spiritual materials for refining first-grade inferior key recovering pills, bigu pills, and rejuvenating powders. I wonder if it is possible. Of course, but you need to wait a moment. The amount of spiritual materials you want is too large. There is none in the General Affairs Hall. I need to go to the family storehouse on the top of the mountain. Ling Pengyun immediately agreed after hearing this. After saying that, he walked out of the counter and walked along the path to the top of the mountain. Ling Chengxin is the only family alchemy seedling of the Cheng generation in the family, and because of his spiritual root characteristics, he has been valued by the Ling family's top management since he was a child. What's more, since he started to refine pills, he has been learning alchemy from Ling Yunhong, the only second-grade alchemist in the family. Ling Chengxin can apply for 30 spiritual materials required for refining common first-grade pills free of charge. This can be regarded as the family's cultivation of his resources, helping him to go further and further in alchemy. Chapter 233 Ore Containing Icy Energy? After a while, Ling Pengyun returned to the General Affairs Hall from the clan treasury on the top of the mountain and handed 3 bulging storage bags to Ling Chengxin. Chengxin, these 3 storage bags contain spiritual materials for refining the bigu pill, rejuvenation powder, and key rejuvenation pill. The 3 extra first-grade medium-grade stone spirit walnuts were given to you by your 16th uncle. Your cultivation has not improved for 2 years. Make good use of the 3 first-grade medium-grade stone spirit walnuts to improve your cultivation and strive to break through from the 3rd level of key training to the 4th level of key training. Ling Chengxin said with gratitude. Thank you, 16th uncle. Although he entered the 3rd level of key training 2 years ago and had no shortage of cultivation resources on weekdays, because he spent too much time on refining pills, his realm was stuck at the 3rd level of key training and his progress was slow. Okay, go back. It's time for me to practice. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and said to send him off. Seeing this, Ling Chengxin didn't say anything more. He put the 3 bulging storage bags in his hands into his arms, bowed to Ling Pengyun, and then left the General Affairs Hall. After Ling Chengxin left, Ling Pengyun looked at Ling Chengxin's back and muttered to himself. This kid knows his position in the clan. He has a good character. After coming to his senses, Ling Pengyun returned to the counter again, sat cross-legged on a cushion, closed his eyes, and practiced. Some time ago, he had broken through to the 8th level of key training and was the leader of the key training clan members of the Peng generation. However, such a level of cultivation is not enough for him now. He must enter the perfection of key training as soon as possible to be valued by the family and be given the small lark water obtained from the Yang family and a pulse protection pill promised by the family. With these 2 spiritual objects, he also has a chance to impact the foundation. On the other side, after leaving the General Affairs Hall, Ling Chengxin returned to his courtyard and entered the quiet room. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, he secretly planned. My cultivation has indeed fallen behind in the past 2 years. I have to keep this in mind in the future. He first sat in meditation for a while, and when his body recovered to its best, he swallowed the flesh of a first-level medium-grade stone spirit walnut, refined it, and turned it into pure spiritual power to fill it into the dantian. In the following 20 days, Lingxiao successively took 2 first-level medium-grade stone spirit walnuts, and also filled the remaining 20% of the space in the dantian with spiritual power, reaching the peak of the 3rd level of key training. After all, he did not fail to practice in the past 2 years, but his cultivation progress was slow. After reaching the peak of the 3rd level of key training, he did not hold on, and directly swallowed the flesh of the last stone spirit walnut in his hand, relying on the power of the flesh to break through the bottleneck. Perhaps it was because of his accumulation in the 3rd level of key training in the past 2 years that made his foundation extremely solid, and the characteristics of the spiritual power he cultivated were relatively strong. Half a day later, when he stopped practicing, his cultivation level had also broken through to the 4th level of key training. He felt the benefits of his own breakthrough and looked overjoyed. My spiritual consciousness has increased by nearly 50%. With the help of such a powerful spiritual consciousness, I will definitely benefit greatly from refining the elixir. The stronger the spiritual consciousness of the cultivator, the more help it will have in melting the elixir. When he calmed down, he also took a key training pill he had made to refine the medicinal power of the key training pill and consolidate his cultivation. A few days later, when Ling Pengyun was chasing a group of monsters that broke into his territory, attacked with spiritual veins, and escaped, he accidentally entered the territory of the Qingshi Mountain family. The Ling family's territory only borders 2 families, one is the Yun Wen family, and the other is the Qingshi Mountain family. After catching up with a group of key training monsters and killing them, Ling Pengyun rode Fenggyun Peng back on his way, but remembered something. He summoned a book called Banished terrain map and a fragmentary map from his storage bag. These 2 items were obtained from a Qingshi Mountain family cultivator when he was stationed in Lingxiao Mountain from his family. Although the fragmentary map was incomplete, the Qingshi Mountain family cultivator relied on the general appearance of the fragmentary map and roughly marked 2 sections similar to those on the fragmentary map in the Banished terrain map. Both sections are on the Huaishu River that runs across the entire Huaishu County. One section of the river is in the territory of the Qingshi Mountain family. The other section of the river is in the territory of the Lingxiao family. It has been 12 years since I got this item. In the past, I was stationed in Lingxiao Mountain, broke through the foundation building, and stationed in the rock scale snake cave, so I never had time to search for the 2 places marked on the map. Now that we have come to the territory of the Qingshi Mountain family, we can go and search for it. Otherwise, if we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we will have another chance to come here. Having made up his mind, Ling Pengyun ordered Feng Yingpeng to change the direction of his flight and not return to the family. He identified the direction and compared the current location with the Banished terrain map, and then ordered Feng Yingpeng to fly towards the river section in the territory of the Qingshi Mountain family, marked on the map. After flying for about half an hour, Ling Pengyun referred to the Banished terrain map and came to a huge river with a width of more than 10 feet. This river is the iconic river of Huaishu County, the Huaishu River. The river section where Ling Pengyun is now is at the foot of a mountain, from south to north, bypassing this mountain, and the river water gradually flows to the south. Ling Pengyun took out the incomplete map and the Banished topography map from his storage bag again and compared them. After confirming that this was the river section, he mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings, but did not find anything unusual. After thinking for a while, Ling Pengyun looked at the Huaishu River, which was more than 10 feet wide, and murmured, "I have to go to the bottom of this river to take a look." Thinking of this, he immediately cast a water shield spell on his body, ordered Feng Yingpeng to go to the sky to warn the surroundings, and then jumped into the Huaishu River. With a light curtain created by the water shield spell to isolate the water source, and with spiritual power as the driving force, Ling Pengyun's speed in the turbulent river was not slow at all. However, in a few breaths, he dived dozens of feet and reached the riverbed of this river. However, there was no difference in the riverbed. Apart from the water plants, there was silt. He used his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings again, but found nothing. He then left the deep riverbed and returned to the riverbank, looking towards the direction of the territory of Lingxiao clan. The territory of Qingshi Wen clan is at the junction of Luoxiluo clan and Huxiaoliu clan. This place is only about 3 or 4,000 miles away from the river section marked in the territory of Huxiaoliu clan on the Bailing topographic map, which is not far. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun immediately made up his mind. He called the Fengying Peng that was alerting the surroundings in the sky to land on the ground, and rode the bird to quickly fly to a section of the Y River marked in the territory of Huxiaoliu clan on the Bailing topographic map. Fengying Peng was very fast. In just 4 hours, he flew 3 or 4,000 miles and arrived at the bank of the Wire River section. Ling Pengyun looked around the river section and saw that there was nothing unusual, so he jumped into the river and dived into the depths of this section. After searching for a while, Ling Pengyun found a 2-foot wide deep hole in a place full of aquatic plants in this river section. He quickly stepped forward and probed into it with his spiritual sense. He found that the depth of this deep hole exceeded the range of his spiritual sense, and he immediately became suspicious. Dark River. Ling Pengyun blessed himself with 2 Yuanshu spells, and after transforming into a Yuanshu light curtain, he went deep into the deep hole in the riverbed. He dived along the dark river for nearly 1,000 feet before reaching the bottom. The 2 banks of the deepest part of this dark river are higher and are not on the water. Ling Pengyun jumped ashore and looked around, and found that he was in an underground cave. This underground cave also has a deliberately excavated passage, and the 4 sides of the passage are extremely smooth. It is difficult for ordinary mortals, even warriors, to use iron tools to dig out a passage with such a smooth surface. It must be a cultivator who used a magic weapon to dig out this passage. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun's curiosity suddenly rose in his heart, and he gradually went deeper into the passage. After walking for about a few dozen feet, a bronze door about 10 feet high and 2 feet wide appeared in front of Ling Pengyun. Because he was in an unfamiliar environment, he did not directly reach out to open the bronze door, but used the art of controlling objects to push the bronze door. But the bronze door weighed nearly 5,000 pounds, and Ling Pengyun's art of controlling objects was only an auxiliary spell after all, and it barely moved the bronze door a little bit. But at this moment, blue array patterns appeared around the bronze door, gathering the rich water vapor here, blending with each other, forming a blue light curtain, protecting the huge bronze door. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. It's strange that this place is protected by a first-class medium-grade water storage formation. First, the cultivator used a magic weapon to dig out a passage, and then there was this first-class medium-grade water storage formation. It seems that the place recorded on the map of the broken body is here. I don't know what is behind this bronze door. Ling Pengyun's curiosity became even stronger. In order to break the defensive light curtain transformed by the water storage formation as soon as possible, Ling Pengyun directly pinched his fingers and performed the water snake technique, transforming into a huge water snake 3 meters long, bombarding the defensive light curtain, causing a huge wave. But the defensive light curtain was transformed by a first-class medium-grade water storage formation after all, and its defense was not weak. The 3-meter-long water snake could not break it for a while. However, under the bombardment of the 3-meter-long water snake, the flashing spiritual light of the defensive light curtain became dim at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was shaking extremely, as if it would be blown away at the next moment. After about 100 breaths, the blue light curtain was covered with cracks. The 3-meter-long water snake once again bombarded the light curtain. The light curtain also shattered, turned into fragments, and disappeared. After the 3-meter-long water snake had accomplished its mission, its remaining strength had been consumed by nearly 70%. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun used his spiritual sense to control the snake and directly hit the bronze door. Zhang! A sound of iron and steel suddenly rang out, and the bronze door weighing 5,000 pounds was also hit by the water snake and flew backwards and broke into several pieces. As soon as the bronze door was broken, a large amount of rich spiritual energy rushed towards it. Ling Pengyun inhaled it at the tip of his nose, and his mind became much clearer for a while. There is such a pure spiritual energy here. But why is there an extremely cold air in this spiritual energy? Chapter 234, Cold Spirit Water. Ling Pengyun looked into the depths of the passage along the shattered bronze door with a little doubt. Because there was no bronze door to block the view, the scenery in the depths of the passage was clear at a glance. In the depths of the passage, there was a cave covering an area of no more than 2 or 3 feet. In the left corner of the cave, there was a small pond more than 2 feet wide. On the right was a stone bed, on which lay a withered skeleton wearing a tattered Taoist robe. The cold spiritual energy that gushed out of the cave was diffused from the water in the small pond on the left. Upon noticing this, Ling Pengyun's face lit up, and his eyes stared at the spiritual pond and the water, with a little excitement in his eyes. Ice-like spiritual pond. Cold spiritual water. Like spiritual veins, spiritual ponds are evolved from heaven and earth. However, spiritual ponds are several times rarer than spiritual veins. They can only be born on spiritual veins belonging to water. Ordinary spiritual ponds can condense a mouthful of spiritual water every 10 years. The cold spiritual water in the spiritual pond here is a kind of spiritual water of heaven and earth, which is nurtured by heaven and earth and belongs to cold. Spiritual water is what Ling Pengyun craves for. He quickly stepped forward, walked to the side of the spiritual pond, and carefully examined the ghostly cold spiritual water in it. Looking at the size of this spiritual pond, it is estimated that 6 or 7 mouthfuls of ghostly cold spiritual water can be condensed every 10 years. There is quite a lot of ghostly cold spiritual water accumulated in this spiritual pond. I think no one has come here to collect those spiritual waters in the past 1 or 200 years. But this is a bargain for me. After 100 years of accumulation, although this spiritual pond is of the first grade, the ghost water in the pond is not of the 100-year grade. But the spiritual energy contained in those ghostly cold spiritual waters is much stronger than the 50-year-old Yunsan spiritual water I took in my early years. I'm afraid that the ghostly cold spiritual water in this spiritual pond is not far from a 100-year age. Ling Pengyun looked at the spiritual pond in front of him, his eyes flashing. Then, he mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned the spiritual vein deep underground. When he noticed that the spiritual vein deep underground, which belonged to water, had reached the first grade upper grade and had a very deep foundation, and contained a spiritual energy several times stronger than the ordinary first grade upper grade spiritual veins, which was comparable to the spiritual vein of Lingxiao Mountain, the original mountain of the Ling family, a touch of joy suddenly appeared on his face. There was also a flash of light in his eyes. If the first grade upper grade spiritual vein here can enter the second grade, the spiritual pond that is one with this spiritual vein will also be fed back and then upgraded to the second grade. By then, this pond can also condense 100-year-old Yaohun spiritual water in the future. The spiritual energy contained in the 100-year-old Yaohun spiritual water is a few points stronger than the spiritual energy contained in the second grade lower grade cultivation elixir Jilingdan. And because the Yaohun spiritual water was nurtured by heaven and earth, there are no impurities in it, which also increased the value of this 100-year-old Yaohun spiritual water by a few points, and the price on the market is also very high. Just one mouthful of the 100-year-old ghostly cold spiritual water is worth about 300 spiritual stones. After being excited for a while, Ling Pengyun calmed down and took out several glass bottles from his storage bag, and put the ghostly cold spiritual water in the spiritual pond into those glass bottles. Ling Pengyun also took advantage of the intervals between collecting the spiritual water to carefully calculate the amount of ghostly cold spiritual water contained in the spiritual pond. There were as many as 65 mouthfuls. If calculated by kilogram, it would be about 5.5 kilograms. Although the grade of these ghostly cold waters is still at the first level, there are quite a lot of them, which is also very useful to me. Feng Yingpeng, Thornvine and others can also rely on these cold waters to improve their cultivation and break through to the perfection of key training as soon as possible. Ling Pengyun looked at the glass bottle containing ghostly cold spiritual water in his hand, and his face was even happier. A bin was set for this glass bottle to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy, and Ling Pengyun also put it into the storage bag on his waist. Once the cold spiritual water was collected, the spiritual pond was also empty. It would take 10 years for the spiritual pond to breed cold spiritual water again. And as long as the water vein here does not dry up, the spiritual spring will not dry up and will always exist. 10 years of cold spiritual water is slightly more effective than the first grade lower grade key training pill. Then, Ling Pengyun looked at the withered bones and Taoist robes on the stone bed on the right side of the small cave, with a slightly condensed expression, and secretly guessed. This place was indeed created by a cultivator. Judging from the appearance of this withered skeleton, it should be the owner of this place, and this person must have been dead for at least 100 years. If it weren't for the erosion of time, this corpse would not have weathered into this withered skeleton. But this withered skeleton was lucky when he was alive. This place is so hidden that it can be found. With the help of that spiritual pond, this withered skeleton's cultivation level should not be low when he was alive. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun walked to the withered skeleton, performed the object control technique, searched the withered skeleton, and finally found 2 storage bags. The spiritual consciousness imprints in these 2 storage bags were originally floating without roots because the owner was dead. After hundreds of years, the spiritual consciousness imprints in these 2 storage bags were extremely weak. Ling Pengyun's powerful spiritual consciousness in the foundation building period only washed for a short time, and the spiritual consciousness imprints in the 2 storage bags were erased. The objects in them were also summoned by Ling Pengyun. There were very few items in the 2 storage bags, only 2 Taoist robes, 2 first-class magic weapons, 1 for attack and 1 for defense, a dozen pounds of water spirit rice, a letter, and an unnamed book. The 2 Taoist robes, magic weapons, and spirit rice had lost a lot of spiritual energy after hundreds of years, and only 1/10 of the spiritual energy they contained remained. Ling Pengyun didn't care about this. He could add a few more spiritual materials to those magic weapons and restore them to the time when they were in full victory. The real loss was the 10 pounds of water spirit rice that was not worth any spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun moved his eyes, waved his hand to perform the art of controlling objects, took the letter in his hand, and carefully examined the contents of the letter. There were hundreds of densely written small characters in the letter. I am a descendant of the Qi family. My name is Qida. I am the first cultivator from the old Qi family in Xianyang town, which is under the command of the Yi family in Hongai Ridge. When you see this letter, I will probably have run out of life and died. You can come here, so I think you also have spiritual roots. There is a spiritual pond here, which can produce cold spiritual water. You can use it at will, but you must not tell outsiders about this place, especially the Yi family in Hongai Ridge who manages my Xianyang town. The Yi family is not trustworthy. Although I had spiritual roots at the beginning, I was taken into the Yi family mountain by the Yi family and embarked on the immortal path. But the Yi family members excluded me because I did not have the blood of the Yi family. They often deducted my salary and did not let me do the safe work in the Yi family, forcing me to go out of the Yi family and enter the territory of Jiayamang Lake to hunt monsters and earn resources for cultivation. But it was because of this that I discovered this place. In short, as a descendant of the Qi family, you must not trust others, but only yourself, or the descendants of your own bloodline. In addition, I, the descendant of the Qi family, know that deep underground here, there is a first-grade, mid-quality spiritual vein. Because of this spiritual vein, the spiritual energy here is also quite good, and it is more than enough for Qi training cultivators to practice. After you enter this place, try to go out as little as possible to reduce the risk of exposure here. As for food, you can catch fish from the big river outside to fill your stomach. Try to rely on the cold spiritual water produced by the spiritual pond to enter the stage of Qi training before the age of 60, and seek the opportunity to build a foundation. If you don't enter the foundation during the best period, 100 years later, you will be like me, turned into a touch of yellow earth. In my storage bag, there is also a formation inheritance. You can try to comprehend it. If you can become a formation master, you can also become a great man. If the one who found this place and read this letter is not a descendant of my Qi family, but a Taoist friend who found this place by chance, or the 2 incomplete maps obtained from the Qi family of Xianyang town, I hope the Taoist friends will take care of the Qi family of Xianyang town, Hongai Ridge, Yunchu County for the sake of the spiritual pond here. My Qi family is not a cultivator family, but just a mortal. If anyone in my old Qi family has spiritual roots, please take good care of them. At this point, this letter also ended. Ling Pengyun saw the content of the letter and guessed secretly. I didn't expect that this withered bone was a foreign cultivator in the territory of the Yi family in Hongai Ridge. 100 years ago, Huaishu County had not yet been established here. It was still occupied by monsters and belonged to the territory of Jiayamang Lake. This is consistent with the content of the letter. However, a few years ago, the Yi family in Hongai Ridge, Yunchu County was destroyed by the Yang family in Pengyun. There were major changes. I don't know if the descendants of Qida are still alive. At that time, the cultivator of the Qingshi Wang family who carried the incomplete map and the terrain map of the Balingman territory with me should not have obtained it from the descendants of Qida. If it was obtained from the descendants of Qida, it would not be just an incomplete map. It seems that I must go to Xianyang town, which was originally under the command of the Yi family in Hongai Ridge. Ling Pengyun secretly made up his mind. Going to Xianyang town is mainly to collect the incomplete map that Qida left to his descendants before his death. After all, the cultivator of the king's Huang family relied on an incomplete map and the terrain map of Balingman to find two similar river sections in the Huaishu River. Another incomplete map was lost, which was equivalent to an additional risk of exposure. Although this place was in the territory of the Huxiaoliu family, the spiritual pond here was valuable, and Ling Pengyun was not going to give it up. Second, it was to settle the cause and effect. If there were any descendants of Qida living in Xianyang town, he would not mind giving them a sum of gold and silver from the mortal world. Although the price of making up for it with gold and silver was very small, the matter of the spiritual pond was also his opportunity, but Qida came first and he came later. If there were any descendants of the Qi family with spiritual roots, Ling Pengyun would not mind taking them back to the Ling family and giving them some support. After coming to his senses, Ling Pengyun summoned a ball of fire and swept the letter in his hand into ashes, and then began to look through the nameless book. The nameless book was the inheritance of the formation mentioned in Qida's letter. It recorded the layout methods of several first-level lower and middle-grade formations, as well as the precautions for arranging these formations. However, the formations recorded in this inheritance are all very common formations on the market. More than 10 years ago, the first-grade superior formation inheritance that the Ling family obtained from Balingman also recorded the arrangement methods of these formations. In this nameless formation inheritance, only the precautions for arranging formations are useful to our Ling family. However, judging from this formation inheritance, the withered bone should have been a formation master before his death. Speaking of formations, Ling Pengyun also thought of the first-grade intermediate water storage formation that was previously broken. He stimulated his spiritual consciousness and searched around the small cave carefully. Finally, he found traces of 3 formations in this small cave. With the help of these formation traces, he also found the formation plates that controlled the 3 formations. Thanks to Book Friend 2022120803571165, Book Friend 202201161430555530, Book Friend 15300115,437,704, Book Friend 202202171831584440, Soul Tiom for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. School has started recently, so the update volume is 1 chapter less than before. Please forgive me. I will try my best to make up for it during the summer vacation. Thank you for your support. Chapter 235 LinkedIn Arrangement. The grades of these 3 formations have all reached the first-class middle grade, namely the water storage formation, the spirit separation formation, and the spirit gathering formation. The former will not be activated under normal circumstances, and will only be activated when the enemy invades. Although this formation is not controlled by anyone, because the spiritual vein of this place belongs to water, it is a water vein, which also has a great benefit when this formation is activated. Once this formation is activated, it is enough to temporarily resist 3 late-stage key training monks. The latter 2 are always activated. The spirit separation formation is to isolate others from exploring this place with their spiritual consciousness. The spirit gathering formation is to gather the spiritual energy of this place and feed it back to the spiritual vein underground. At the same time, this spirit gathering formation can also lock the spiritual energy released by the spiritual vein underground in this cave, preventing the spiritual energy from flowing out, and reducing the possibility of this place being discovered. The quality of these 3 formations is quite good. Judging from their refining techniques, they are probably all the work of Qida, the original owner of this cave. Qida is also a talent. Even if he hadn't discovered the spiritual pond here, as long as he was well trained, he would probably become a formation master of a high rank. It's a pity that the Yi family didn't know people 100 years ago. But Qida's matter is also a warning to my Ling family. After the family develops for a few years, there will be more and more mortals of other surnames in the villages and towns under its command. My Ling family will definitely encounter people with spiritual roots like Qida. After returning to the clan, I will have a good chat with my 16th brother, who is in charge of the General Affairs Hall, about this matter. Ling Pengyun looked at the 3 formation plates in his hand and was distracted for a moment. Then, he used his spiritual consciousness to flush the spiritual consciousness imprints in the 3 formation plates, and then sacrificed and refined them again, and then sent the 3 formation plates back into the ground. After finishing this, Ling Pengyun burned Kida's dry bones into ashes, used magic to conjure up a wall of earth, blocked the entrance and exit of the small cave, and set up a ban on the wall. He then left this place and returned to the Huaishu River along the Dark River. As soon as he jumped out of the river, Ling Pengyun called the sky to warn the surrounding Fenggying Peng to fall, and rode the bird to fly towards the family's territory. Now it is in the period of chaos of monsters and beasts, and the family still needs him to stay and cannot leave for a long time. He left the family to hunt monsters and came here, and it has been nearly a day. After entering the family's territory, Ling Pengyun first patrolled the family's territory. When he realized that the family's territory was not in danger, he returned to the clan mountain with peace of mind. As soon as he returned to the clan mountain, he summoned the senior members of his own family, the great elder Ling Pengyun, and the fifth elder Ling Yangxi to the meeting hall, and informed them of the situation of finding a spiritual pond that can produce cold spiritual water. Ling Pengyun had never thought of hiding the fact that the spiritual pond could produce the Yaohun spiritual water. After all, the spiritual pond was in the territory of the Huxiaoliu family. If the location of the spiritual pond was known outside, it would be difficult for him to keep the valuable spiritual pond alone. Moreover, the fact that the spiritual pond produced the Yaohun spiritual water was not something that happened overnight. Only by forming the family of it could the interests be maximized and cooperation be win-win. After Ling Pengyun and Ling Yangxi learned about the Yaohun spiritual water from Ling Pengyun, they were both shocked. After all, the Yaohun spiritual water was the spiritual water of heaven and earth, and it was extremely rare on the market. The spiritual pond that could breed the Yaohun spiritual water was even rarer. Pengyun, does anyone else know about that place? Ling Yangxi asked excitedly. Not at the moment. Ling Pengyun thought about it carefully and replied. That's good. A spiritual pond that can produce cold spiritual water is particularly important for the development of the family. And according to what you said, the water vein where the spiritual pond is located has reached the first level upper grade, and it is not far from the second level. The spiritual pond has a chance to become the second level. Once the spiritual pond enters the second level, it can produce 100-year-old cold spiritual water, which is even more priceless, a gold mountain. As long as the land is not exposed, my Ling family can completely rely on the spiritual pond and continue to flourish in this world of immortal cultivation. Ling Yangxi said excitedly. Yes, brother, you have made great contributions to the family this time. Ling Pengyun on the side was also very happy and agreed. Let's not talk about the merits for now, 15th and 16th brother, although the location of the Lington is hidden, it is after all within the territory of the Huxiaoliu clan. In my opinion, we should send clan members to garrison there. I need to stay in charge of the family and cannot leave. Otherwise, it would be best for me to be in charge of that place. In addition, we need to arrange a stronger grade defensive formation to protect that place. Now the defensive formation protecting the Lington is only a first-grade intermediate water storage formation. If there is a high-level formation protecting that place, even if others notice the Lington, they can rely on that formation to hold out until my support arrives. 16th brother, does the clan have any spare first-grade superior defensive formations? Ling Pengyun said with a frown. No, the first-class defensive formations in the clan were all purchased from the outside world. As early as the eve of the Monster Beast Rebellion, they were deployed on the first-class spiritual veins in the clan territory to deal with the monster beasts that broke into the clan. Mina, do you think the original clan protection formation of the clan mountain, the cloud mist and rain formation, is suitable for deployment in the Lington? Ling Pengyun's face lit up and he spoke. The cloud mist and rain formation was the original clan protection formation of the Ling clan mountain. Because several years ago, Ling Yunhong, the head of the Ling clan, participated in the battle of the Pengyun Yang clan to destroy the Hongya Lingya clan, Ling Yunhong also got the second-class middle-grade Zuanja formation of the Yi clan to protect the clan. After Ling Yunhong got the second-class middle-grade Zuanja formation, he replaced the cloud mist and rain formation with it and deployed it on the Ling clan mountain. The cloud mist and rain formation was thus left vacant. The clouds and mist floating rain formation needs the power of rain, and the spiritual veins in the cave where the spiritual pond is located belong to water, and the surrounding area is the Y River, which is rich in water vapor. It is appropriate to set up the clouds and mist floating rain formation there. And the water veins where the spiritual pond is located are also of the first grade upper grade, and the spiritual energy contained in them can also fully supply the opening of the formation. Ling Pengyun said happily, and then looked at Ling Yangxi and asked, "But the grade of this formation is too high, and ordinary cultivators may find it difficult to fully exert the power of this formation." 15th and, you are a first-grade middle grade formation master, you can control that formation and fully exert its power. I wonder if you are willing to go and guard the spiritual pond. Of course I am willing. I feel relieved that you are in charge of the clan. I have nothing to do in the clan, so it's good to go and guard the spiritual pond. Ling Yangxi did not hesitate and agreed immediately. But after saying this, Ling Yangxi hesitated. Pengyun, I wonder if you can give me some of the Yaohun spirit water that is over 50 years old. Your sister Pengyun has been trapped in the 6th level of key training for many years. If she has the help of the Yaohun spirit water, she can also take this step. Ling Yangxi is also an experienced person, and he also understands that Ling Pengyun must have obtained the Yaohun spirit water after discovering the spiritual pond. 15th and, I have already prepared it. Ling Pengyun heard it and said with a smile. These 2 glass bottles are each filled with 5 gulps of Yaohun spirit water that is over 50 years old. The other glass bottle contains more Yaohun spirit water, a total of 10 gulps. These 10 gulps are what I handed over to the family. They can be supplied to the core members of the family in batches. He first waved his hand to take out 2 glass bottles from the storage bag and handed them to Ling Yangxi and Ling Pengyun respectively. Then, he took out glass bottles from the storage bag one by one and handed them to Ling Pengyun separately. Seeing this, Ling Yangxi and Ling Pengyun both looked happy. Thank you, Pengyun. I don't have many spiritual stones on me now. I wonder if I can use contribution points to buy the 5 gulps of Yaohun spiritual water you gave me. Ling Yangxi asked happily. Yaohun spiritual water is a kind of spiritual water from heaven and earth. It is extremely rare on the market. 5 gulps are enough to be the finale of an ordinary auction. It is extremely rare for Ling Pengyun to give up such a large amount of Yaohun spiritual water. 15th and, you are talking too much? I got a lot of Yaohun spiritual water this time. It's okay to share some with you and 16th brother. It's also right to hand it over to the family. Ling Pengyun had already thought of the excuse. He got a total of 65 gulps of Yaohun spiritual water this time. It's really okay to share some with the family. Moreover, there are many talented people in the Ling family now. Putting some Yaohun spiritual water in the family can also speed up the cultivation speed of those people in the family. Pengyun, no, the Yaohun spiritual water is of extraordinary value, and the amount you gave me this time is huge. Although you have entered the foundation building stage, this amount of Yaohun spiritual water is still of great use to you. Ling Yangxi shook her head. It's okay, Aunt 15, I still have a lot of Yaohun spiritual water left. Besides, I can also get a share of the Yaohun spiritual water produced by the Lington in the future. We are all family, Aunt 15, so let's not talk about it. Ling Pengyun said firmly. Pengyun, no, a mouthful of Yaohun spiritual water is worth more than 200 spirit stones on the market, and the 20 mouthfuls of Yaohun spiritual water you gave me are worth 4,000 spirit stones. I know you have the intention, but I can't let you suffer a loss. Ling Yangxi said helplessly. Yes, Mina. Ling Pengyun also spoke. In that case, I will sell it to you and your family at half the price, 100 family contribution points per mouthful of Yaohun spirit water. In this way, you should receive these Yaohun spirit waters. Seeing that the two were very determined, Ling Pengyun thought about it and said, That's it. Very good. Thank you, Pengyun. Ling Yangxi thanked him. Thank you, my brother. Ling Pengyun on the side also thanked him at this time. The two also remembered Ling Pengyun's kindness in their hearts. After the matter of the Lington was dealt with, the three chatted for a few words, and the meeting ended. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yangxi went to the mountaintop clan library together to take away the cloud mist and rain formation. He rode Fenggying Pen and took Ling Yangxi to the location of the Lington in the territory of Xiaoliu. After Ling Yangxi arranged the cloud mist and rain formation around the Lington, Ling Pengyun returned to the family with peace of mind. Chapter 236 Breakthroughs. As soon as Ling Pengyun returned to the clan mountain from the territory of the Xiaoliu family, where the spiritual pond was located, he took out a glass bottle from his storage bag and poured out a mouthful of cold spiritual water. As soon as this spiritual water came out of the outside world, It exuded a strong spiritual energy carrying cold air. Feng Ying, swallow this thing and improve your cultivation. Feng Yingpeng heard this and looked at the mouthful of cold spiritual water floating in the void. Feeling the rich and gentle spiritual energy contained in it, his face was happy and he immediately swallowed it into his mouth. But the mouthful of cold spiritual water carried an extreme coldness. When Feng Yingpeng swallowed it into his stomach, he couldn't help but shiver. However, relying on the spiritual power in his body, he quickly suppressed the coldness, crawled on the ground, and fell into deep sleep. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun didn't care about this pang. He opened his mouth to summon the thorn vine, his life spirit planned, and poured out a mouthful of cold spiritual water from the glass bottle for the thorn vine to take. The thorn vine was very obedient, but on its finger-length body, several small roots appeared, which quickly absorbed the mouthful of cold spiritual water into its body. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun injected his spiritual consciousness into the thorn vine, helping it to refine the mouthful of cold spiritual water and improve its cultivation. In the next 10 days, Ling Pengyun fed Feng Yingpeng 2 mouthfuls of valuable cold spiritual water. Feng Yingpeng, relying on the huge and gentle spiritual energy in the 3 mouthfuls of cold spiritual water, tempered his spiritual power and entered the realm of perfect key training from the 9th level. After about 20 days, the thorn vine, which was only at the 7th level of key training, also crossed from the 7th level of key training to the perfect key training with the help of Ling Pengyun, who did not hesitate to consume 9 mouthfuls of valuable cold spiritual water. This vine has finally broken through to the perfection of key training. I wonder if the spiritual power of this vine can help me break through to the 2nd level of foundation building. Ling Pengyun looked at the finger-sized thorn vine in front of him, with a little expectation in his eyes. When the thorn vine enters the perfection of key training from the 9th level, it will trigger the spiritual power to feed back. Ling Pengyun touched the thorn vine with his mind and ordered, "Feed back the spiritual power." The thorn vine immediately took action after hearing the order. Its body, which was only the length of a finger, quickly differentiated into nearly 100 roots and grew rapidly. In a short moment, the nearly 100 roots turned into vines as thick as calves, spreading over Ling Pengyun's body and wrapping Ling Pengyun's entire body. The next moment, those vines all flashed a green light, madly absorbing the rich spiritual energy in the training room into their bodies. Relying on the yew wood essence in the body, it quickly refined it and then sent it into Ling Pengyun's body. Because the thorn vine and Ling Pengyun were originally one, the spiritual power that the thorn vine transferred into Ling Pengyun's body was no different from the spiritual power he cultivated himself. Ling Pengyun only needed to purify the spiritual power and turn it into liquid spiritual power to directly send it into the dantian. Half an hour later, the thorn vine frantically absorbed the rich spiritual energy in the quiet room into the body, consuming most of the yimu essence in the body to refine it and transfer it to Ling Pengyun, but it still did not allow Ling Pengyun to break through to the 2nd level of foundation building. In order to avoid excessive consumption of yimu essence in the thorn vine, which would cause the realm to fall back, Ling Pengyun had to take the thorn vine back to the dantian. The realm of the thorn vine is still too low, and the spiritual energy it feeds back is not strong. I can only rely on the remaining cold spiritual water to help me break through the bottleneck. Ling Pengyun felt the solid bottleneck in the dantian and said to himself with a little helplessness. Adjusting his mentality, he took out a glass bottle containing Yaohun spirit water from his storage bag, poured 5 mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water into his mouth at once, and swallowed it into his stomach. The 5 mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water entered his stomach, exuding a strong sense of coldness. Even though Ling Pengyun's cultivation was as high as the foundation building, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of coldness. Relying on spiritual power to suppress the coldness, he then operated a technique to refine the 5 mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water in his stomach. Yaohun spirit water is the spiritual water of heaven and earth, without any impurities. After a simple refining, the 5 mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water turned into pure spiritual power, which was quickly condensed into a large amount of liquid spiritual power by Ling Pengyun and sent to dantian. With the help of this liquid spiritual power, Ling Pengyun tried to break through the bottleneck again. However, it was still not enough to have the help of these 5 mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water. Later, Ling Pengyun swallowed 5 more mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water, and then broke through the bottleneck of the 2nd level of foundation building. Finally, I have entered the 2nd level of foundation building. Ling Pengyun felt the benefits of this breakthrough and a smile appeared on his face. The effects of the cold spirit water obtained this time are indeed much better than the ordinary 50-year-old heaven and earth spirit water. The remaining 23 mouthfuls of cold spirit water on me should be used sparingly. Otherwise, when I reach the bottleneck of the second level of foundation building in the future, I am afraid that I will be trapped by the bottleneck for several years. After putting the bottle of cold spirit water in his hand back into the storage bag, Ling Pengyun took out a spirit-gathering pill from the storage bag and swallowed it into his stomach. Relying on the medicinal power of this pill, he consolidated his cultivation. During the consolidation of his cultivation, he still made time every day to patrol the family territory to prevent monsters from breaking into the family territory. At the same time, Xianyang Market, which is tens of thousands of miles away from the Ling family mountain. Now, although Xianyang Market is surrounded by tens of thousands of monsters, just like when the monster rebellion started half a year ago. But this group of monsters did not rush up to attack Xianyang Market as crazy as in the early stage of the monster rebellion. Instead, they took turns to bombard a defensive light curtain protecting Xianyangfang City. The same is true for the monks stationed in Xianyangfang City to resist the monsters outside the city. They are stationed in batches. After all, the monsters and monks will consume spiritual power when they use their means of attack, and their energy is limited. The number of monsters attacking Xianyangfang City in each batch is about 50,000 key training monsters and more than 50 foundation building monsters. The monks stationed in Xianyangfang City to resist the monsters attacking the city and reduce the pressure of the defensive formation protecting the city are divided into 4 teams according to 4,000 key training monks and 20 foundation building monks in each batch, and stationed on the 4 walls of Xianyangfang City. The giant monsters and giant monks are as agreed. Except for the initial participation in the Battle of the Monster Rebellion, they rarely fight at other times. At this time, Xianyangfang City, on the south wall. Although there are nearly 1,000 key training monks stationed on this wall, at least 70% of these 1,000 key training monks are casual cultivators in the early and middle stages of key training, and their strength is extremely weak. The grade of the magic tools they use is not high, and the speed of casting spells is also relatively slow. Moreover, they fight on their own. Even if there is a defensive formation protecting Xianyangfang City, there is no need for defense and they can attack with all their strength. The achievements of these casual cultivators are also very small. On the other hand, among this group of casual cultivators, there is a group of cultivators who are well equipped and extremely powerful. There are even 6 foundation building cultivators. This group of cultivators are all cultivators from the 5 major families in Huaishu County. The number of key training monks in the 5 families is 150. These 150 key training monks are divided into families as teams, and they all control several powerful formations. Together, they form a formation to bombard the group of key training monsters under the south wall. Only when their spiritual power was almost exhausted, they would withdraw the formation and switch to attacking with instruments or spells that consumed less spiritual power. As for the 6 foundation building monks from the 5 major foundation building families, they cooperated with each other. Luo Minghu relied on his 18 natal formation flags to transform into a large area of fire, trapping the foundation building monsters outside the city. The other 5 foundation building monks attacked with all their strength, killing the foundation building monsters trapped by the fire. After several hours, the monsters attacking Xianyang Market were also tired, and the speed of their attacks slowed down a lot. Seeing this, a highly intelligent foundation building perfect monster that was supervising the battle behind the monster army also roared, asking the tired monsters to retreat, and tried to take away the bodies of the monsters that died in this battle as food. This move naturally caused dissatisfaction among the thousands of monks stationed on the 4 walls of the market, and they attacked one after another, trying to stop the retreating monsters from taking away the bodies of the monsters. After the monsters retreated, the corpses of monsters outside the market were less than 30% of the number of monsters killed. However, the number of monster corpses was still not small, with 2,000 to 3,000 key training monster corpses, which made the thousands of monks stationed on the 4 walls of the market very happy. Normally, when the monsters retreated, it was considered good to leave 1,000 to 2,000 key training monster corpses. As the monsters gradually moved away, dozens of large holes were opened on the huge light curtain protecting the market. Today, the thousands of monks stationed in the market also followed these large holes and went out of the market to collect the corpses of monsters that they killed in resisting the monsters. During the process of collecting the corpses, There was a Bailingman Foundation building monk on the four walls of Ziyang Market watching. Once a conflict occurred between monks during the process of collecting the corpses of monsters, the four Bailingman Foundation building monks would go to understand the situation and try their best to be fair. After collecting the corpses of the monsters, each cultivator must give half of the corpses obtained in this battle to Bailingman free of charge. Bailingman said in a beautiful name that the corpses of the monsters collected free of charge were used to make up for the consumption of spirit stones by Bailingman to open the Third Order formation to protect Xiangfang City. Although the cultivators were reluctant, they could not resist the powerful force of Bailingman. In addition, the cultivators did rely on the Third Order formation to protect Xiangfang City, and they had very good harvests every time, so they all acquiesced to the terms of Bailingman. After this group of cultivators handed over the corpses of the monsters to Bailingman, they returned to the market to rest for 1 or 2 days. During this period, other cultivators will go to the four walls of Xiangfang City to garrison. Thanks to Chixinburg Jiang, Du Nehakio, Wangyan, and Shu Iao 202004060917470774 for their monthly tickets. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Panxing Breakthrough. In a tea house private room in Ziyang Market, the 6 foundation building cultivators from Huaishu County who had participated in the battle to guard the market gathered here. The 6 foundation building cultivators were Ling Yanhuang and Ling Panxing from the Ling family, Luo Minghu, the patriarch of the Luoxia Luo family, Wen Xianayan from the Yan Wu Wen family, Wang Chengming from the Qingshi Wang family, and Liu Daozhao from the Huxia Liu family. Luo Minghu, who had the highest cultivation level here, saw that everyone was present, waved his hand and took out 2 corpses of early foundation building monsters and the 2 inner pills from his storage bag, and said carefully to everyone present, "Everyone, in the battle just now, although the 6 of us killed 6 foundation building monsters, 2 corpses of foundation building monsters were taken away by the retreating monsters. Therefore, we only harvested 4 corpses of early foundation building monsters this time. Apart from the 2 corpses of early foundation building monsters and the inner elixir that were confiscated by Bailingman, there are only 2 corpses of early foundation building monsters and 2 inner elixirs left. The corpses and inner elixirs of early foundation building monsters are basically only worth 500 Bailingman contribution points. These 4 items together are worth about 2,000 Bailingman contribution points. According to our agreement, I can get 25%, which is 500 contribution points. I directly took an inner elixir of an early foundation building monster. The 2 fellow Taoists Ling, like me, also get an inner elixir from an early foundation building monster. As for the remaining 2 corpses of early foundation building monsters, fellow Taoist Liu, fellow Taoist Wen, and fellow Taoist Wang, how about you 3 divide them among yourselves?" Upon hearing this, the rest of the people present expressed their agreement. When everyone started hunting the foundation building monster beasts together, they agreed on the division of benefits. Luo Minghu of the Luoxia Luo family, because of his own strength reaching the late stage of foundation building, was powerful, so he took 25% of the benefits. The Lingxiao Ling family, because they had 2 foundation building masters, could also take 25%. Liu Daozhao, the patriarch of the Huxia Liu family, had broken through to the middle stage of foundation building, so he could take 20%. Wen Xianayan of the Yan Wu Wen family and Wang Chengming of the Qingshi Wang family were only in the early stage of foundation building, so they could only take 15%. After everyone had divided the benefits of the previous battle, this small gathering ended. Everyone left one after another, but when Ling Yanhuang and Ling Panxing were about to leave, they were called away by Luo Minghu. When there was no one else in the quiet room, Luo Minghu took out 3 foundation building monster inner pills and a large number of spiritual medicines from the storage bag, and said to Ling Yanhuang with a smile on his face, "Brother Ling, I'll have to trouble you to help me refine these 3 inner pills into gathering spirit pills. Those spiritual materials are the auxiliary medicines needed to refine 3 furnaces of 2nd level lower grade gathering spirit pills." Ling Yanhuang was no longer surprised by this. Since the start of the monster rebellion, The foundation-building cultivators of the other 4 families in Huaishu County killed the foundation-building monsters and obtained the inner pills. Basically, they would ask him for help to refine the gathering spirit pill. It's a small matter. It's still the same as before. If you refine 3 furnaces of gathering spirit pills, no matter whether I can refine them or not, I will give you 8 gathering spirit pills of medium quality or above. If you can refine more gathering spirit pills, they will all belong to me. Ling Yanhong stretched out his hand to hand over the 3 monster inner pills and a large number of spiritual materials, and replied, "Thank you very much." Seeing Ling Yanhong's reply, Luo Minghu's face became even happier. 3 foundation-building initial inner pills are generally only worth 1,500 spiritual stones on the market, but the price of 8 gathering spirit pills is at least 1,600 spiritual stones. It was precisely because he could earn an extra 100 spirit stones by asking Ling Yanhong to make the alchemy that Luo Minghu would ask Ling Yanhong to make the alchemy. Of course, Ling Yanhong was also confident that he could make the gathering spirit pill for others. Now his success rate in refining the gathering spirit pill was not low, as high as 60%. And every time he successfully refined a furnace of gathering spirit pill, he could get at least 4 to 5 gathering spirit pills. In general, there were times when he made a profit and times when he made a pill for others. At least until now, he made no profit or loss by making pills for others. Instead, he relied on the spiritual materials for refining the gathering spirit pill given by the other 4 foundation-building cultivators in Huaishu County, which helped to increase the success rate of refining the gathering spirit pill. Afterwards, Luo Minghu chatted with Ling Yanhong for a few more words, and then they left the tea house together. After leaving the tea house, the 3 of them parted ways. When Ling Penxing and Ling Yanhong returned to the Ling family's base in Xianyangfang City, Ling Penxing sent a voice message to Ling Yanhong beside him. "Third ancestor, after this battle, I have some confidence that I can break through to the 2nd level of foundation building. I would like to borrow some contribution points from you and go to Xianyang Mansion to buy 2 bottles of century-old evergreen spirit water to help me break through. Is that possible? Breakthrough is a good thing, but I don't have many contribution points. These days, I have hunted foundation-building monsters with the foundation-building cultivators of the other 4 families. As for the dividends, I deliberately asked for the inner elixirs because I am an alchemist to refine the soul-gathering pills. I originally planned to keep the soul-gathering pills I refined for reserve and use them to distribute to you and Pengyun in the future, so I didn't sell them. However, at this time, there is a huge shortage of soul-gathering pills on the market and they are easy to sell. Xianyang Mansion will also accept this kind of pills. You take these 8 soul-gathering pills and sell them to Xianyang Mansion at a cheaper price. It will be enough to raise enough money to buy 4 bottles of century-old evergreen spirit water. 2 of them belong to you, and the other 2 are for Pengyun. Pengyun has been stuck at the peak of the 1st level of foundation building for some time. If he has the help of the 100-year-old Changking spirit water, he can also speed up his breakthrough of the bottleneck of the 2nd level of foundation building." Ling Yanhong thought about it carefully, took out 4 bottles of Juling pills from the storage bag, handed them to Ling Penxing, and said, "Now Xianyang market is surrounded by enemies, and it is difficult for non-giant and cultivators to go out of the market. It can be said that they are cut off from the outside world. Under such circumstances, the price of any spiritual objects in the market has naturally risen a little. Spiritual objects such as elixirs are even more out of stock. As for Xianyang Mansion, it was opened by the cultivators of Bailingman. It has the same function as the General Affairs Hall of the Ling family. Corpses can be handed in for contribution points, and then spiritual objects can be purchased with contribution points. Thank you, 3rd ancestor. This time, the 4 Juling pills you gave to your grandson will be returned to you as soon as possible, and will definitely not be delayed." Ling Penxing stretched out his hand to take the 4 medicine bottles handed over. His face was happy, and he thanked Ling Yanhong. "We are from the same family, so we should not talk about different things. Just do your best to break through your cultivation. If you can enter the 2nd level of foundation building, it will be a great benefit to our Ling family. In addition, don't forget to explain the matter of retreat and breakthrough to the Bailingman monks in Xianyang Mansion, so as not to delay the garrison in Xianyang Market in the future and be blamed by Bailingman because of your breakthrough." Ling Yanhong waved his hand and said with a smile, "Okay." Ling Penxing replied, bowed slightly to Ling Yanhong, and left quickly. During this trip to Xianyang Mansion, 8 second-level inferior spirit gathering pills were sold to Xianyang Mansion at 190 contribution points each. A total of 1,520 contribution points were obtained. After obtaining these contribution points, Ling Pengyun spent 1,200 contribution points to buy 4 bottles of century-old Changqing spirit water, and explained to the manager of Xianyang Mansion that it would be difficult to participate in the garrison in the market for nearly half a month in the future, and he needed to break through the retreat. Because the Ling family already had a foundation-building cultivator to participate in the battle, the Xianyang Mansion manager did not make it difficult for Ling Pengyun and agreed to his request for leave. After expressing his gratitude, Ling Pengyun returned to the Ling family's residence in Xianyang Market and swallowed the 2 sips of the 400-year-old evergreen spirit waters that he bought this time. Relying on the huge and gentle spiritual power contained in these 2 sips of evergreen spirit water, he broke through the bottleneck. 10 days later, Ling Pengyun, who had been stuck at the peak of the first level of foundation building for 2 or 3 years, broke through this bottleneck very smoothly because of his strong foundation and the help of the 100-year-old evergreen spirit water, and entered the second level of foundation building. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 238 Ling Pengyun defeats the enemy. Half a month later. In the territory of the Ling family, in the territory of Qingshi Town, one of the 4 towns in the city, there is an attic on the top of the Qingshi Mountain. In a quiet room in this attic, a fair-skinned young man sat cross-legged. After a long while, the fair-skinned young man opened his eyes, with a trace of helplessness on his face, and muttered to himself, "The bottleneck of the 7th level of key training is too solid. If there is no spiritual object such as the first-grade superior miasma breaking pill to help, I am afraid that I will not be able to break through this bottleneck in the next 5 years." This fair-skinned young man is Ling Pengyun, the 27th of the Peng generation of the Ling family. He just turned 20 this year. His cultivation reached the bottleneck of the 6th level of key training half a month ago, but this bottleneck was too solid, and he could not break through it for a while. As for his age, he has such a cultivation. There are 2 factors. First, because he himself has dual spiritual root qualifications, and the main fire spiritual root is extremely sensitive to fire spiritual energy. Among the dual spiritual root qualifications, he is also considered to be in the middle and upper ranks. Secondly, the Ling clan would give Ling Pengyun a large amount of extra resources every month to help him. With good aptitude and sufficient cultivation resources, his cultivation speed was naturally fast. According to his 6th level key training, he should have followed Ling clan leader Ling Yunhuang to Xianyang Market to guard it more than half a year ago. However, Ling Yunhuang was worried that Xianyang Market would be breached by the monsters, so he did not take Ling Pengyun, a talented clan member, to the front line to participate in the war. Instead, he sent him here to guard the first-level middle-grade spiritual vein in the Stream Valley and a first-level low-grade spiritual vein more than 10 miles away. At the same time, he took care of the spiritual plants planted on these 2 spiritual veins. Just when Ling Pengyun was distracted, he realized that several early warning prohibitions he had arranged in the half-mile territory of the Qingshi Mountain were all triggered. This situation was not a good thing during the monster rebellion. His expression suddenly became solemn, and he quickly stood up, walked out of the attic quickly, and looked to the north where the early warning prohibitions were triggered. As he looked, he immediately saw 13 red-haired wolf monsters as strong as yellow cattle half a mile away, sensing the spiritual energy of the mountain and running towards it. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun frowned. Flame Wolf Pack. Although he was not very old, he had gone out to the mountain 4 years ago to guard the spiritual veins in the territory for the family. He had experienced monster beasts attacking the mountain several times, but the number of monster beasts attacking the mountain in the past was not as large as it is now. However, he also had some experience in monster beasts attacking the mountain. Moreover, there were 13 flame wolves attacking this time. He didn't have time to think too much, and subconsciously waved his hand to take out the array disc of the Qingshi Mountain protective array from his storage bag. Then, he quickly pinched the magic formula and entered the array disc, opening the array in the mountain, and transformed into golden light curtain, protecting the entire Qingshi Mountain. As soon as the light curtain of the formation rose, the more than 10 wolf monsters that rushed over also spewed out dozens of fireballs, bombarding the golden light curtain, causing small waves. At this moment, Ling Pengyun mobilized his spiritual sense to scan the 13 flame wolves rushing towards Qingshi Mountain, and explored the cultivation of these 13 flame wolves. The Wolf King is in the late stage of key training, 3 flame wolves in the middle stage of key training, and 9 flame wolves in the early stage of key training. This is a bit troublesome. His already frowning brows became even more frowned. Then, he looked at the golden light curtain protecting Qingshi Mountain. This defensive light curtain transformed by the first level middle grade golden aura formation is not weak. It should be no problem to resist the powerful group of flame wolves outside the mountain for half an hour. Relying on this formation, I also have a chance to repel the group of wolf monsters. Otherwise, if we give up this mountain, the 6 acres of spiritual plants in the mountain, which are worth hundreds of spiritual stones when mature, will also be destroyed by the group of wolf monsters. It is difficult for him to destroy the group of wolf monsters outside the mountain with his current strength. Ling Pengyun's expression was determined and he made up his mind. He waved his hand and took out a red magic fan from the storage bag, holding it tightly in his hand, and transferred spiritual power into the magic fan. With the infusion of spiritual power, the magic fan flashed red. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and a large piece of fire suddenly gushed out of the magic fan, sweeping towards the Wolf King in the late stage of key training among the group of flame wolves outside the mountain. This wolf is the most powerful one in the wolf pack. As long as this wolf is killed, the biggest trouble will be eliminated. Although Ling Pengyun's cultivation was only at the 6th level of key training, the fire fan in his hand was not an ordinary thing. This fan was of the highest grade, and it was very compatible with Ling Pengyun's spiritual roots. It was made by Ling Yunhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, using the flame feathers of a fire-type pang bird that had reached the perfect state of key training. Because the fire fan was of a high grade and was very compatible with Ling Pengyun's spiritual roots, the raging fire transformed by the fire fan was extremely powerful. Even the Flame Wolf King, who had a cultivation level of the late stage of key training outside the mountain, did not dare to underestimate the raging fire. The Wolf King immediately stopped casting the fireball spell and attacked the defensive formation, protecting the Qingshi Mountain. Instead, he quickly spewed out a large piece of flames from his mouth, transforming into a vortex of flames with extremely strong suction, sucking the incoming raging fire into the vortex, and eating away the raging fire bit by bit. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun waved the magic fan again, and transformed into another piece of raging fire and hit it out. The Wolf King outside the mountain was still like before, spitting out a piece of fire from his mouth, which turned into a vortex of fire, sucking the incoming fire into the vortex again and trapping it. The man and the wolf fought together. The Wolf King in the late stage of key training had a slight advantage because his cultivation was slightly higher than Ling Pengyun. This situation was not a good thing for Ling Pengyun. Outside the mountain, there was not only the Wolf King in the late stage of key training, but also 12 wolf monsters in the key training period who were constantly transforming into fireballs and bombarding the magic circle in the mountain. If we delay any longer, the formation will definitely be broken. At that time, we can only give up this place. Ling Pengyun's expression was condensed. In the interval of fighting with the Wolf King, he was distracted and took out 3 fiery red talismans from his storage bag. These 3 fiery red talismans were all first-level medium-quality rocket talismans, which were given by the family on the eve of the monster rebellion. As soon as he took out the 3 talismans, Ling Pengyun transferred his spiritual power into the 3 talismans and fired them. After the 3 talismans were fired, they quickly transformed into 3-foot-long rockets and shot towards the Wolf King outside the mountain. Outside the mountain, the Wolf King transformed into several vortexes of flames, which was already a bit difficult to trap the several flames shot by Ling Pengyun. In addition, the 3 rockets transformed from the talismans were extremely fast, catching the Wolf King off guard. Although the Wolf King reacted quickly and transformed into a large piece of flames, forming a fire shield to resist in front of him. But the 3 rockets were all transformed from the first-level medium-grade rocket talismans, and their power was not weaker than the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the middle stage of key training. The 3 rockets worked together to directly shatter the fire shield. Once the fire shield was broken, the 3 rockets that still had some power left also drove straight in and directly pierced the head of the Wolf King in the late stage of key training. After the death of the Wolf King, the rest of the wolf demons attacking the defense formation of Qingshi Mountain were in chaos. However, the wolves hesitated for a while, and then a flame wolf with a cultivation level of the 6th level of key training stood up, howled, and commanded the wolf pack to attack Qingshi Mountain again. Although these flame wolves had no intelligence, they could see that the 3 rockets that Ling Pengyun had just fired in Qingshi Mountain were not fired by him, but with the help of external objects. Seeing this situation, Ling Pengyun in the mountain did not care. He never thought that killing the Wolf King would make the wolf pack retreat. He fixed his eyes on the wolf demon outside the mountain, who was temporarily acting as the Wolf King at the 6th level of key training. He waved the flaming fan in his hand and transformed several fireballs as big as his face and smashed them over. The 6th level key training Wolf King was much weaker than the previous Wolf King. Although this wolf transformed a fire shield in time, it was already very hard to resist the several fireballs that attacked. Ling Pengyun also seized this opportunity, waving the fiery fan, which conjured up a large area of blazing fire, and quickly trapped the Wolf King. The Wolf King was in a state of confusion, and quickly spewed out a large area of blazing fire, which conjured up a layer of flaming armor, which he put on to isolate himself from the flames. However, this Wolf King was only at the 6th level of key training, and although his cultivation was not much different from Ling Pengyun's, Ling Pengyun had a powerful fiery fan to help him, so the Wolf King was still slightly weaker. The man and the wolf fought for about half an incense stick, and the flaming armor on the Wolf King's body was broken by the blazing fire that Ling Pengyun had created, directly burning the Wolf King at the 6th level of key training to ashes. However, for this, Ling Pengyun's spiritual power was about to be exhausted, with only about 10% left. However, he was born into a large foundation-building family, an elite child of the Ling family, and had a lot of spiritual objects and was fully equipped. He took out a medicine bottle from his storage bag, poured out a first-grade middle-grade key recovering pill from it, and swallowed it quickly. With the help of this key recovering pill, his dantian spiritual power recovered more than 70% in just 3 breaths. Relying on this spiritual power, Ling Pengyun waved the fire fan in his hand, transformed into a raging fire, and hit the remaining wolf monsters outside the mountain. After successively killing the remaining 2 key training middle stage wolf monsters and 3 key training early stage wolf monsters in the group of wolf monsters outside the mountain, the remaining 6 key training early stage wolf monsters were also frightened and retreated together. In the stream mountain, Ling Pengyun, whose spiritual power was about to be exhausted, saw that the remaining wolf monsters outside the mountain had all fled, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the remaining 6 key training early stage wolf monsters have all retreated, otherwise if I continue to fight, I will have to take the risk of damaging my meridians and take the 2nd key recovering pill again. Taking 2 key recovering pills in a short period of time will damage the meridians. After the 6 wolf demons in the early stage of key training outside the mountain escaped, Ling Pengyun also quickly went down the mountain. Fearing that the 6 wolf demons in the early stage of key training that had left would return, Ling Pengyun brought all the 6 wolf demon corpses outside the mountain into the mountain, and used a sharp flying sword to cut off the wolf skins and useful spiritual materials such as wolf claws from the corpses of the wolf demons. Ling Pengyun originally killed 7 wolf demons, but 1 wolf demon in the middle stage of key training was burned to ashes by him using a raging fire, so he did not get its corpse. Thanks to Li Mingai, Book Friend 202,301,125,373,028, QYUIU, and Book Friend 2018022712275168 for their monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 239, Strange Valley. Half an hour later, Ling Pengyun looked at the pile of monster materials in front of him, as well as the flesh and blood of a wolf monster in the late stage of key training, 2 wolf monsters in the middle stage of key training, and 3 monsters in the early stage of key training, and secretly calculated the value of these things. Among the pile of monster materials, there are several wolf monster furs, which were damaged by the fierce fire I just hit, and their value has greatly decreased. I estimate that they can only be sold for more than 20 spiritual stones on the market. Monster flesh loses spiritual energy quickly. It is difficult for me to leave this place and return to the clan mountain or go to the nearby market to sell the 6 monster flesh in a short time. This batch of monster flesh can only be kept for my own consumption. With this calculation, the harvest from this battle is quite good, and it is not a loss. Ling Pengyun's face was happy. In this battle, he consumed a total of 3 rocket talismans and 1 recovery pill. The total value of the 4 spiritual objects is about 20 spiritual stones. A rocket talisman is worth 5 spiritual stones on the market, and a recovery pill is worth 7 or 8 spiritual stones on the market. After the joy, Ling Pengyun shot out a spiritual light and cut off about half a pound of flesh from the flesh of the Wolf King in the late stage of key training. Only then did he put the materials of the monster beast and the flesh into the storage bag. As for the half pound of the Wolf King's flesh, he used it to cook and eat. The Wolf King's flesh contained a lot of spiritual energy. Ling Pengyun did not avoid wasting it. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, practiced the exercises, refined the wolf meat in his stomach into spiritual energy, and sent it into the dry dantian to restore spiritual power. After the spiritual power was restored, Ling Pengyun also walked out of the quiet room and went out to the outside world. He waved his hand to take out a yellow cloth flying magic weapon and stepped on it. After identifying the direction of the escape of the 6 early-stage key training flame wolves that had escaped earlier, he controlled the yellow cloth flying magic weapon under his feet and flew out of the Qingshi Mountain, patrolling that area to prevent the 6 flame wolves from leaving and causing more trouble. After flying for about dozens of miles, Ling Pengyun found the traces of the 6 flame wolves when he passed through a dense forest. Because his own strength was higher than that of the 6 flame wolves, and he had several attack and defense talismans on him, Ling Pengyun did not worry too much. After controlling the flying yellow cloth magic weapon under his feet to land on the ground, he directly killed the 6 flame wolves. The 6 flame wolves knew Ling Pengyun's strength. When they found that Ling Pengyun was chasing and attacking, they immediately fled. They did not dare to fight with Ling Pengyun too much, so as not to follow the footsteps of the Wolf King. Ling Pengyun had already guarded against this. Long before, he had arranged several entanglement spells in this dense forest. When he saw the 6 flame wolves fleeing in all directions, he quickly activated those entanglement spells, transformed into vines, and bound the 4 feet of the 6 fleeing flame wolves. Although the 6 flame wolves cast fire spells in time to burn the vines bound to their 4 legs into ashes, they were temporarily blocked from escaping. Ling Pengyun also seized this opportunity and waved the fiery fan in his hand, creating a large area of fiery fire, quickly trapping 4 of the flame wolves in the early stage of key training, and then used 4 fireball charms to create fireballs to kill them. But just a moment of delay, the other 2 flame wolves had already escaped. Ling Pengyun naturally couldn't let go of the fat meat in front of him, and took out the yellow cloth flying magic weapon he had used before, stepped on it, and quickly chased the nearest flame wolf. Once he caught up, he relied on the magic talisman to make a quick decision. Then, he chased the remaining flame wolf. The remaining flame wolf had a strong cultivation base and was about to enter the middle stage of key training, and its speed was extremely fast. In addition, Ling Pengyun had previously wasted some time chasing the other flame wolf, and the grade of the yellow cloth flying magic weapon under his feet was only the first grade lower grade. For a while, it was difficult to catch up with the last remaining flame wolf. After 2 incense sticks, Ling Pengyun chased the last flame wolf and unknowingly broke into the territory of Qingshi Mountain clan. Ling clan borders the Yunwen clan and Qingshi Mountain clan. Just when he went deep into Qingshi Mountain clan for about 10 miles and passed through a desolate valley, he finally caught up with a wolf demon. He quickly cast a winding talisman to temporarily trap the wolf demon, and then quickly controlled the yellow cloth flying magic weapon under his feet, landed on the ground, freed up enough spiritual consciousness, took out the fiery fan, and conjured up a fiery flame to sweep towards the wolf demon. Although the wolf demon was about to enter the middle stage of key training, his cultivation was still weak after all, and he was no match for Ling Pengyun at all. However, after a dozen breaths, the vortex of flames that the wolf demon conjured up to resist the invasion of the fiery flame was broken by the fiery flame. This time, Ling Pengyun was careful and did not directly use the fiery flame to burn it to ashes, but only burned the wolf demon's head. The wolf demon's body was not damaged at all. Just as Ling Pengyun happily put the wolf demon's body into the storage bag and was about to leave, he noticed something strange in the deserted valley half a mile away. Just now, he suddenly noticed that there was a pair of eyes in the deserted valley staring at him. But that pair of eyes quickly disappeared. Ling Pengyun's expression froze, and he looked at the deserted valley half a mile away. He mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned it, but did not find anything unusual. This situation did not make Ling Pengyun let down his guard, but instead made him more alert. Because of his spiritual roots, his spiritual sense has always been several times stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. Although his current cultivation is only at the 6th level of key training, the power of his spiritual sense is enough to spread over 70 or 80 feet around, which is comparable to the spiritual sense strength of cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. Those who can evade my spiritual sense detection are either stronger than me, or have practiced the art of concealing their breath. This valley is around the territory of my Ling family. There is no rumor in my Ling family that there are independent cultivators who have established their foundation, perfected their Qi training, or other cultivators living in seclusion here. Now it happens to be the period of the Monster Beast Rebellion. Independent cultivators who have established their foundation and perfected their Qi training have been found by Bailingmen and summoned to Ziyang Market. Under such circumstances, 9 out of 10 times, there is a cultivator who has practiced the art of concealing his breath in that valley, and his cultivation is not much different from mine, or a monster beast that is good at the art of concealing his breath. Otherwise, monster beasts and cultivators stronger than me would have probably killed me by now. However, cultivators who master the art of concealing their breath are either from large sects or from thousand-year-old clans. How could such cultivators be located in that desolate valley without spiritual veins during the Monster Beast Rebellion? After all these eliminations, only the monster beasts that know how to conceal their breath are left. The art of holding back breath is extremely precious. Even the Ling family does not have it. Only the thousand-year-old clan or the Bailing sect has the art of holding back breath. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face suddenly brightened. He immediately summoned a first-grade black iron shield from his storage bag, held it tightly in his left hand, and held the fiery fan in his right hand. He locked his consciousness on the valley and slowly walked towards it. The materials on the monsters that know how to hold back breath are all good things. They can be used to refine breath-holding instruments. They are good items for sneak attacks. They are very useful and have a very high value on the market. At the same time, in a hidden place in the desolate valley, there was an old monk wearing Wang's Taoist robes, staring at Ling Pengyun outside the valley. When he saw Ling Pengyun constantly walking towards the valley, the old monk of the Wang family frowned slightly. This Ling family member is young, but his cultivation is at the 6th level of Qi training. Judging from his actions, I think he has noticed my investigation just now. I'm afraid his spiritual awareness is not simple. Why haven't I heard of such a person in the Ling family before? The intelligence department of the family is a little weak. However, this Ling family cultivator's behavior is not good. I can only come forward to stop him. After a moment of distraction, he walked out of the desolate valley, performed the sound enhancement technique, and shouted to Ling Pengyun who was walking here. Fellow Taoist, are you a fellow Taoist from the Ling family? Fellow Taoist has crossed the line. This is my Wang family's territory. Please leave as soon as possible and return to your own territory. Now we are in the period of the monster chaos. If you die here, my Wang family will be in trouble. Please don't make it difficult for me. There is no shortage of secret methods for finding people in the world of immortal cultivation. If Ling Pengyun died in the Wang family's territory, the people of the Ling family will definitely be able to rely on the secret method to find him. At that time, it will be troublesome for the Wang family, and they can't explain it clearly. Ling Pengyun walked slowly towards the desert valley, and saw an old monk wearing Wang's Taoist robes and exuding an aura as high as the late stage of Qi training walking out of the desert valley. And this person also made a loud gesture, and he was immediately disappointed and stopped. I thought I could make a lot of money, but I didn't expect it to be a monk from the Wang family. Junior, I thought there was a monster in the desert valley, but I didn't expect it to be a senior from the Wang family. Please forgive me, senior, I will leave now. Ling Pengyun also used the sound enhancement technique to reply. After saying that, Ling Pengyun did not avoid a conflict with a late stage of Qi training monk of the Wang family at the entrance of the desert valley, so he quickly took out the yellow cloth flying magic weapon and left. However, when he drove the yellow cloth flying magic weapon away, a doubt arose in his heart. The Wang family, like my Ling family, is a newly established foundation building family and has no breath retaining technique. The Wang family cultivator who walked out of the desolate valley, although his cultivation is stronger than mine, no matter how he tries to conceal his breath, he should not be able to avoid my spiritual sense detection according to common sense. And as soon as this person left the valley, a trace of breath was revealed on his body. From this point of view, there must be a formation in the desolate valley that blocks spiritual sense detection, or a formation to conceal breath. However, it is a bit strange to set up such a formation in a desolate valley without spiritual veins, and there is also a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training in charge. The desolate valley was not far from the Qingshi Mountain where he was stationed. He also knew that there was no spiritual vein in this desolate valley. However, although Ling Pengyun was puzzled, he did not immediately verify it, but left a little faster. The desolate valley must have a secret. His cultivation was weaker than that of the Wang family cultivator. Once the Wang family cultivator had the intention to kill him, he would not be able to resist. At the entrance of the desolate valley, the Wang family cultivator looked at Ling Pengyun's leaving figure, with a complicated expression. The secret of this desolate valley can't be hidden for much longer. The clan member who was sent to Balingman to report the desolate valley more than 10 days ago should not have arrived at Balingman yet. I hope that no other incidents will occur during the time when the Balingman cultivators come here. If that cultivator is not a Ling family cultivator, it would be great. We can just kill him to silence him. The family is still too weak. If my Wang family also had a foundation building cultivator in charge during the monster beast chaos, we wouldn't have to worry so much. We could just kill that Ling family cultivator and blame the monster beast directly. The Ling family would have nothing to say. What a pity. After a helpless sigh, he returned to the desolate valley. Chapter 240 Cooperation with Wang. After several hours, Ling Pengyun returned to the Qingshi Mountain, but he still had concerns about the desolate valley in the territory of the Qingshi Wang family. After thinking about it, he controlled the yellow cloth flying magic weapon, flew out of the Qingshi Mountain, crossed dozens of miles, and finally landed outside a valley with rich spiritual energy. As soon as he arrived here, he shouted loudly into the valley. 16th great-grandfather, the junior Ling Pengyun has an important matter to ask for. After a while, a white-haired hunchbacked old man hurriedly walked out of the valley and asked Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, what's the important matter? The white-haired old man was Ling Ruru, the 16th in the Ling family's first generation. As for the valley, it was called Hexi Valley. There was a first-grade superior spiritual vein in Hexi Valley, which belonged to the Qingshi Mountain where Ling Pengyun was stationed. Ling Ruru's cultivation level was as high as the 8th level of key training. As he was over 100 years old and had little time left, Ling Yunhong, the head of the Ling family, arranged for him to guard the spiritual veins in the family during the monster beast riots, and did not take him to the dangerous Ziyang market. When Ling Pengyun heard the question, he told Ling Ruru about the strange desolate valley he found when he entered the Wang family's territory while chasing the flame wolf. After hearing this, Ling Ruru was overjoyed. This is indeed strange. There is a chance that there is a treasure in it. Otherwise, the Wang family would not have assigned a late-stage key training cultivator to sit in the desolate valley during the monster beast chaos. With just the two of us, we are not sure to seize that land. Well, you wait for me here for a few hours. I will go back to the clan mountain to find Pengyun. With Pengyun, our trip to the Wang family's territory will be safer. If there is really a treasure in that place, we can also take some benefits. Ling Pengyun was overjoyed when he heard this. This is exactly what he expected. If there is really a treasure in the desolate valley of the Wang family's territory, the family will benefit, and he, as the discoverer, will also be rewarded with a large amount of resources. Now he is stuck at the 6th level of key training, and it is time to need resources. Among the various spiritual objects that can assist in breaking through to the 7th level of key training, the cheapest miasma breaking pill is worth a lot of money. What's more, his goal is not the miasma breaking pill, but the more expensive heaven and earth spirit water and high-level spirit fruit. Although the effect of the miasma breaking pill is good, taking it to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level of key training will increase the difficulty of building the foundation. As for directly entering the Wang family's territory and searching for treasures in the barren valley in the Wang family's territory, it is not a fight. This does not conflict with the rules set by the Baling sect. Moreover, the only foundation building expert of the Wang family is not on the clan now. The Ling family will naturally not let go of such an opportunity to take advantage. After Ling Ruru finished speaking, he immediately took out a flying magic weapon, stepped on it, and quickly flew away from here and returned to the family. On the same day, at night, a huge green-haired pengbird flew into the Wang family's territory and finally landed above a barren valley. There were two people sitting on this pengbird. Sitting in the first place was Ling Pengyun, who had the cultivation of the 2nd level of foundation building, and the other person was Ling Pengyun. Ling Ruru could not leave and was still stationed in the river valley. 27th brother, is this the desolate valley you mentioned? Ling Pengyun turned his head and asked Ling Pengyun. That's right. Ling Pengyun replied. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun mobilized his spiritual sense and swept across the desolate valley below. In front of the powerful spiritual sense of the foundation building period, the situation in the desolate valley below was clearly visible. In this valley, there is indeed a breath-retaining formation and a defensive formation. The grades of these two formations are not low, both reaching the first grade upper grade. However, there are not only one cultivator's aura in this valley, but as many as 5. It's just strange that the cultivation of these 5 people is extremely weak. If I hadn't entered the second level of foundation building, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find their traces. This situation is not something that the first grade upper grade breath-retaining formation arranged in this valley can do. It seems that this valley is indeed different, and there are some signs that there are treasures in it. Ling Pengyun informed Ling Pengyun of the information he had discovered. Mina, what is the cultivation level of those 5 cultivators? Ling Pengyun asked with a worried look on his face. There is only one cultivator of the 9th level of key training and 4 cultivators of the initial stage of key training. There is nothing to worry about. Ling Pengyun saw Ling Pengyun's worry and said with ease. After that, he called Feng Yingpeng and fell to the deserted valley. But before falling into the deserted valley, a blue light curtain was propped up inside the deserted valley to protect the deserted valley. Then, 5 cultivators rushed out from a cave in the center of the deserted valley. They all took out their magic weapons and prepared to attack Ling Pengyun and others who fell from the sky riding Feng Yingpeng. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun quickly pinched his fingers and arranged a yuanshu technique around his body, which transformed into a yuanshu light curtain to protect himself. Then, he mobilized his foundation building pressure and pressed it towards the 5 cultivators in the valley, saying with a smile. 5 Wang Daoists, I am Ling Pengyun, the Grand Elder of the Ling clan. This time we are chasing a foundation building monster beast. I just saw that foundation building monster beast enter the desolate valley of your Wang clan. I wonder if you can give me a favor and let me go in to kill the foundation building monster beast, so that it won't hurt the 5 of you. In the desolate valley, the 5 cultivators wearing Wang Dao robes were under the powerful pressure of Ling Pengyun's foundation building power, and their bodies were bent a little. Hearing Ling Pengyun's words again, the faces of the 5 Wang cultivators turned ashen. The defensive formation protecting the desolate valley was not broken, so how could the foundation building monster beast enter the valley without being noticed? Moreover, even if the foundation building monster beast had the ability to reach the sky, it could not touch the formation in the desolate valley and enter the valley. How could the 5 of them survive until now? It was nothing more than that Ling Pengyun found an excuse to enter the valley. Although they knew this, the 5 people did not dare to speak openly. Among the 5 people, Wang Yanqian, the 5th elder of the Wang family, whose cultivation level reached the 9th level of key training, saw Ling Pengyun, who had chased the key training monster in the daytime and came to the desert valley, sitting on the Feng Yingpeng in the sky, and his expression was slightly condensed. Sure enough, this person noticed the movement of this desert valley in the daytime. However, this situation was already expected by Wang Yanqian. He first asked everyone to take back the magic tools, then waved his hand to take out a formation plate from the storage bag and remove the defensive formation protecting the desert valley. In the sky, Ling Pengyun, who was riding Feng Yingpeng, was a little surprised. He thought it would take some effort to enter the desert valley. I didn't expect it to be so easy. In order to avoid explosions, he added 2 more yuanshu techniques to his body, and then called Feng Yingpeng to fall into the desert valley. After Feng Yingpeng fell into the desert valley, Wang Yanqian, the 5th elder of the Wang family, spoke again. Senior Ling, you are a smart man, so don't fool us. We won't hide it from you. Deep underground in this desolate valley, there is a miniature first-grade medium-quality red fire iron ore vein. However, regarding the existence of the red fire ore vein here, my Wang family has sent people to the Bailingman headquarters to report to the Bailingman, and we are also prepared to share some of the ore with the Bailingman. It won't be long before the Bailingman will send monks to survey. In other words, the Bailingman has a share of this ore vein. In this case, Senior, are you still thinking about taking this ore vein? Ling Pengyun, who had just jumped onto the ground from Feng Yingpeng's back, frowned when he heard that the secret of this desolate valley was a miniature red fire iron ore vein and that the Wang family had sent people to the Bailingman to report. I didn't expect it to be a mineral vein. I thought it was some spiritual object. If it was a spiritual object, it would be fine. We could just rob it and leave. But it would be difficult to deal with a mineral vein. Balingman has a huge demand for various spiritual iron ores. No matter what grade of mineral veins, Balingman will take them all. Balingman has a share of this mineral vein, so he really can't make any plans. As for killing the 5 Wang family monks here, they can't rob much mineral veins. After all, digging mineral veins is extremely time-consuming and laborious, and Balingman has a share of this mineral vein. Once the 5 Wang family monks are killed, the Wang family will definitely look for Balingman to take charge. Balingman will also look for the murderer for the sake of the mineral vein. In 9 out of 10 cases, they can find the Ling family, and then the Ling family will be in trouble. And destroying the Wang family members within the current Wang family territory and occupying this land is even more impossible. Let's not talk about whether Balingman will blame them. In Xiangfang City, there is still a foundation building cultivator from the Wang family, as well as 30 cultivators from the Wang family who are above the middle stage of key training. If these cultivators knew that the Ling family had stolen the family and destroyed their own relatives, they would definitely disregard their lives and disperse to various places. In the future, they would intercept and kill the Ling family cultivators, and completely bring down the Ling family. Even if they can't bring down the Ling family, they can completely destroy nearly half of the ordinary cultivators of the Ling family and kill dozens of key training cultivators of the Ling family. Just when Ling Pengyun was frustrated and was about to leave, Wang Yanqian spoke again. "Senior, I have a business that I want to do with your family. I wonder if you are willing to listen. Tell me about it." Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly and said lightly, "My Wang family can give your family 10% of the share of the miniature red fire iron vein in this desolate valley. This vein extends for about 90 feet, and the red fire iron ore contained in the vein is about 20,000 kilograms. 10% of the share is 2,000 kilograms of red fire iron ore. My Wang family will hand over these 2,000 kilograms of ore to your family within 5 years at the rate of 400 kilograms of ore per year. Of course, your family will not take this ore for nothing. From today on, Senior Ling, you need to inspect my Wang family's territory every day. When my Wang family asks Senior Ling for help, you must come immediately. Once my Wang family suffers heavy casualties, the deal will be off the table." Wang Yanqian saw that Ling Pengyun had fallen into the trap and said with a smile. Ling Pengyun was quite tempted by this proposal. However, he did not agree directly, but suppressed his mind, did not show it, pretended to be a little dissatisfied, and said, 2,000 kilograms of red fire iron ore can only produce 200 kilograms of red fire iron at most. These red fire irons are worth only 1,000 spirit stones at most on the market. You want me, a foundation building cultivator, to work hard for your Wang family for just 1,000 spirit stones. Isn't that too little? Chapter 241 Fire Feather Swallow Group. Senior Ling, you are joking. I know that your Ling family has some background in refining instruments. With the 200 kilograms of red fire iron, the spiritual stones that can be earned by refining instruments and selling them will probably be at least 2,000 spiritual stones. 2,000 spiritual stones are not a small amount. Wang Yanqian said with a smile. 3,000 kilograms of red fire iron ore, I will do it. Seeing that Wang Yanqian was difficult to deal with, Ling Pengyun stopped talking and expressed his bottom price. But it's okay, but in the future, the fire attribute instruments that your Ling family refines with a red fire iron given by my Wang family cannot be sold in Huaishu County. My Wang family wants the entire market of fire attribute instruments that can be refined with red fire iron in Huaishu County. Wang Yanqian seemed to have expected it and agreed directly. Okay. Ling Pengyun thought about it carefully and nodded in agreement. Ling family has stores in many market towns, and the lack of cultivators in Huaishu County to buy them does not have much impact. But this share of Huaishu County is extremely important to Wang family, which has a lot of red fire iron. In this case, my Wang family will rely on Senior Ling in the future. Wang Yanqian bowed to Ling Pengyun and said with a smile. Well, but I have to say it in advance. If I encounter a demon beast above the middle stage of foundation building and break into your family, I don't want to die. Once I encounter such a situation, I will definitely leave, but the share of the red flame iron vein is indispensable. Ling Pengyun said in a deep voice. Wang Yanqian's expression showed some dissatisfaction, but after thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. The deal was agreed, and Ling Pengyun did not stay any longer. He rode Fenggying and took Ling Pengyun away quickly. Half an hour later, Ling Pengyun rode Fenggying and took Ling Pengyun to the top of the Qingshi Mountain. Once he arrived at the top of the mountain, Ling Pengyun jumped off the back of Fenggyun Peng and thanked Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on Fenggyun Peng. "Thank you, Mina, for seeing me off. It's just for the trip." "You're welcome." Ling Pengyun waved his hand, took out a glass bottle filled with Yaohun spirit water from his storage bag, handed it to Ling Pengyun, and then said, "27th brother, your discovery of the Wang family's mineral vein this time played a vital role in the family's efforts to gain benefits, and it can be considered a merit. I see that your cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level of key training, and you are only one step away from the 7th level of key training. Coincidentally, the clan got some cold spiritual water some time ago. This water is the spiritual water of heaven and earth, which was nurtured by heaven and earth, and it is very old. Although it has not reached the level of 100 years, it is not far from 100 years. The spiritual power contained is nearly 70% to 80% stronger than the ordinary 50-year-old spiritual water of heaven and earth. I hope this mouthful of cold spiritual water can help you break through the 7th level of key training. However, it is better for you to polish your realm for another 1 or 2 years, and then take the cold spiritual water to break through. In this way, the chance of breaking through the realm can be greater, and it is safer." Ling Pengyun heard the words and looked at the bottle of cold spiritual water, his eyes full of brilliance. This kind of spiritual water of heaven and earth is exactly the best opportunity he expected to break through the 7th level of key training. After being stunned for a while, he quickly took the bottle of cold spiritual water and thanked Ling Pengyun. "Thank you for this precious gift, my brother. This thing belongs to the family. You have made contributions to the family, so it is what you deserve. Do you have any doubts in your cultivation? Do you want me to help you solve some problems?" Ling Pengyun waved his hand and jumped off Fenggyun Peng. He asked Ling Pengyun, a much younger brother. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun was pleasantly surprised. He was not polite and immediately expressed his confusion in cultivation. It is extremely rare to get guidance from a foundation-building cultivator. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain to discuss the Dao. After several hours, when Ling Pengyun had no more doubts in his cultivation, Ling Pengyun also said goodbye to Ling Pengyun and rode Fenggyun Peng away from here. A few days later. This day, it was noon. Deep in the fruity ridge, within a cloud and mist, there were 2 acres of spiritual fields and a spiritual orange tree. Ling Pengyun was standing beside the 2 acres of spiritual fields, pinching his fingers to perform the cloud and rain technique. Above the 2 acres of spiritual fields, a large cloud of mist appeared, raining drops of spiritual rain, watering the spiritual plants planted in the 2 acres of spiritual fields, as well as the spiritual orange tree in the center of the 2 acres of spiritual fields that was more than 1 foot tall. This spiritual orange tree grew from the remaining roots of the spiritual orange tree that was destroyed by the monster more than half a year ago. In just half a year, the roots sprouted to the current height, mainly because this tree is one with the underground spiritual vein and is nourished by the underground spiritual vein. Second, it is because Ling Pengyun performs the secret technique of spiritual plants on it every day. After watering the spiritual plants with spiritual rain for half an incense stick, Ling Pengyun also waved his hand to withdraw the cloud and rain technique. Looking at the growth rate of this spiritual orange tree, it is estimated that in about half a year to a year, this orange tree will be able to recover to its full strength. Ling Pengyun looked at the 1-foot-high spiritual orange tree in front of him and muttered to himself. Today, the task of watering the spiritual plants here was completed, and Ling Pengyun did not stay any longer. After leaving this spiritual field area, he called the Fenggyun Peng in the sky to land, and rode the bird away from here. But before leaving the range of fruity ridge, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on the Fenggyun Peng, saw a large group of small red-haired fire swallows flying a few miles to the south. Once he discovered the group of red-haired flying swallows, Ling Pengyun pinched his fingers and blessed a key-seeing technique with his eyes. A few miles away, it seemed as if they were within reach. When he realized the strength of the group of red-haired flying swallows, Ling Pengyun frowned immediately. The red-haired flying swallows were fire-feathered swallows, and there were more than 300 of them. Moreover, among the group of fire-feather swallows, there are 2 fire-feather swallows with strengths of the 2nd and 1st foundation building stages respectively. The rest of the flying swallows are also at the key training stage. This group of monsters is not something he can handle alone. The small spiritual orange tree here has just grown for a short time, and its roots are not stable yet. If it is destroyed by the group of flying swallows, I am afraid that even if the spiritual orange tree is a spiritual vein tree, its roots will be damaged, resulting in a decrease in the fruit yield of this tree in the future. Although the spiritual orange tree deep in the fruity ridge is only a lower grade first grade one now, its origin is not simple. It is a spiritual vein tree with extraordinary potential. As long as the spiritual vein here can enter the second stage, the spiritual orange tree will also enter the second stage. Ling Pengyun naturally does not want to see the roots of such a spiritual orange tree damaged. After making up his mind, he immediately crushed the Supreme Elder token on his waist and asked for help from the tribesmen within 1,000 miles. Then, he quickly took out a mixed rock shield, the green steel mother and child flying swords, and 18 first-grade top-grade green spirit swords from his storage bag. As soon as the magic tools were taken out, he injected spiritual power into them one after another. These magic tools were blessed by spiritual power, and all of them flashed with spiritual light. The magic shield held up a huge cocky light curtain, protecting him and Feng Yingpeng, who was sitting down. The two green steel mother and child flying swords, each with a 3-foot sword light bursting out from the tip of the sword. The 18 green spirit swords formed a sword formation, and the aura was as one. Each sword tip burst out a sword light of more than 10 feet long, and the surroundings of the 18 flying swords were accompanied by more than 10 inches of small sword light. Feng Ying, kill the group of fire feather swallows. Feng Yingpeng got the signal and was not afraid of the group of fire feather swallows several miles away. A green spiritual light flashed around it, and the countless feathers on its wings grew nearly twice as long. At the same time, a strong wind rose around it, pushing it to fly. In just 10 breaths, Feng Yingpeng flew nearly 2 miles and approached the group of fire feather swallows within a mile. At this distance, the group of fire feather swallows had entered their attack range. Large pieces of fire feathers were immediately shot out and bombarded Feng Yingpeng. Feng Yingpeng cried out, and nearly 100 green feather arrows suddenly appeared around him, attacking the large pieces of fire feathers. Although the number of green feather arrows was small, their power was not weak. Among the large pieces of feather arrows, at least 1 or 2% of the fire feathers were shattered. At this moment, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on Feng Yingpeng, also launched an attack. The green steel flying sword and the sword formation were quickly launched, and the two rolled up and directly shattered the remaining 700 or 800 fire feathers. After the two swords had achieved their success, they still had some strength left. Under Ling Pengyun's control, they attacked the two fire feather swallows in the early stage of foundation building in the group of fire swallows. The two fire feather swallows in the early stage of foundation building were quite powerful. When they saw the attack coming, they immediately responded. Each of them used the flames to transform into a red flame fire swallow that looked very much like their original bodies, attacking the Qinggang mother and child flying sword in the sword formation, and entangled them. Ling Pengyun frowned when he saw this. If he could tie with the two fire feather swallows in the early stage of foundation building alone, he would be satisfied, but there were more than 300 fire feather swallows in the key training stage in the distance. Those more than 300 fire feather swallows were constantly transforming into fire feathers to attack, and Feng Yingpeng alone could not resist them. Every moment, hundreds of fire feathers would bombard the magic shield light curtain supported by the mixed rock shield, stirring up waves on the light curtain. This situation is not good. With the idea of a quick victory, Ling Pengyun quickly pinched his fingers and used his strongest method, Blue Sea Sky Sword. Between Zumi, a 7-zang long brilliant blue sword light quickly formed. Go! The brilliant blue sword light turned into blue sword shadow and flew quickly towards the group of fire feather swallows. In just half a breath, the sword crossed a mile and killed into the group of fire feather swallows. However, the sword did not attack the two fire feather swallows in the early stage of foundation building, but blasted the group of fire feather swallows in the key training stage. The 7-zang long azure sea sky sword swept through the group of swallows, killing the fire feather swallows in the key training stage. When the remaining strength was exhausted, more than 170 or 80 fire feather swallows in the key training stage were killed, and the number of swallows was instantly halved. Without the attacks of half of the fire feather swallows in the key training stage, Ling Pengyun's mixed rock shield was much less stressed in defense. But the two fire feather swallows in the early stage of foundation building that were entangled by the green steel mother and child flying sword and the sword formation were furious after seeing that their group had lost nearly half of their population, and their attacks were even more fierce. Ling Pengyun, who wanted to use the blue sea sky sword to destroy the remaining 100 or so key training fire feather swallows, had to give up the idea and concentrate on controlling the green steel flying swords and the sword formation to fight with them. Thanks to Kyongbian Xiangsha, Changshan Zhaozilan, Shuiao 201807230147430046, Chixinbu Geijiang, Huai, and Li Yeming for their monthly tickets. Thanks. Thanks to Eric WCS for his 100-point reward. Chapter 242 Ling Ruda's Revenge for Broken Arm. Ling Pengyun had been fighting with the remaining group of fire feather swallows for about an incense stick. Ling Ruda, the second elder of the Ling family, who was stationed at Qingshi Lake, dozens of miles away from Fruitby Ridge, came to support him on a fairy crane in the late stage of key training. Ling Pengyun glanced at the situation, his expression slightly delighted, and hurriedly signaled loudly. 13th great-grandfather, temporarily help me block the fire feather swallow in the first stage of foundation building. I will kill the remaining more than 100 fire feather swallows in the key training stage. Ling Ruda, who had just arrived on a fairy crane in the late stage of key training, heard Ling Pengyun's call and immediately did so. He patted the storage bag on his waist, took out 12 kindling swords from it, and formed a ground evil sword formation. Because the one he was about to fight was a fire feather swallow in the first stage of foundation building, he did not hold back, and directly used a killing move, performing the wrong character sword technique, condensing a sword beam of more than 10 feet long, and killing the fire feather swallow in the first stage of foundation building on the battlefield. The fire feather swallow at the first level of foundation building was struggling with the 2 green steel flying swords that Ling Pengyun had fired. When it sensed another 10-foot-long sword beam coming at it, it was several feet away from it. Forced by the crisis, it had no choice but to hold up its body-protecting Yuan Gang and transform into a fiery red light curtain to block the 10-foot-long sword beam fired by Ling Ruda. However, this move allowed the swallow to block the attack of the green steel flying swords, and the attack of the 3-foot-long red flame swallow was stagnant. Ling Pengyun also seized this opportunity and once again formed a jade sea sky sword, flattening the last 100 or so fire feather swallows in the key training stage in the distant flock of swallows with one sword. Although this attack was a great achievement, his spiritual power was about to be exhausted. He quickly took out a medicine bottle from his storage bag, poured out a soul-returning pill and swallowed it into his stomach to restore his spiritual power. In an instant, his dantian, which was about to dry up, recovered 70% of his spiritual power. With enough spiritual power, Ling Pengyun made a series of gestures and fired 2 blue sea sky swords, bombarding the second-level foundation building fire feather swallow entangled by the sword formation. Even though this second-level foundation building fire feather swallow held up the body protection Yuan Gang in time, the 2 blue sea sky swords were powerful. Under the combined attack of the 2 swords, the body protection Yuan Gang held up by the swallow was directly shattered. Although the 2 blue sea sky swords also exhausted their remaining power, the sword formation that had previously entangled with the swallow also carried a torrent of sword light, which directly swept over the body of the swallow. In just 3 breaths, this second-level foundation building fire feather swallow was torn apart by the torrent of sword light. But during this period of time, Ling Pengyun was bombarding this second-level foundation building fire feather swallow with all his strength. The Qinggang mother and child flying sword that was fighting another first-level foundation building fire feather swallow was directly knocked away by the red flame fire swallow shot by the first-level foundation building fire feather swallow because it had no subsequent spiritual power support. Then, the 3-foot-long red flame swallow was also under the control of the first-level fire feather swallow, and it directly smashed the 10-foot-long sword light that Ling Ruda had created from the Rongzi sword art. Once the sword light was extinguished, the 12 first-grade high-quality kindling swords that transformed into this sword light also turned into a pile of scrap metal. Ling Ruda's spiritual energy surged due to the damage to his magic weapon, and his consciousness stagnated. Because he was in a dangerous situation, he relied on his strong spiritual power to suppress the surging spiritual energy. He glanced at Ling Pengyun in the distance, and saw that Ling Pengyun could not provide timely support. He showed a hint of helplessness. Then his expression quickly changed and became firm. Genjin Sword Seed. Go! Ling Ruda shouted, his sword energy soared into the sky, and a gust of wind blew around him. The old Ling Ruda's waist was extremely straight at this moment, and his eyes were shining. Then, he opened his mouth and spit out a golden small sword the length of a finger. As soon as the sword came out, he quickly forced out all the blood and essence in his body and shot it into the sword. At the same time, his sword energy and all the spiritual power in his body also quickly merged into the golden sword. The golden sword was injected with a large amount of blood, sword energy, and spiritual power, and it quickly grew. In the blink of an eye, the sword grew to 2 feet long. The sword was completed and it was out. Swish! The 2-foot-long Zhengjin sword light was extremely powerful and had the power to break the gang. The power was enough to be comparable to the full-strength attack of a cultivator at the first level of foundation building. Although the 3-foot-long red flame swallow that attacked was powerful, after all, this spell had been fighting with a Qingyang mother and child flying sword for a long time, and only about 50% or 60% of its power was left. The Zhengjin sword light fought with it for about 2 breaths, then shattered the flame swallow, drove straight in, and bombarded the protective light curtain of the first-level fire feather swallow at the foundation building level, causing a huge wave. After a breath, the sword light also ran out of power and dissipated on its own. Although the protective yuan gang of the first-level foundation building fire feather swallow was not shattered by the sword light, its flashing spiritual light was 3 points dimmer than before. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who was far away, showed a trace of worry on his face and looked at Ling Ruda at the first time. This attack far exceeded that of a key training cultivator, and there must be a price to pay. When he noticed that Ling Ruda's face was pale and his aura quickly fell. In just a blink of an eye, he had fallen from the perfect key training realm to the late key training realm, and the speed of falling realm did not decrease. His heart trembled. Ling Ruda was old and had little life left. He could live until now, all thanks to his cultivation. Once his cultivation failed completely, it meant he would have no life to live. Ling Pengyun looked at the first-level foundation building fire feather swallow that was fighting with Ling Ruda, and his heart was full of anger. He patted the storage bag on his waist, took out another huling pill from the storage bag, swallowed it into his stomach, and practiced a technique to refine it. A large amount of medicinal power quickly turned into pure spiritual power, filling his dry dantian. With his spiritual power replenished, he once again made hand gestures and struck out 2 blue sea and sky swords. In one fell swoop, he shattered the protective yuan gang of the first-level foundation building fire feather swallow, and then killed the last fire feather swallow. After the achievement, he did not care about collecting the body of the killed fire feather swallow, but quickly rode Feng Yingpen to the side of Ling Ruda, who was riding the fairy crane. 13th great-grandfather, it was my negligence that caused you to be like this. Ling Pengyun looked at Ling Ruda, who had squeezed out the last bit of blood and essence in his body, and whose cultivation had dropped back to the early stage of key training in just a few breaths, with only 1 breath left, and felt full of guilt. Silly boy, what's the harm? It's my fortune to be able to work with a foundation-building cultivator like you to kill a foundation-building fire-feathered swallow. I have no regrets. Pengyun, I have no offspring in my life. The storage bag on me contains my life's wealth. I originally planned to donate it to the family after this monster beast rebellion to help the ordinary born members of the family with spiritual roots. Now I think I can't wait until the monster beast rebellion is over. The spiritual objects in this storage bag can only be entrusted to you to transfer to the family on my behalf. The contribution points in my account, like the batch of spiritual objects, will be distributed to the ordinary born members of the family. I have a favor to ask of you, and Yunhong and others. Ling Ruda pleaded weakly. Please tell me, 13th great-grandfather. As long as the great-grandson can do it, I will complete it. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun hurriedly replied. When Ling Ruda saw Ling Pengyun's response, hatred welled up in his weak eyes. He looked at the empty left arm and spoke hurriedly. My broken arm was chopped off by Jiaqian, the current patriarch of the Tuangayan Bai family, a foundation-building family in the territory of Chen State, decades ago. Decades ago, this man was my sworn brother when I was training. However, because he and I were exploring a high-level cultivator's cave and discovered the earthly evil sword formation, he ambushed me and cut off my arm. My hope of building a foundation was also destroyed by Jiaqian. The subsequent operation method of the earthly evil sword art is also in the hands of this Bai family. In the past, the family was weak, and only Yunhong and the 11th brother knew about this. Yunhong took into account the power of the Bai family and did not attack the Bai family. Now the family has 4 foundation-building warriors, which is a bit stronger than that of the Bai family. If there is a chance, I hope you and Yunhuang and others can help me revenge, kill that. By Jiaqian, take back the earthly evil sword art, the subsequent operation method, and complete the earthly evil sword formation. After saying this, Ling Ruda exhausted the last bit of spiritual power in his body and removed the master recognition restriction between him and the fairy crane he sat on. Once his spiritual power was exhausted, he could no longer stay alive. He slowly closed his eyes, his breath dissipated into smoke, and he sat on the back of the fairy crane he sat on and passed away. The fairy crane he sat on also cried at this moment, as if to see Ling Ruda off. 13th great-grandfather, the great-grandson will do his best to avenge the great-grandfather and take back the opportunity that originally belonged to you. Ling Pengyun looked at Ling Ruda's body with a firm expression and swore secretly. Helping Ling Ruda to avenge was to make up for his debt to Ling Ruda, and also for the subsequent operation of the earthly evil sword art. He saw the power of the earthly evil sword art. If the Ling family wanted to become stronger, they would need the help of such a powerful method as the earthly evil sword formation. After being distracted for a moment, Ling Pengyun came back to his senses. He looked at the sky and saw that the sun was shining brightly. In order to prevent Ling Ruda's body from emitting a foul smell due to the temperature, he cast an ice spell to freeze Ling Ruda's body. Afterwards, he rode Feng Yingpeng to the battlefield just now and cut the useful spiritual materials from the corpses of hundreds of fire feather swallows on the ground. After doing this, he took the fairy crane carrying Ling Ruda's body and rushed to Qingshi Mountain, a subordinate force on Fruit Bee Ridge. On the way, he happened to meet Ling Ruxin, who was stationed in Qingshi Mountain and came to support. 13th brother. Ling Ruxin saw the frozen body of Ling Ruda at a glance. His heart skipped a beat and a sadness rose on his face. At the same time, a surge of anger surged in his heart, and he gritted his teeth and said, Pengyun, why did 13th brother die? Chapter 243. A large number of Shin's refugees broke into the Lings. Ling Pengyun did not hide anything and told Ling Ruxin the reason why Ling Ruda passed away. Damn the monster rebellion. I thought our family was strong now and could survive the monster rebellion peacefully, but I didn't expect that there would still be people who died in the war, and it was a person of my 13th brother's cultivation. Ling Ruxin said angrily. 13th brother, did you leave any words before you died? Yes, my 13th great-grandfather asked us to avenge him if we have the chance, kill Bai Jiaqian, the head of the Chengguo Tunyangbei family, and help him regain the method of operating the subsequent earthly evil sword technique. Ling Pengyun said. I thought that 13th brother had already let it go. But how could he let it go easily after the revenge of the broken arm hindered his path? The affairs of the Bai family, both in public and in private, do need to be dealt with, but this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. After the monster rebellion is over and Yunhong meets the family, we will discuss it together. There is no need to say more about this matter. Take 13th brother back to the clan for burial as soon as possible. I will also go back to the clan mountain with you to see 13th brother off. After seeing him off, I will stay in Qingshi Mountain. Okay. Ling Pengyun nodded in response, and then returned to the clan mountain with Ling Ruxin. After the two of them took Ling Ruda's body back to the clan mountain, they gathered more than 20 old, weak, women and children in the clan outside the ancestral temple. They informed these clan members that the second elder of the family, Ling Ruda, had died in battle. At the same time, a funeral was held for Ling Ruda, and his body was burned to ashes, put into a small clay jar, and placed under his tablet in the ancestral temple, where he was worshipped by the Ling clan members. After the matter was settled, Ling Pengyun also convened a clan council to elect a replacement for the second elder Ling Ruda who died in the battle, to take charge of the fish pond in the underground cave of Qingshi Lake and take care of the spiritual plants in Qingshi Mountain. Because now the clan is either old people whose cultivation is only 1/10 of the old and whose lifespan is about to end, or young people and women with low cultivation. In the end, everyone could only elect Ling Chengxin, the alchemy seedling cultivated by the family, who had just entered the 4th level of key training some time ago and ranked 4th in the Cheng generation, to go to the underground cave of Qingshi Lake to guard and lend Ling Ruda's fairy crane to Ling Chengxin, so that he could escape when he encountered a group of monsters that he could not defeat. Half a month later. At noon on this day, many dirty, ragged mortals with families and children came from the northern Binjiao County with panic on their faces and entered the Ling family's Xiazi town. This situation alarmed Ling Chengxin, who was stationed in the underground cave of Qingshi Lake at the northernmost border of Xiazi town. Ling Changxin quickly rushed out of Qingshi Lake and looked at the place where the noise came from. Seeing the mighty movement, which was caused by thousands of mortals, he was relieved immediately. He thought it was a group of monsters. However, doubt surged in his heart. The mortals in my Ling family's territory are all well protected. The place where I am stationed is also the border of the family. These mortals cannot be the mortals of the family. Now we are in the period of monster chaos, and the mortals belonging to various forces are also protected by these forces. How come there are so many mortals entering my Ling family's territory from Bingjiao County at this time? The north is Bingjiao County. Could it be that a family in Bingjiao County was destroyed? As a result, the mortals under its command became refugees. Thinking of this, Ling Changxin's expression was slightly happy. If those mortals were really refugees, the Ling family would have a chance to get them for free. Although the number of mortals was not small, it was better than nothing. In the eyes of a large foundation-building clan like the Ling family, they were treasures. As long as those thousands of mortals settled in the Ling family, within a few years, they would be assimilated into the Ling family. With a large number of mortals, the chances of spiritual roots being born in the mortal world would be greater. Ling Changxin himself was born in the mortal world, so he also wanted to see more mortal-born cultivators in the clan. In this way, the status of his collateral line in the clan could be increased. He was not stupid. Although the collateral and direct lines of the Ling family were not obvious at present, as the family gradually grew, changes would definitely occur between the two factions. At that time, if the collateral line he was in fell too far behind the direct line, it would not be a good thing. Ling Changxin waved his hand and patted the beast bag on his waist, summoning a fairy crane from it. He rode on the crane and quickly flew towards the large number of refugees who had entered the Ling family's territory in the distance. At the same time, the refugees were delighted to see a Taoist monk with a Taoist robe riding a huge crane flying in the sky. Although the refugees were now in rags, they were mortals under the monks' families and had seen monks before. Moreover, the white crane in the sky was several times larger than ordinary white cranes. Therefore, at the first sight of Ling Changxin riding the crane, the refugees knew that Ling Changxin was an immortal. They stopped their steps as if they had seen a savior, and cried out in pain, begging the immortal Ling Changxin riding the crane to save them. Within 10 breaths, Ling Changxin rode the crane and landed on the ground in front of the refugees. Seeing that the refugees were talking to each other, it was very noisy and he couldn't hear what they were saying at all. He frowned and cast 2 small spells, sound enhancement and deterrence, to suppress them. Silence, who is the leader among you? Let the leader come out and speak. This voice was very loud because of the 2 techniques of sound enhancement and deterrence. In the ears of the thousands of refugees, it sounded like the roar of a tiger. Fear suddenly rose on their faces and they dared not wail. Many young children even had a trace of mist in their eyes, and were on the verge of crying. For a moment, the place was suddenly silent. Among the thousands of refugees, a strong middle-aged man with neat clothes holding a child heard the words of the immortal riding a crane, and immediately handed the child in his hand to a dignified woman beside him. "Madam, hold here for a while." After the lady took the child, she looked at a majestic young immortal riding a crane at the front of the refugee team, and then looked at her husband, with a worried look on her face, and said softly in a low voice, "Husband, will the Ling family's immortal take us in?" The well-mannered woman also had some knowledge. Seeing the Taoist robe on Ling Changxin's body, she also guessed that Ling Changxin was the Ling family's Zishu. "It should be possible, don't worry." The sturdy middle-aged man was not sure whether the Ling family's immortal would take them in, but in order to prevent his wife from worrying too much, he comforted her. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the crowd and walked to the front of the refugee team, in front of Ling Changxin who was riding on the back of the immortal crane, with a respectful look, and asked with a bow, "Master, we are from Jiayin County in Bingjiao County. My name is Shen Qi. I am a member of the Shen family, a foundation-building family in Jiayin County. I am a resident of Jiayin Town and can barely be considered the leader of this group of people. More than 10 days ago, a large number of monsters broke into the territory of our Shen family and attacked the vicinity of Jiayin Town, where we live. Because of the attack of the monsters, we mortals could only enter the fairy mountain next to the town where the immortals of our Shen family are stationed to avoid the attacks of the monsters in Jiayin Mountain, but we only held out for a few days. Even with the support of other immortals in the mountain of our Shen family, we could only barely defend Jiayin Mountain. But then another wave of monsters joined in, causing Qingshi Mountain to be breached. We, the thousands of mortals, took advantage of the gap between the battle between Master Shen and the monsters to escape and survive to this day. This time, we rashly entered the Ling family's territory, which belongs to the immortal, in order to avoid the pursuit of the monsters. There is no escape in the territory of our Shen family. Monsters are rampant, and the other towns in the territory are occupied by monsters. Therefore, we want to find a shelter in your family's territory. As long as the immortal is willing to give us a safe place and let us have fields to cultivate, we will never leave in the future. From now on, we are all members of the Ling family and will change our surnames to Ling. Ling Changxin said, and he was quite satisfied in his heart. He thought that it would take some time to keep this group of refugees in the family, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. However, Shen Qi's behavior made Ling Changxin look down on him a little. Changing one's name to save one's life is a great shame for the family cultivators. Aren't you afraid that after the Shen family cultivators quell the monsters in the territory, they will come and blame you for rashly changing your surname to save your life? Ling Changxin said in a deep voice. Although I am immortal, I have heard of the Ling family. I think the immortal of the Shen family will not provoke the immortal of your family because of us. To be honest, immortal, I don't have the blood of the Shen family. Including the 1,000 people behind me, only a few of them have the blood of the Shen family, and they were not originally surnamed Shen. I and those thousands of people were bought by the Shen family from the Bailing sect to expand the number of mortals under their command. The surnames were also changed at that time. For people like us who are bought and sold, if we can save our lives with our surnames, we are very willing. The sturdy middle-aged man Shen Qi said helplessly. This situation is understandable. Ling Changxin suddenly realized, and the doubts in his heart disappeared like smoke. More than 20 years ago, when the Ling family just became a foundation-building family and occupied a large area of Anyang County, they also bought tens of thousands of mortals from the Bailing sect to expand the number of mortals in the family and lay the foundation. Now more than 20 years have passed, and most of the mortals bought have been assimilated by the mortals of the Ling family. Even those who have not been assimilated will definitely be assimilated after dozens, hundreds of years, and several generations, and will belong to the Ling family from then on. The Shen family bought Shen Qi and others with the same idea as the Ling family. However, the Shen family encountered an invasion of monsters and was defeated by the monsters, resulting in such a situation. It's okay to take you in, but my Ling family is not as kind as the Shen family. You need to sign a contract with my Ling family and promise not to leave my Ling family's territory. Once you leave, my Ling family will kill you. Ling Changxin said majestically. Immortal, this is natural. Shen Qi said respectfully. Take this map, follow the map, and go north all the way to a town called Xiazi Town in my Ling family. After entering the town, tell the monks there about your origins. The monk station there should not embarrass you. Ling Changxin took out a map from the storage bag, handed it to Shen Qi, and said a word. However, thinking that there were too many refugees in Shen Qi's group and there was no cultivator to protect them, they might encounter danger during the several days' journey to Xiazi Mountain, which was hundreds of miles away, he ordered himself to sit on the fairy crane in the late stage of Qi training to escort Shen Qi and his group to Xiazi Mountain. Now is the period of the monster chaos, and even in the Ling family, monsters often appear. As for himself, he needs to stay here and take care of the underground caves of Qingshi Lake and the spiritual plants in Qingshi Mountain, and it is difficult to get away. After all, Shen Qi and his group of mortals are not traveling very fast, and it will take at least several days to resist Xiazi Town. After handling this matter, Ling Changxin watched Shen Qi and others for a while, and then returned to the underground caves of Qingshi Lake to refine pills. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Luo Qilming invites Luo clan to kill the demon. A few days later, Shen Qi and his group of refugees arrived safely in Xiazi Town under the protection of the late Qi training fairy crane. Because they were in the period of the Monster Beast Rebellion, Xiazi Town had already gathered villagers from several villages under Xiazi Town, with a total of 20,000 to 30,000 mortals. The mortals in the town were afraid of encountering monster beasts and dared not leave Xiazi Town too far, so they could only farm and grow rice near Xiazi Town. In addition, The mortals in the town did not know when the monster beast rebellion would end and return to normal. In order to avoid the consumption of stored food, they did not dare to let Qi and his group enter Xiazi town immediately. After all, the food that these thousands of mortals need to eat every day is not a small number. However, seeing that the fairy cranes, the iconic symbol of the Ling family immortals, escorted Qi and his group along the way, the mayor of Xiazi town did not directly drive away the refugees. Instead, he went to Xiazi Mountain next to Xiazi town and asked Ling Ruxin, a cultivator stationed on the mountain. Ling Ruxin naturally agreed, and he also personally went to find Qi, the leader of the refugees. When he learned from Qi that several towns in the Shen family of Bingjiao County had been attacked by monsters, and now the Shen family monsters were rampant, he immediately left Xiazi Mountain and returned to the clan mountain to find Ling Pengyun, a foundation-building cultivator in the clan. He first told Ling Pengyun what he learned from Qi, and then explained in detail. Pengyun, the Shen family of Bingjiao County, including the other 5 foundation-building families in Bingjiao County, are newly established families, or they were originally small key training families. There were not many key training cultivators in each family, and they all sent a group of clansmen to Xiang Market. There are probably only a dozen or 20 cultivators in the family. A few months ago, these 6 foundation-building families experienced several small demonic riots and lost a group of key training cultivators and ordinary clansmen. In addition to the refugee incident this time, the Shen family is very likely to be destroyed by the group of monsters. Before the Shen family became a foundation-building family, I heard that it was a small family that had gone through 100 years, just like my Ling family. Such a family must have a deep heritage. If the Shen family's clan mountain is destroyed, the spiritual objects in it may all fall into the mouths of monsters, but the Shen family's skills and books must have been preserved. Can you go there and take a look at the situation? If it is really as I guessed, please do your best to snatch the Shen family's heritage from the mouths of monsters. Ling Pengyun was immediately interested when he heard this proposal. He had long wanted to rob a large family that had built a foundation. But he had always been afraid to do it because he was afraid of being blamed by the Bailing sect. Now that the Shen family, which was suspected to have been attacked by monsters, appeared in front of him, Ling Pengyun would naturally not give up this opportunity. After all, if the Shen family was really attacked by monsters because of their own strength, there was nothing wrong with him going to the Shen family mountain. Even if he was discovered by others in the future, he could help the surviving Shen family monks to retake the mountain in the name of exterminating monsters. As for why he did not rely on this method to track the monster group to destroy the Wen family, it was because Ling Pengyun was afraid that after the monster group destroyed the Wen family, it would devour too many Wen family monks, mortals, and spiritual objects from the spiritual veins of the Wen family, resulting in increased strength and eventually causing trouble for his own family. What's more, the Wen family is not a fool. As long as a monk from the Wen family survives, he will definitely inform the Wen family members who were transferred by the Bailing sect and are now stationed in Xiangfang City in the future. At that time, the Ling family will be in trouble. 11th great-grandfather, I will do this. I will go now to prevent this opportunity from being snatched by other clans. Ling Pengyun said. Okay, everything is for safety. Return to the clan as soon as possible to prevent the monsters from breaking into the clan territory. Ling Ruxin instructed. Understood. After Ling Pengyun finished speaking, he went to the General Affairs Hall. After informing Ling Pengyun of his departure, he rode Feng Yingpeng to leave the Ling clan mountain and flew to Jian County in Bingjiao County. Jian County is not far from Anyang County where the Ling family is located. There is only a piece of barren land that stretches for hundreds of miles without a single spiritual vein between the two. This barren land has no owner because there is no spiritual vein, and no one wants it at present. However, if in a few hundred years, the surrounding major families are strong and have many mortals under their command, and consume the current territory of each family, they may occupy that place to reproduce and grow mortals. Feng Yingpeng's cultivation reached the perfection of key training, and his flying speed increased a lot. Flying at full speed, he could travel about 12,000 miles a day. In just a few hours, he crossed 3,000 to 4,000 miles and entered the territory of the Shen family. As soon as he entered the territory of the Shen family, Ling Pengyun, who was riding Feng Yingpeng, saw many monsters, and it really felt like monsters were rampant. Because he wanted to return to the clan as soon as possible, Ling Pengyun did not spend too much time on the group of key training monsters along the way and simply ignored them. Although those key training monsters noticed Ling Pengyun riding Feng Yingpeng in the sky, they also launched spell attacks, but they were all blocked by a blue light curtain. 2 hours later, Ling Pengyun also rode Feng Yingpeng and flew to the vicinity of the Shen family mountain. As Ling Ru had expected, the Shen family mountain was indeed breached by monsters. The entire sacred mountain was occupied by nearly 1,000 demon beasts. Although there was only one foundation building demon beast among them, the cultivation level of that foundation building demon beast was as high as the middle stage of foundation building. According to Ling Pengyun's estimation, the exact cultivation level of that middle stage of foundation building demon beast was probably at the 4th or 5th level of foundation building, with the latter being more likely. Now, the Shen family mountain has been captured. I think that during the period of the demon beast chaos, only 1 in 10 Shen family cultivators who were stationed in the Shen family territory survived. Those mortals under the command of the Shen family probably died or escaped. The Shen family will be in a miserable situation now that they have no mortals in the future, and have experienced the demon chaos not long ago, as well as the spiritual veins in the territory being captured by demon beasts this time. For nearly 100 years, the Shen family will probably be in a stage of severe damage to its vitality. I don't know if the Shen family can survive this weak period. Ling Pengyun, who noticed this, frowned and muttered to himself meaningfully. Considering that the foundation building monster occupying the Shen clan mountain was at the middle stage of foundation building, he could not defeat it, so he gave up the idea of forcing his way into the Shen clan mountain to rob the Shen clan's heritage. But before a moment had passed, a communication talisman flew out from a barren mountain not far away and landed in front of Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun was a little surprised to see this. He reached out and took the communication talisman in his hand, and carefully read the small words in it. Fellow Taoist Ling, I am Luo Qilming, and I came to the barren mountain for a gathering. Seeing the content of the communication talisman, Ling Pengyun was shocked. He did not expect that Luo Qilming of the Luo clan had also received news from the Shen clan. He looked at the barren mountain where the communication talisman came from, but for a while he did not find any trace of Luo Qilming on the barren mountain. It was not until he mobilized his spiritual sense to carefully explore that he found that a first-level superior breath-retaining formation was arranged on the barren mountain. There were many figures in the formation. In addition to Luo Qilming who sent him the message, there were also several monks in Taoist robes. 5 of the cultivators were wearing Shen's robes, and another cultivator was wearing Xiao Liu's robe. Next to this Liu cultivator was a red-haired tiger demon that was several feet long. Why is the flame cloud tiger, the guardian spirit beast of the Xiao Liu clan, also here? Ling Pengyun looked at the red-haired tiger demon crawling on the ground, narrowed his eyes, and said inwardly. After being stunned for a moment, his expression brightened, and he rode on Feng Yingpeng and landed on the barren mountain. After he landed on the barren mountain, he walked to Luo Qilming, bowed to him, and said hello. Fellow Taoist Luo. Then, he bowed to the Liu old man next to the flame cloud tiger in the early stage of foundation building, and asked, May I ask if this fellow Taoist Liu is Liu Daozhang, the second elder of the Liu clan? The Xiao Liu clan is famous for beast taming. In addition to Liu Daozhao, the patriarch of the Liu clan, who has the foundation building cultivation level, he is also a second-level beast tamer. The Liu clan has many beast tamers. The second elder of the Liu clan, Liu Daozhang, is the strongest beast tamer in the Liu clan besides Liu Daozhao. He is a first-class superior beast tamer. At the same time, he is also the one who controlled the foundation building stage flame cloud tiger of the Tiger Roar Liu clan during the monster beast chaos. Yes, Senior Ling. The second elder of the Liu clan, Liu Daozhang, saw Ling Pengyun asking, his expression slightly moved, and he returned the greeting by calling him senior. Then, Ling Pengyun bowed to the 5 key training cultivators of the Shen clan and gestured. The 5 key training cultivators of the Shen clan also greeted Ling Pengyun one by one. However, the 5 Shen clan cultivators did not have much joy when they saw Ling Pengyun coming, but were a little dissatisfied. Luo Qilming, who was standing by, felt the aura emanating from Ling Pengyun, who was close at hand, and was suddenly startled. This person started building his foundation several years later than me. I didn't expect that he would enter the second level of foundation building so quickly. However, according to rumors, Although this person's cultivation aptitude is not good, his comprehension is extraordinary. If he had a little more chance, it would not be impossible for him to break through to the second level of foundation building so quickly. Thinking of this, Luo Qiuming couldn't help but think of the incident some time ago when he killed a foundation building monster and took out a cub from its belly. Although the monster cub was not born naturally, it had a very strong talent and was also a mutant monster. When this monster opened its eyes, it directly crossed the innate realm and reached the initial stage of key training. Now, this monster cub has been tamed by him and has become his spirit beast. Coming back to his senses, Luo Qiuming waved his hand to set up a soundproof band around him. A smile appeared on his face, and he asked Ling Pengyun, "I guess Brother Ling's purpose of coming here this time is the same as mine and Elder Liu's, and that is to inherit the Shen family's martial arts, right?" "That's right." Seeing Luo Qiuming's reveal, Ling Pengyun did not hide it and admitted it. "In that case, I believe that fellow Taoist Ling has also noticed that there is a powerful mid-stage foundation building monster in the Shen clan mountain. If this monster is not eliminated or repelled, you and others will never be able to enter the Shen clan mountain on our own. Just now, Elder Liu's flame cloud tiger and I have tried the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain, but unfortunately the group of monsters occupying the Shen clan mountain don't bide and will not leave the 3-mile range of the Shen clan mountain. In all likelihood, they regard the Shen clan mountain as their lair. Fellow Taoist Ling, do you want to cooperate with me and Elder Liu's early-stage foundation building flame cloud tiger to attack the Shen clan mountain? With our combined strength, we don't think there's much hope of killing the mid-stage foundation building monster occupying the Shen clan mountain, but there is some hope of repelling the mid-stage foundation building monster together. After the matter is done, the 3 families of Shen's martial arts inheritance will jointly copy a copy. By the way, we can also get a good reputation for helping the remaining few Shen cultivators in the key training stage to regain the family mountain." Luo Qiuming asked again. Ling Pengyun had already guessed that Luo Qiuming would say this, but he hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Luo Qiuming, then at Liu's flame cloud tiger, and secretly estimated. Luo Qiuming relies on his 18 high-quality second-level inferior natal formation flags. His strength is enough to be comparable to the 3rd-level foundation building monster beast, and he has also killed the 3rd-level foundation building monster beast. His strength is extraordinary. Liu's flame cloud tiger has a strong aura. It must have reached the bottleneck of the middle stage of foundation building. Its strength is estimated to be not weak. It is indeed the best choice to join forces with these 2 to kill into the Shen family mountain. After thinking a lot, he came to his senses and nodded in agreement. "I will do this." Seeing this, Luo Qiuming's face lit up and said, "Then why don't we take this opportunity to attack the Shen clan mountain directly? If we delay any further, other incidents may arise." "I will listen to you, Luo Dao Iao," Ling Pengyun said. Luo Qiuming was quite satisfied. "Thanks, it's clearly in front of me, but I can't catch it." Zixon Linen, Book Friend 202101292053444037, Book Friend 201710222224047650, WW's monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 245 Three-Party Cooperation. Afterwards, he had a discussion with Liu Daozhong, the Liu family cultivator who was controlling the flame cloud tiger, and the Shen family cultivators. Everyone agreed, except for the few Shen family key training cultivators with low strength. Ling Pengyun, Luo Daozhao, Flame Cloud Tiger, and Liu Daozhong all left the barren mountain together and headed for the Shen family mountain. The 3 people and the tiger walked about 2 miles into the Shen family mountain, and were also noticed by the group of monsters in the Shen family mountain. In just a few breaths, the python monster in the middle stage of foundation building in the Shen family mountain rushed out of the Shen family mountain with a large group of monsters and attacked Ling Pengyun and others. "Fellow Taoist Liu, in terms of defense, we mainly rely on the flame cloud tiger you are sitting on." Seeing this, Luo Qiuming frowned and called out to Liu Daozhong on the back of the flame cloud tiger beside him. Liu Daozhong heard the signal and immediately called Yan Yanhu to sit down, activating the strongest defense method to protect the body, and transformed into a huge red light curtain, protecting himself and Ling Pengyun and Luo Qiuming around. Ling Pengyun and Luo Qiuming on the side did not just watch. Luo Qiuming opened his mouth and spit out 18 cocky formation flags, which spun around and flew out quickly, spanning a mile and surrounding the attacking mid-stage foundation-building demon python. Once the python was surrounded, the 18 formation flags formed a formation. In the formation, yellow sand rolled and continuously swept onto the countless scales on the body of the mid-stage foundation-building demon python, causing a series of iron strikes. Ling Pengyun also followed, and successively shot out the Qingyang mother and child flying swords, and pinched the formula to perform the water snake technique, condensing a 3-meter-long water snake, bombarding the mid-stage foundation-building demon python trapped in the formation. At this moment, nearly 1,000 demon beasts rushed out of the Shen clan mountain and rushed into the area within a mile of Ling Pengyun and others. At this distance, their spiritual awareness could cover the area. At the signal of the mid-stage foundation-building demon python, these nearly 1,000 key training demon beasts quickly used their own magic spells and launched thousands of magic attacks, bombarding Ling Pengyun and others. The magic attacks were unstoppable and fell on the protective light curtain held up by the flame cloud tiger, causing huge waves. Even though the protective Yuan gang held up by the flame cloud tiger was a few points stronger than the light curtain held up by the second-level inferior defense magic weapon. But at the same time, it was still a bit too much to bear the attacks of nearly 1,000 key training monks. However, in an instant, the flashing spiritual light of the protective light curtain, held up by the flame cloud tiger, became dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. And this light curtain was also shaking constantly, as if the next moment, this light curtain would be blown away. Seeing this dangerous situation, the Yan'an who was holding up the light curtain narrowed his eyes slightly, roared in a low voice, and spewed out a large amount of spiritual power from his mouth, which hit the protective light curtain that was about to be shattered. With a blessing of spiritual power, the constantly shaking protective light curtain stabilized immediately, and its flickering spiritual light became more brilliant. Liu Daozhong, who was on the back of Yan'an, performed the beast control secret method, spirit transfer technique, to transfer the spiritual power in his body into Yan'an's body. Although he only had the perfect cultivation of key training, the spiritual power in his body also had some effect on Yan'an, at least filling up 1 or 2% of the spiritual power in Yan'an's body. With Liu Daozhong's help in spiritual power, Yan'an's pressure to maintain the protective Yuan gang was much less. But Liu Daozhong knew that this situation would not last long. Within half an instant of time, the spiritual power in the Yan'an's body would be exhausted. Without the spiritual power of this tiger, the light curtain that blocked the attacks of nearly 1,000 key training monster beasts from the outside world will also dissipate. At that time, although Ling Pengyun and Luo Qilming, the two foundation-building cultivators, can rely on their powerful cultivation to escape, Buddy and the flame cloud tiger, whose spiritual power is exhausted, will definitely not have a good end. Senior Ling, Senior Luo, please go all out. The flame cloud tiger will not be able to hold on for long. If the two seniors have not made any achievements after 200 breaths, I will take the flame cloud tiger away. Liu Daozhong said in a deep voice to Ling Pengyun and Luo Qilming who were around. Ling Pengyun and Luo Qilming were a little dissatisfied when they heard this, but they also knew that what Liu Daozhong said was not false, so they strengthened their means of attack. Luo Qilming shot out the 18 formation flags that trapped the mid-stage foundation-building monster python, and all of them flashed with spiritual light, and the countless yellow sands transformed by the formation increased their power by 3 points. Even though the scales of the mid-stage foundation-building demon python in the formation were covered with a layer of golden armor, making them extremely strong, at least dozens of scales were broken by countless yellow sands in a short period of time, leaving blood marks in the flesh of the snake demon. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also condensed 2 blue sea and sky swords in succession. The 2 blue sea and sky swords, 2 bright sword lights, quickly killed the mid-stage foundation-building demon python. The demon python felt the extraordinary power of the 2 blue sword lights, and the power of the yellow sand around it became much stronger. It had no choice but to hold up the body protection Yuan gang to resist the countless yellow sands and the 2 powerful blue sea and sky swords. The 2 blue sea and sky swords bombarded the body protection Yuan gang it held up, stirring up 2 huge waves. The 2 sword tips bombarded the light curtain, and some small cracks gradually appeared. After 3 breaths, when the remaining power of the 2 jade sea sky swords was exhausted, most of the cracks on the protective Yuan gang held up by the demon python were already cracked. As the countless yellow sands transformed by the formation swept over, the cracks gradually increased. Seeing this good opportunity, Ling Pengyun quickly swallowed another huling pill, pinched his fingers again, condensed a jade sea sky sword, and bombarded the protective Yuan gang of the demon python in the middle stage of foundation building, and once again increased the size of the cracks on the protective Yuan gang. Seeing Ling Pengyun's fierce attack, Luo Qingming on the side no longer hid his attack. He quickly pinched his hands and condensed a yellow seal with hammer patterns engraved on it. Once this seal was formed, it quickly turned into a yellow giant hammer that was 7 feet long. Although the yellow giant hammer was large in size, its speed was not slow at all. It quickly bombarded the cracked light curtain held up by the demon python in the middle stage of foundation building. This hammer had a force of 30,000 to 40,000 pounds. Boom! With a roar, the body protecting Yuan gang, which was already full of cracks, suddenly shattered and dissipated in smoke. The yellow giant hammer also ran out of power and dissipated. Without the resistance of this body protecting Yuan gang, the green steel mother and child flying swords that Ling Pengyun had previously shot, the 3-meter-long water snake, and the countless yellow sands that Luo Qingming had transformed using the formation, also swept over the body of the mid-stage foundation building demon python again. Wounds suddenly appeared on the body of the demon python. It screamed in pain, and a golden light flashed around its body. The golden armor on the countless scales on its body suddenly thickened. However, this layer of golden armor is not as good as the body protecting Yuan gang after all, and it will be broken in a short time. This demon python did not want to fight desperately. Not long ago, it had just taken a large number of spiritual objects. As long as it refined them, it could enter the 6th level of foundation building. At that time, it would be only one step away from the late stage of foundation building. It would have a bright future in the future, and it would not be worthwhile to die here. After thinking for a while, it made up its mind and relied on the golden armor on its body to resist the countless yellow sands in the formation. It broke through the yellow sands erosion formation set up by Luo Qingming using 18 formation flags and quickly retreated to the Shen Clan Mountain. However, the group of key training monsters did not withdraw. Instead, they were commanded by the mid-stage foundation building monster python and continued to attack Ling Pengyun and others. They planned to rely on these thousands of key training monsters to consume the spiritual power of Ling Pengyun and others, and prepare to kill Ling Pengyun and others later. After all, Ling Pengyun and others are foundation building cultivators with huge spiritual power in their bodies, which is a great tonic in the eyes of monsters. Luo Qingming and Ling Pengyun are also people who have been in the world of immortal cultivation, and they know this truth very well. The two naturally could not let the demon python succeed. They summoned Feng Yingping and a flying boat respectively, stepped on the ground, and held up a defensive spell around their bodies. They left the protective Yuan gang range of Yan'anhu and chased the demon python in the middle stage of foundation building that fled back to the Shen Clan Mountain. On the way, the nearly 1,000 key training monsters on the ground also attacked the two, but they were all blocked by the two people's defensive spells. After a few breaths, the two successfully entered the Shen Clan Mountain. Once they entered the mountain, they found the demon python in the middle stage of foundation building in the mountain and attacked it. After fighting for about 100 moves, Ling Pengyun and Luo Qingming used the killing moves again. The former used the blue sea sky sword technique, and the latter used the giant hammer containing 30,000 to 40,000 pounds of force again. Under the fierce attack of the two people who spared no effort to consume spiritual power, the demon python in the middle stage of foundation building was somewhat unable to resist. Helplessly, it had to temporarily withdraw from the Shen Clan Mountain. Ling Pengyun and Luo Qingming did not chase after him either. They both had little spiritual power left, especially since Ling Pengyun had already taken the second soul returning pill. If the two of them chased after him rashly, their lives might be in danger. The two of them left the Shen Clan Mountain because they were concerned about the foundation building stage Flame Cloud Tiger of the Huxiaoliu clan and Liu Daozong, who were still trapped in the siege of thousands of key training monster beasts. They killed the Flame Cloud Tiger and Liu Daozong at the foot of the mountain and helped them escape. With the participation of two powerful foundation building monks, the thousands of key training monster beasts were killed and injured by hundreds. In addition, the mid-stage foundation building demon python escaped, and they lost their backbone. They were in chaos and retreated in the direction of the mid-stage foundation building demon python. After all the monster beasts withdrew, the three people and the tiger also entered the Shen Clan Mountain together and reached the top of the Shen Clan Mountain. Chapter 246, The harvest of the Shen clan's trip to the mountain. The top of the Shen clan mountain is the place with the most spiritual energy in the entire Shen clan mountain. There is a ruin in the center of the mountain. There are 2 plaques in the ruins. One plaque has the words Dongfu written on it. The other plaque has the words Shen Clan Library written on it. In addition, there are several broken formation flags, as well as some classics, magic tools, blank talisman paper and other difficult-to-eat spiritual objects scattered in the ruins. The spiritual objects scattered on the ground are all first-level spiritual objects, and there are no second-level spiritual objects. After all, the Shen family has a weak foundation and has only been a foundation-building family for a short time. In the surrounding area, there is no spiritual plant on the more than 10 acres of high-level spiritual fields. That snake demon in the middle stage of foundation building is really cruel. The Shen family's cultivation cave and clan library were demolished. The spiritual objects on the ground should be the spiritual objects stored in the Shen family library. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. My 2 Taoist friends, let's copy the books scattered on the ground together. As for the first-level spiritual objects scattered on the ground, we should only take 30% of them. We will divide this 30% equally among the 3 parties, and keep the remaining 70%. If we take less, even if the Shen family guesses that it is our 3 families' specialty, they will definitely estimate our strength and dare not attack. But if we are too greedy and take all the spiritual objects here, it will definitely attract the anger of the Shen family. If they go to Bailingman and sue us for taking advantage of the fire, it will be troublesome. Luo Qilming looked at the books and spiritual objects scattered in the ruins in the center of the mountaintop with his eyes flashing, and gestured to Ling Pengyun and Liu Daozhong who was riding the Yan'an tiger. Ling Pengyun and Liu Daozhong both agreed with Luo Qilming's words. Everyone agreed and started working quickly. In just 100 breaths, the 3 of them had copied the scattered books and divided about 30% of the first-level spiritual objects scattered on the ground. After harvesting the top of the mountain, the 3 of them went to the Shen family's Gongfa Pavilion halfway up the Shen family mountain. This Gongfa Pavilion was not destroyed, and there was a first-level superior defense formation to protect it. However, this level of formation was broken before Luo Qilming, a profound formation master, could last more than 100 breaths. Ling Pengyun, Luo Qilming, and Liu Daozhong also successfully entered it and quickly used the rubbing method to copy the books on the many blank books prepared in advance. After doing this well, there was no other useful things in the Shen family mountain. The 3 of them did not stay here for long, but went down to the foot of the mountain and began to cut useful spiritual materials from the hundreds of monster corpses killed this time. While cutting the materials from the monster's corpse, the 5 Shen's Kigan cultivators who had stayed a few miles away and were protected by a first-grade superior breath-retaining formation also rushed over. The faces of the 5 Shen's cultivators were not good. Just now, the 5 of them had seen Ling Pengyun and others searching for the martial arts books and the ruins on the top of the Shen's mountain through the key reading technique. However, they saw it, and their cultivation was only Kigan, so they naturally did not dare to get angry and could only swallow their anger. Thank you 3 seniors for helping my Shen family and helping my Shen family regain the mountain. Among the 5 Shen's cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation and perfect Kigan, after suppressing his anger, thanked Ling Pengyun and others. No need to thank me, help us harvest our materials from the monsters here. After the matter is done, the flesh and blood of these hundreds of key training monsters will belong to you. I can also help you repair your Shen family's second-level inferior mountain defense array for free, but you need to provide the materials. Luo Qilming pretended not to see the angry expressions on the faces of the 5 Shen family cultivators, waved his hand, and spoke. The decision to give the flesh and blood of hundreds of key training monsters on the ground to the 5 Shen family cultivators for free was jointly discussed by Luo Qilming, Ling Pengyun, and Liu Daozhong who controlled the Yan'an tiger. It is not good to take the Shen family's inherited martial arts books for free. Giving Shen family some benefits can be regarded as some compensation for Shen family. Of course, this compensation is not proportional to the value of what they took. The expressions on the faces of the 5 Shen family cultivators heard this, and then they looked better. The second-grade inferior mountain protection formation on the Shen family mountain was broken by the group of monsters led by the previous mid-stage foundation building monster python more than 10 days ago, causing the formation flag to be damaged and difficult to open. If this formation can be repaired, The 5 Shen family monks are fully confident that they can rely on the mountain protection formation to resist the attack of the next foundation building monster and 300 or 400 key training monsters. Thank you, Senior. The Shen family monk who had completed key training bowed and thanked. Then, he took the other 4 Shen family monks and took out a sharper magic weapon to help Ling Pengyun and others cut the materials from the hundreds of monster corpses on the ground. After the monster materials were collected, Ling Pengyun and Liu Daozhong, who could control the flame cloud tiger, all left. Only Luo Qilming, the formation master, stayed in the Shen family mountain to help the Shen family repair the second-grade inferior defense formation on the mountain. After a few hours, Ling Pengyun returned to Lingxiao Mountain and went straight to the family's general affairs hall. My dear, did you gain anything from this trip to the Shen clan mountain? Ling Pengyun, who was in the general affairs hall, saw Ling Pengyun return. His face brightened, and he asked. Before Ling Pengyun left, he told Ling Pengyun that he was going to the Shen clan mountain. Therefore, Ling Pengyun was also an insider. Yes, the harvest is not small. The Shen clan mountain was indeed breached by a large group of monsters. I have copied most of the classics in the Shen clan mountain. I came to find you this time, and I plan to drag you to look through the martial arts classics obtained from this trip to the Shen clan with me, and classify them, so that we can know the value of these classics. Ling Pengyun replied with a smile. After saying that, he took out 2 bulging storage bags from his arms, and summoned hundreds of classics, more than 10 first-level magic tools, blank talisman paper, and first-level spiritual objects such as spiritual iron. Previously, when he copied these classics in the Shen clan mountain, Ling Pengyun did not have time to look through the contents. Those spiritual objects were also found from the Shen family. They were all handed over to the family. They will be exchanged for contribution points at half the market price and recorded in my account. Ling Pengyun pointed at the first-level spiritual objects he summoned and said. He now has thousands of family contribution points in his account, but there are not many good things in the family now, so he has never spent them. As for calculating the spiritual stones with the family, it would be too difficult for the family, as there are not many spiritual stones in the family now. Understood, Mina. When Ling Pengyun saw that Ling Pengyun not only brought back a lot of classics, but also some first-level spiritual objects, his face suddenly showed a smile of joy. He did not delay any more and hurriedly walked out of the counter and looked through the classics with Ling Pengyun. Although there were many classics, Ling Pengyun and his companion were both cultivators, and they could easily read 10 or even 100 lines at a glance. After all, they did not need to look through the classics in detail, but just roughly looked through the texts to distinguish the types and values of those classics. However, in just one day, the two of them classified the hundreds of classics. Among these hundreds of classics, most of them are not of much value to the Ling family. They are some travel notes or the cultivation insights of Qigong practitioners. Most of these things were picked up from the Shen family's cultivation method pavilion. The Ling family also has a lot of them, and they are not lacking at all. However, among these classics, there are also more than a dozen precious Qigong methods, as well as the first-level lower-grade inheritance of the 500 arts of Dan, Fu, Zhen, Qi, and Zhi. In addition to these, there is also a second-level talisman-making inheritance, and a soil-based foundation building method that can be cultivated to the middle stage of foundation building. Although the content of that second-level talisman-making inheritance is extremely ordinary, it is not comparable to the second-level talisman-making inheritance that Ling Yunhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, obtained more than 10 years ago when he followed the Pengyun Yang family to destroy the Yi family of Hongai Ridge in Yunshu County. However, this second-level talisman-making inheritance also records many talisman-making insights left by talisman-making masters, and even the insights left by the current Shen family's foundation-building patriarch, a second-level talisman-making master. These talisman-making insights are of great benefit to talisman-making masters. The earth-based foundation building technique that can be cultivated to the middle stage of foundation building is even more valuable to the Ling family. Among the 5 elements of foundation building techniques of the Ling family, only the earth-based technique is missing. This earth-based foundation building technique Tu Jiagong obtained from the Shen family just fills the only gap in the 5 elements of the Ling family. In the past, the Ling family only had one water-based foundation building technique, the Bihai Zhenjing. However, more than 10 years ago, relying on the share of the Zhuanshu iron ore vein, The Ling family bought a gold-based foundation building technique Zhengjin Jiandian from the Bailing sect. A few years ago, Ling Yunhong, the head of the Ling family, followed the Pengyun Yang family to destroy the Yunchu County Hongai Ridge Yi family and obtained a fire, wood, and gold-based foundation building technique exploding clouds and fiery fire technique, decadent wood supporting spring, and splitting gold treasure book. Together with the earth-based foundation building technique Tu Jiagong obtained this time, it just happens to have all 5 elements. There are a total of 6 foundation building techniques, but there are only 2 gold-based foundation building techniques. After Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun sorted out the hundreds of books obtained from the Shen family's trip, they put most of the ordinary books in the family's Gongfa pavilion halfway up the mountain. Ling Pengyun put all the more precious books such as the entire Kigan method, the second-level talisman making inheritance, and the local armor building method in the study room of the mountaintop cave. This move is also to prevent the precious Gongfa books from leaking out. Anyone who is a member of the Ling family can enter the Gongfa pavilion of the Ling family, but they need to spend contribution points. However, only senior elders can enter the study room on the top of the mountain. As for the hundreds of books that Ling Pengyun handed over to the family this time, although they are valuable, but Ling Pengyun did not want more. He packed them into 5,000 contribution points at a very cheap price and let Ling Pengyun put them in his account. Thanks, Zuiao Yishan, Shuiao 201806221233527990, Hainan Islands Snow, and Fu Ruo Nanhua's monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 247, Discussion after the Monster Rebellion. In the following 3 months, the number and frequency of monsters that broke into the Ling family's territory were much less than in the previous 6 months. The scale of these monsters was not large, and they did not cause much casualties to the Ling family, which had a foundation-building cultivator. The Qingshi Wang family, which hired Ling Pengyun, a foundation-building cultivator, relying on 3,000 kilograms of red fire iron ore, also asked Ling Pengyun for help 3 times during this period, all because a large number of key training monsters led by foundation-building monsters broke into their territory, and those Wang family cultivators were difficult to deal with. However, the foundation-building monsters in the 3 waves of monsters were only at the initial stage of foundation building. After Ling Pengyun entered the second level of foundation building, his strength increased greatly. He assisted the Qingshi Wang family very smoothly, resolved the crisis, and killed 2 monsters in the initial stage of foundation building. The other foundation-building monster was a flying bird with extremely fast speed. It was defeated by Ling Pengyun and fled. A few days later, nearly a year ago, Ling Yunhuang and others who were recruited by Bailingman to garrison in Xiangfang City, except Ling Pengxing, all returned to the family. As for Ling Pengxing, according to Ling Yunhuang, he was in seclusion in Xiangfang City and would not return in the short term. Therefore, the Ling family members were transferred by Bailingman to Xiangfang City to garrison Xiangfang City, which was not breached during the Monster Beast riot. This also made it so that the Ling family monks who went to Xiangfang City to garrison did not suffer any casualties. On the contrary, these Ling family monks have a trace of blood on their bodies because they have been killing monsters every day for nearly a year. At the same time, these clansmen also brought back good news, that is, the Monster Beast riot in Yan State ended a month ago. The reason why they returned to the clan now is that Xiangfang City is too far away from Huaishu County, so they were unable to return to the clan in the first place. The main reason for the end of the Monster Rebellion was that the front line of the Monster Rebellion in Yan State, the largest market in Yan State, Baiyun Market, and the largest gathering place of monsters, Baiyun Mountains, had undergone great changes. The change was that a small second-level blazing iron vein was discovered on the border of Baiyun Mountains. The value of this vein is at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, or even millions of spirit stones. The value of this ore is very valuable for the 5 major Jinan sects in Yan State. It was also because of this vein that the leader of the Zhuanyang sect, the strongest sect in Yan State, and the Zhuanyang Zhenren, who had reached the perfection of the Jinan, learned about the vein and quickly rushed from the Zhuanyang sect to the Baiyun market. He directly killed a Jinan mid-stage monster and crippled a Jinan late-stage monster in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the overlord of the Baiyun Mountains, a Baiyun spirit fox with a perfect Jinan, who took action in time to block Zhenren Zhuanyang. Otherwise, the number of Jinan monsters who died would definitely not be just 1. However, even so, The high-level combat power of the Banished mountain range monster beasts was severely damaged, and they suffered a hidden loss. In addition, the Banished market was guarded by the powerful Zhuanyang Zhenren, so the giant and monster beasts in the Banished mountains would naturally not forcefully attack the Banished market, but retreated to the Banished mountains. At the same time, in order to prevent the Yan monks stationed in Banished market from taking this opportunity to attack the Banished mountains, whose strength was greatly reduced, and occupy the Banished mountains in one fell swoop. The wide-eyed spirit fox king in the Banished mountains, who had reached the perfection of the Jindan, also summoned several giant and monster beasts that had been sent to support the other monster beast gathering places under his command during the Monster Beast Rebellion, as well as the foundation building and key training monster beasts to return to the Banished mountains to consolidate the strength of the Banished mountains. Under such circumstances, the giant and monster beasts in the monster beast gathering places with weaker strength under the Banished mountains also evacuated to human territory with their monster groups after the support of the Banished mountains withdrew, and returned to their own territory. The Yan Kingdom's monster beast rebellion also ended due to chain reaction. As for the other great powers in the northern wilderness, the situations were different. Several powerful great powers, like Yan, had repelled the monster beast rebellion in their country. Of course, in the territory of more great powers, they were still in the monster beast rebellion and fighting against a monster beast group. At this moment, because Ling Yunhuang and his party returned to the clan safely, the clan funded a huge flat land halfway up the mountain to set up several tables of banquets for Ling Yunhuang and his party who returned safely from the expedition, to reward Ling Yunhuang and other clan members who went to the expedition for the family. After the banquet, those clan members who went to the expedition also returned to their homes to rest. The meeting hall on the top of the mountain. The clan leader Ling Yunhuang, who had just returned from Xiangfang City, the sixth elder Ling Yunqian, and the four senior members of the clan, the supreme elder Ling Pengyun and the acting elder Ling Pengyun, who were stationed in the clan during the Monster Beast Rebellion, gathered here. Ling Yunhuang, who was sitting at the head of the long table in the meeting hall, saw that everyone had arrived and spoke in a low voice. I also learned about 13th uncle's death from other clan members. I think, Pengyun, Yunqian, you too also learned about 13th uncle's dying wish from Pengyun, which was for us to find an opportunity to kill the patriarch of the Bai family, a major foundation-building family of the Chen Kingdom, and to take back the subsequent skills of the earthly evil sword formation that the patriarch of the Bai family had robbed 13th uncle of his opportunity. 13th uncle's dying wish is not difficult to accomplish given the current strength of our Ling family. For both public and private reasons, we all need to do this. After a few years, when I enter the late stage of foundation building and Pengyun and Penglian enter the middle stage of foundation building, we will do this. In addition, 13th uncle has made many contributions to the family in the past few decades, and the earthly evil sword formation was also brought back to the family by 13th uncle. When I first entered the foundation building period, my strength was low. Without the help of this earthly evil sword formation, it would have been difficult for me to establish merit in the Battle of Balingman to open up Huaishu County several decades ago and buy this Lingxiao Mountain from Balingman. Although Uncle 13 has no descendants, I remember that he has several mortal compatriots who do not have spiritual roots. If there are any with spiritual roots among the descendants of Uncle 13's compatriots, Penglian, you should pay more attention to them, do your best to cultivate them, and treat them well. Okay. Ling Penglian, the chief steward of the clan, responded. Ling Yunhuang saw Ling Penglian's response, nodded slightly, and spoke again. Although the death of 13th uncle is a tragedy, it is also a wake-up call for our Ling family. When 13th uncle died, the position of the second elder became vacant. Among the three generations of Yun, Zio, and Peng in the clan, including the older generation of Ruzi, there is no key training perfect cultivator who can take over the position of 13th uncle and serve as the second elder of the clan. This situation is not a good thing for our Ling family. Although there are many young people of the Peng and Cheng generations in the clan with good qualifications, the qualifications of the Yun and Zio generations are relatively mediocre. Once the old generation of Ruzi who have reached the late stage of key training and have perfected their cultivation have exhausted their lifespans and passed away, there will be a huge gap in the key training period combat power of the clan. We need to pay attention to this matter. Although the family already has 4 foundation building combat forces, key training cultivators are the foundation, and our Ling family cannot ignore it. In the future, Increase 50% of the resources to the Peng and Cheng generations, who are the focus of the clan training. It is necessary to speed up the cultivation speed of these people. At the same time, the clan will focus on training Penqiu and Pengshan, 2 children with good qualifications but no talent for arts, and let them go on the road of fighting in the future. After saying this, he looked at Ling Yanqian, the 6th elder of the family and the 18th in the Yun generation. 18th brother, the 2 children will be handed over to you in the future. Let them follow you to lead the family caravan to transport resources. If you encounter evil cultivators who are intercepted and killed on the road, you should pay more attention to these 2 children to prevent their lives from being in danger. Understood, 3rd brother. Ling Yanqian agreed. The family caravan needs to carry a large number of spiritual objects when going to various markets. If it is not a large number of spiritual objects, the Ling family can also use simple storage bags to take them out. A large number of spiritual objects means that the value is extremely high. This also means that the caravans that transport spiritual objects to the family's shops in various markets are often intercepted and killed by organized evil cultivators, and the battles that occur are not much different from the danger of going deep into the Jiamang Lake to kill monsters. In addition, the monster rebellion is over now. The next monster rebellion will be 100 years later. I'm afraid there is no possibility that a large group of monsters will break into Huaishu County within the next 100 years. In addition, there are no magic cultivators in our Huaishu County and several surrounding counties and cities now. We don't need to worry about the mortals under our command multiplying in large numbers and attracting monsters and magic cultivators. Penglian, as the eldest elder of the family, notify the mortals in the 4 towns and 1 city within the family, including the Lingayan town of my Ling family in Yunshu County, that they can give birth in large numbers in the future. The matter is left to you. In addition, you are strengthening the welfare of mortals giving birth to offspring and encouraging those mortals to give birth to offspring. Those young cultivators in the early stage of key training in the clan should also take this opportunity to be pulled out for training, so that they can rely on magic to help those mortals in the territory to open up fields, so as to cope with a large number of mortals in the future and the possible food shortage. Pengyun, you are the only one in the clan who has experience in improving spiritual rice. In the near future, see if you can improve a kind of rice that has a higher yield than ordinary rice. Just like opening up fields, it is to deal with the food shortage that may occur in the future when the ordinary people under our clan multiply too much in a short period of time. Okay. Ling Penglian replied. The position of the Great Elder requires managing many miscellaneous matters. Since Ling Penglian took over the position of the Great Elder from the previous Great Elder Ling Ruxin, he has been mentally prepared. Okay. Ling Pengyun also nodded lightly and agreed. He has improved spiritual rice before, so he naturally has some confidence in improving ordinary rice. Ling Yanhuang was quite satisfied when he saw that Ling Penglian and the others agreed. However, when he felt that the aura emitted by Ling Penglian was nearly twice as strong as before the monster beast chaos, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Penglian, I remember that before the monster rebellion, your cultivation level was only the 7th or 8th level of key training. How come you have reached the 9th level of key training now, and your aura is strong? It seems that you will reach perfection in key training in a short time. And, Youngxi, where have you been? Hearing this, Ling Penglian raised a smile on his face and told in detail. My cultivation progress is so fast, thanks to the discovery of a Yaohun spiritual pond that can produce Yaohun spirit water by my brother some time ago. There are many Yaohun spirit waters between 50 and 100 years old in that spirit pond, so my brother put 20 mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water in the family. I bought 5 mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water, and with these 5 mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water, my cultivation has improved so fast. Now I still have 1 mouthful of Yaohun spirit water in my hand, and I estimate that I can enter the perfection of key training in a few days. As for the 15th aunt, she took the original clan protection formation of the clan mountain and went to guard the blue Yaohun spirit pond. That Yaohun spirit pond is not on the family territory, but in the territory of the Huxiaoliu family. Ling Penglian did not tell Ling Pengyun that the 5 mouthfuls of Yaohun spirit water he exchanged were originally sold to him directly at a low level, so as not to cause trouble to Ling Pengyun. After listening to what Ling Penglian said, Ling Yanhuang looked very happy. He knew the value of a spiritual pond that could breed spiritual water from heaven and earth. He took out 2 medicine bottles from his storage bag and handed them to Ling Pengyun, who was sitting in the main seat with him. saying with a smile, "The Yaohan spiritual pond that can produce Yaohan spiritual water is truly priceless. Pengyun, you have made a great contribution this time. This contribution is enormous. After a while, when the family's finances are better, I will find you a main material for refining your own life magic weapon. As for these 2 bottles, they are filled with century-old evergreen spiritual water, a total of 2 gulps, which were originally prepared for you to break through to the 2nd level of foundation building. However, even if you rely on the Yaohan spiritual water in the spiritual pond you discovered this time to break through to the 2nd level of foundation building, these 2 bottles of evergreen spiritual water were originally prepared for you. Take them." Ling Pengyun was overjoyed when he heard Ling Yanhong's promise to find him a spiritual material for refining his own life magic weapon in the future. Like his own life magic weapons and life spells are originally of the same origin as the cultivator's skills. Moreover, the life magic weapon is at least 30% to 40% stronger than the same grade magic weapon. The better life magic weapon is even 1 grade higher. Possessing a life magic weapon greatly improves the combat power of the cultivator. In addition, the main materials for refining the 3 life magic weapons recorded in the Bihai Zhenjing that Ling Pengyun practiced are also extremely rare. It is difficult for Ling Pengyun to find them alone. But Ling Yanhong is different. He has been in the foundation building for decades, so he naturally has a wide network of contacts. He knows many people and has many ways. After a half-breath of joy, Ling Pengyun took the 2 bottles of Changqing spirit water handed by Ling Yanhong and thanked him. "Thank you, third ancestor, for giving me this water." Ling Yanhong waved his hand, thought about it carefully, and said, "It's okay. It was promised to you. You have worked hard guarding the family for more than a year. Let's talk about the Lington. Since you told the family about the Lington, we have agreed in advance on the division of the cold spiritual water produced by the Lington in the future. The family will send people to take charge and take 70% of the profits. If you find merit, you will take less, only 30%. Because the cold spiritual water produced by the Lington is not produced overnight, this benefit can be passed on to your future descendants. I wonder if you are satisfied with this division of benefits." "Of course I am satisfied." Ling Pengyun nodded. Since he told the rest of the clan about the cold spiritual pond, he has been prepared to share the cold spiritual water produced by the cold spiritual pond with the family. He is satisfied with 30% of the cold spiritual water produced by the Lington in the future. After all, he just found that he can get it for free without doing anything in the future, and the family will cover it if something goes wrong. It's just that this spiritual pond is located in the territory of the Tiger Roar Liu clan, which is a troublesome matter after all. Now the patriarch of the Tiger Roar Liu clan, Liu Dao Zhao, has entered the middle stage of foundation building. Some time ago, when he was in the Ziyang market, he also bought a 100-year-old evergreen spiritual fruit from the Bailing Gate that can help foundation building cultivators and monsters break through their cultivation. This fruit is probably prepared for the Liu clan's guardian spiritual beast, the Flame Cloud Tiger. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Liu clan's Flame Cloud Tiger will also enter the middle stage of foundation building. By then, the Tiger Roar Liu clan will have 2 middle stage foundation building warriors. Even if my Ling clan now has 4 foundation building warriors, we dare not confront them head-on. In the future, it's better for us to go to the spiritual pond less often, so as not to be discovered and cause the spiritual pond to be taken back by the Tiger Roar Liu clan and become the Liu clan's wedding dress. Ling Yanhong suggested with a frown. Everyone understood this and agreed one after another. Thank you all for voting for the monthly ticket. Chapter 248, Entrusted with Alchemy. After the division of the benefits of the Yaohan Lington in the territory of the Tiger Roaring Liu family was agreed upon, Ling Yanhong looked at Ling Pengyun. His frown slightly fell, and he said with a smile, "Pengyun, when you enter the state of perfect key training and are confident of building a foundation, you can come to me to get the family's share of Xiao Bei Lingshu and Hume Dan to assist you in building a foundation." "Thank you, third ancestor." Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly became hot when he heard this, and he hurriedly thanked him. Ling Yanhong waved his hand, thought about it, and then said, "After Peng Liang, the family's foundation building spiritual objects also need to be reformed. According to the current situation of the family, the number of family members will definitely increase, and the probability of qualified family members appearing will also be greater. If these family members still rely on the family's spiritual stones to purchase foundation building spiritual objects, the family's finances may collapse. If the family members build a foundation, it's fine, but if the foundation fails, the family will suffer a great loss. Therefore, I propose that if the family obtains foundation building spiritual objects in the future, only those who have achieved perfection in key training before the age of 55 are eligible to exchange them. The price of exchanging foundation building spiritual objects is 3,500 contribution points for foundation building spiritual objects, such as the vein protection pill, 5,000 contribution points for foundation building spiritual objects such as the 100 spirit water, and 20,000 contribution points for the foundation building pill. Such prices are only 70% of the market price, which is already worthy of the family members. Of course, even if only 70% of the spiritual objects for foundation building are available, they are still expensive. Few cultivators in the clan can afford them. Therefore, clan members can also buy spiritual objects for foundation building on credit. If the foundation building can be achieved, spiritual stones can be used after the foundation building. And if the foundation building fails and the life is not saved, it will be considered a bad debt and will be borne by the clan. Do you agree with this proposal? Ling Pengyun and others did not have much objection and agreed one after another. Such proposals are already a preferential treatment for clan members. This matter is settled, Ling Yunhong continued. I have finished what I want to say. Pengyun, tell me in detail whether there are any major events in the family or other families in Huaishu County during the Monster Beast Rebellion. When Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun heard the question, they told all the major and minor events that happened during the Monster Beast Rebellion. These included the discovery of a miniature red fire iron vein by the Qingshi Wang family, the request for help from the Bingjiao County Sun family, the destruction of the Bingjiao County Shen family, the small demon riot in Huaishu County, the killing of the foundation building demon cultivators, and so on. After listening to this, Ling Yunhong couldn't help but sweat for Ling Pengyun. At the same time, he admired Ling Pengyun's attitude in handling these things. Pengyun, you did a good job during the monster riot. Ling Yunhong praised. Third ancestor, you are too kind. Ling Pengyun smiled. Pengyun, I have something to tell you. Ling Yunhong said. Third ancestor, are you going to tell me that in the next 5 years, I can get 3,000 kilograms of red fire iron ore from the red fire iron vein of the Qingshi Wang family? Ling Pengyun guessed a little of Ling Yunhong's thoughts and said, that's right. The Zhuanshu iron vein in the clan was mined out by the family more than 10 years ago. Apart from the 1,000 kilograms of Zhuanshu iron left as auxiliary materials for refining your life magic weapon, there is not much left. Therefore, I want to buy a batch of red fire iron ore from you to refine magic weapons and sell them. Is it possible? Ling Yunhong said. Of course I can. I don't know how to refine magic weapons with red fire iron. These ores are not of much value in my hands. The third ancestor's family can record the contribution points in my account at 50% of the price of these ores. However, the Qingshi Wang family requires that the magic weapons refined with red fire iron cannot be sold in the major bazaars in Huaishu County. Ling Pengyun said very happily. Ling Pengyun had thought about handing over the batch of red fire iron ore to the family early. He did not know how to refine fire magic weapons, and he had never touched red fire iron. If he relied on red fire iron to refine magic weapons, he would have to start from scratch. Under such circumstances, he would earn more by selling the ore directly than by refining the magic weapon with the 3,000 kilograms of red fire iron ore. In addition, this matter can also be regarded as a favor. After all, Ling Yunhong also agreed to find a main material for refining his own magic weapon. In addition, the family also left him 1,000 kilograms of Zhuanshu iron ore as an auxiliary material when refining his own magic weapon. Ling Pengyun is only good at refining the 3 kinds of magic weapons, Taoist robes, inner armor, and Kingling sword. The success rate of refining the 2 kinds of magic weapons, Zhuanshu sword and Zhuanshu shield, can barely reach about 30%. Seeing Ling Pengyun agree so readily, Ling Yunhong's smile suddenly increased a little, and he was more satisfied with Ling Pengyun. At this time, Ling Pengyun took out 6 soul-locking jade boxes for inner elixirs from the storage bag. Third ancestor, these are the inner pills of 6 foundation-building monsters that I killed during the Monster Beast Rebellion. I plan to entrust you with these 6 inner pills of the foundation-building monsters to help me refine them into the soul-gathering pill. Is that okay? Ling Yanhong was slightly surprised when he heard that Ling Pengyun had killed 6 foundation-building monsters. However, because he knew Ling Pengyun's cultivation level, and the cultivation method he and Ling Pengyun practiced was the Jade Sea Sutra, he also knew the strength of the Jade Sea Sutra, so he was relieved. He was very happy because Ling Pengyun generously sold the ore just now, and he was also very generous. Of course, the matter of refining the pill is feasible. The Fuiao family will provide it, and all the soul-gathering pills refined will belong to you. Thank you very much, third ancestor. Ling Pengyun heard the words, his face was happy and he bowed his hands to thank him. No need to be polite. By the way, Pengyun, you killed 6 foundation-building monsters. Do you still have the materials from these monsters? Ling Yanhong waved his hand, his expression slightly changed, and asked. I still have them in my hands. Does the third ancestor need anything? Ling Pengyun asked in confusion. Pengyun's cultivation progress was so fast because of you finding the Yaohan spiritual water. I didn't expect it, so I didn't prepare a second-level magic weapon for him in advance. If he can successfully enter the foundation building stage later, it would be a good thing, but the family doesn't have any extra second-level magic weapons. In addition, the family's finances are tight, and the second-level magic weapons from the outside world are expensive and can't afford them. Therefore, I plan to ask you for some monster materials, plus a piece of second-level spiritual iron that I found a few years ago, and try to refine a second-level magic weapon myself. Although I don't focus on cultivating weapons, I am also proficient in refining weapons. In addition, I have made some small progress in the foundation building True Fire recently. I am also confident in refining a second-level magic weapon. Ling Yanhong explained the reason. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, felt warm in his heart when he heard this. He hasn't entered the foundation building stage yet, but the family is considering preparing a second-level magic weapon for him. This is very heartwarming. As for Ling Pengyun, he didn't think much about it. He remembered that the family gave him the mixed rock shield for free. He was also very willing to put all the monster materials obtained from killing the 6 monsters in the early stage of foundation building on the ground during this monster rebellion. Third ancestor, if you like anything, just pick it. Ling Yanhong nodded with satisfaction, glanced at the large amount of monster materials on the ground, and finally took a spine of a monster python in the early stage of foundation building, as well as several strong teeth of the monster python. Pengyun, just take these 2 items. Do you plan to keep these foundation building monster materials? Although the monster rebellion has just ended, there are many monster materials on the market, but the price of the materials on the foundation building monsters has not dropped much. If you plan to sell them, 3 months later, Ziyang Market will hold a grand auction held once every 100 years, with countless spiritual objects. In addition, because of the monster rebellion, all the cultivators in the Balingman territory have gathered here, so it is easier to sell those monster materials. If you plan to go there, you can go with me. I just plan to take this opportunity to sell a batch of elixirs left in the clan treasury at the auction to fill the gap in the family's spiritual stones. Ling Yanhong said. Third ancestor, 3 months later, I will go to the Ziyang auction with you. Ling Pengyun was quite interested and nodded in response. Okay. Ling Yanhong nodded in response. Afterwards, Ling Yanhong, Ling Pengyun, and Ling Yunqian, the 4 family leaders, chatted for a while before ending the meeting. Thanks to book friend 202301241736272208, book friend 202108211316077788, Blake Onus, Luke 2001, Wang Jen, and the monthly ticket of Don't Understand Books. Thank you all very much. Chapter 249, Changes in the Spiritual Beast Garden. A month later, on this night, at the back of Lingxiao Mountain, the Spirit Beast Garden. This Spirit Beast Garden is the grassland where the Ling family used to raise the mountain cattle. However, during the monster rebellion, Ling Pengyun captured many docile monsters and put them here to be tamed by Ling Yunhan, which led to a large number of monsters in the grassland in the back of the mountain. The grassland in the past was small and it was difficult to raise such a large number of monsters. Ling Yunhan and Ling Pengyun expanded the grassland in the back of the mountain and named it Spirit Beast Garden. At this time, in a low wooden house covering an area of nearly half an acre in the Spirit Beast Garden, there were 19 swift wolves. 15 of the 19 swift wolves were the first batch of swift wolves that Ling Pengyun caught, and the other 4 were female wolves that were caught later. Now, 18 of the swift wolves gathered in a circle, all looking at a swift female wolf crawling on the ground with a huge belly and floating on her belly with a worried look. The female swift wolf crawling on the ground had a painful look on her face and kept wailing. The Wolf King, who had the highest cultivation level among the wolves and had reached the peak of the 3rd level of key training, saw that the pregnant female wolf on the ground was in a bad condition, and immediately ran out of the low wooden house. Finally, it stopped under a huge tree with a wooden house built in the center of the spirit beast garden, and kept hitting the tree with its body, with a movement caused by its hitting the giant tree. After a while, the door of the wooden house built on the giant tree was opened. A white-haired old woman walked out of the wooden house and landed next to the male wolf under the tree. This white-haired old woman was Ling Yunhan, the only beast master of the Ling family, and this spirit beast garden was also managed by Ling Yunhan. "What do you want to see me for?" Ling Yunhan asked the male wolf impatiently with a little sleepiness on his face. There was a master recognition restriction between the male wolf and Ling Yunhan, and both sides could understand what they meant by the words between them. After hearing the question, the male wolf opened his mouth anxiously and howled twice. Ling Yunhan frowned when he heard the words, and quickly followed the Wolf King beside him into the den of the swift wolf pack in the spirit beast garden, the low wooden house. When Ling Yunhan arrived, the dozen swift wolves gathered around the painfully howling female wolf scattered and made a path for Ling Yunhan. Ling Yunhan also followed his path and walked to the big-bellied female wolf crawling on the ground and howling in pain. When she saw the big belly of the female wolf constantly rising and falling, her expression was slightly happy. Looking at this fetal movement, this female wolf should be giving birth. This female wolf was pregnant when she was captured alive by Ling Pengyun half a year ago, but it was not obvious at the time. After being captured here for nearly half a month, the signs of pregnancy became more obvious. Afterwards, this female wolf nurtured the wolf cubs for more than half a year, and now it is about to give birth. Although this female swift wolf was strong, childbirth consumed a lot of blood and energy. Even if it was a demon beast, it would be life-threatening. Ling Yunhan did not dare to be careless. In her eyes, this female swift wolf was a treasure and one of the keys to expanding the wolf pack. If this female wolf died like this, it would be a pity. She quickly pinched her fingers and performed the art of keeping the fetus, which was quite rare in the beast control. This secret art could soothe the young beasts in the fetus of the demon beast, so that the mother beast could give birth to the offspring in the fetus more easily during the birth process. At the same time, this art of keeping the fetus was also extremely rare and was not recorded in the general beast control inheritance. Ling Yunhan knew this art because she bought it from a down-and-out casual cultivator in Yanshifeng market in her early years. It was because of this secret art that Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhan had the idea of developing a demon beast group. With the help of the art of keeping the fetus, the fetal movement under the belly of the female swift wolf was better. The pain on the face of the female wolf was also reduced. It cast a grateful look at Ling Yunhan, and it also recognized Ling Yunhan more in its heart. This wolf had long been tamed by Ling Yunhan using the secret method of taming beasts. Ling Yunhan, who was standing aside, did not care about the look of the swift wolf. After performing a fetal protection technique, she quickly pinched her fingers and performed a beast taming technique to transfer the spiritual power in her body to the female wolf's body as the source of spiritual power for the wolf to give birth. With the help of Ling Yunhan, the beast tamer, after several hours, after a difficult delivery, the female wolf finally gave birth to a wolf cub without any danger. Seeing this, the group of swift wolves watching around all showed joy, and howled a few times to express their joy. Ling Yunhan, who delivered the female wolf, was naturally happy. After she gave the female wolf, who had just given birth and was a little weak due to excessive consumption of blood and qi, a blood essence pill made from the blood of a demon beast, she immediately walked forward, picked up the newborn wolf cub and carefully examined its gender. When she saw that the wolf cub was male, she showed a bit of disappointment. If the group of 19 swift-winged wolves in the spiritual beast garden wanted to expand, they could only grow stronger by increasing the number of female wolves. If there were fewer female wolves, the possibility of the wolf pack growing would be reduced. No matter how many male wolves there were, they would not be of much use in the early stages of the development of the wolf pack. With a helpless sigh, Ling Yunhan's spiritual sense swept over the wolf cub in her hand to explore the wolf's cultivation. When she realized that the innate additional cultivation of this little male wolf cub barely reached the first level of the innate realm, she was also quite satisfied. This wolf cub's aptitude is just passable. As long as the resources are not bad in the future, it should be no problem for him to break through to the middle stage of key training. It is completely enough to serve as the spiritual beast of the tribe. You can ask the tribe if anyone wants this wolf. Thinking of this, Ling Yunhan put the wolf cub, whose eyes had not yet opened, back to the weak mother wolf crawling on the ground. Then, she quickly left the spiritual beast garden and followed a path from the back mountain to the Lingxiao Mountain General Affairs Hall. Second Ent, are you here this time to collect the monster meat that the 15 swift wind wolves in the back mountain need to eat this month? Ling Pengyun, who manages the General Affairs Hall, asked with a little curiosity when he saw Ling Yunhan coming. The spiritual beast garden in the back mountain is also one of the family's businesses. Ling Pengyun captures monsters alive in the garden, and Ling Yunhan manages it. The family is responsible for the supply of resources for the monsters in the spiritual beast garden. Taking the monster meat is only one of the reasons. There is a female wolf in the spirit beast garden that gave birth to a male wolf cub. The male wolf cub's innate cultivation has reached the first level of innate, and his aptitude is pretty good. Go and ask if there are any tribesmen in the tribe who want to tame the male wolf cub. If there are tribesmen who want to tame the male wolf cub, let them come to the spirit beast garden as soon as possible to set up a master recognition restriction for the male wolf cub. Otherwise, if the male wolf cub grows up a little and becomes wild, it will not be tamed by just a master recognition restriction. Maybe, even if the male wolf cub is tamed, there is a probability that it will rebel in the future. Ling Yunhan said. The bigger the monster, the more resistant it is to the cultivator. Staying with a monster from the time it is young is conducive to cultivating the relationship between the spirit beast and the cultivator. Ling Pengyun's face lit up slightly when he heard this. I didn't expect that the family's group of swift wind wolves would reproduce so quickly. Second Ent, according to the rules we set between us, you can get 50 contribution points for raising a cub with innate cultivation for the family. I will record this contribution point in your account. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. The family adheres to the rule that one can get corresponding rewards for doing something. When the spirit beast garden in the back mountain was established, it was agreed with Ling Yunhan that every time a monster cub was raised, a reward would be given. At the beginning, when Ling Pengyun caught a monster and put it in the spirit beast garden, he was also rewarded with a contribution point. As for the clan members who want to tame the spirit beast cubs born in the spirit beast garden, they also need to spend contribution points to exchange, but the price of these monster cubs is only 70% of the market price, which is the same as the contribution points rewarded by the family to Ling Yunhan for raising a monster cub. Ling Yunhan doesn't care about the reward. She is old and there is no possibility of further progress in her path. Her children also have no spiritual roots. She cultivated spirit beasts for the family, just thinking about contributing some strength to the family in the last few years of her life. Okay, give me the monster meat that the group of wind wolves in the spirit beast garden need to eat this month, so that I don't have to go there again later. Also, you have to find my successor as soon as possible. I don't have much time left. If it's too late, there will be no beast masters to manage the several kinds of monsters in the spirit beast garden in the back mountain. At that time, it will be difficult for us to expand the number of monsters in the spirit beast garden. Ling Yunhan frowned and said. Second Ent, I understand, but the qualification of beast control is too talent intensive. There is no suitable person in the family at present. We can only see if the younger generations who have been tested for spiritual roots in the future have this talent. Ling Pengyun handed Ling Yunhan a storage bag that he had prepared long ago, and said helplessly. Ling Yunhan also understood the difficulty, waved his hand, and left the place without a word. Chapter 250 Qingshi Mountain. A few days later, in a quiet room in a courtyard halfway up the Lingxiao Mountain, Ling Pengyun was sitting cross-legged here, refining the gathering spirit pale in his stomach and practicing. Since Ling Yunhan returned to the clan a month ago, he took the initiative to give the cave on the top of the mountain with a second-level lower-grade gathering spirit array to Ling Yunhan, and returned to his own courtyard halfway up the mountain to practice. After all, the cave on the top of the mountain originally belonged to Ling Yunhan. After Ling Pengyun had refined the power of the gathering spirit pale in his stomach, he opened his eyes, took out 2 rice seeds from his storage bag, and used the art of controlling objects to hide them in front of him and float in the air. One of the 2 rice seeds was the Qingshi spirit rice seed that Ling Pengyun had improved in his early years. The other seed was an ordinary rice seed. As soon as the 2 seeds were taken out, Ling Pengyun used the secret method of spiritual planting to condense 2 seals containing pure wood spiritual power, and respectively injected them into the bodies of the 2 seeds. Afterwards, he used the spiritual power seal that was injected into the body of the Qingshi spiritual rice seed to extract a trace of Yimu essence from it and sent it into the ordinary rice seed to refine the ordinary rice seed. But within half a breath, the ordinary rice seed could not withstand the refinement of the Yimu essence of the Qingshi spiritual rice. The seed began to swell and tiny cracks appeared on the surface. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun frowned and quickly summoned the thorny vines of his life spirit plant that lived in his dantian, allowing the vines to pass a mouthful of gentle Yimu essence into the body of the ordinary rice seed, acting as a mediator between the Yimu essence of the Qingshi spiritual rice and the refinement of the ordinary rice seed. With the help of the thorny vines, the condition of the ordinary rice seed gradually improved. This ordinary rice seed also gradually changed under the refinement of the Yimu essence of the Qingshi spiritual rice seed. After about 100 breaths, the seed of the ordinary spiritual rice had successfully completed the tempering of the Yimu essence of the Qingshi spiritual rice seed, and changed from its original light yellow to light green, which was not much different from the color of the Qingshi spiritual rice seed. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was delighted. He waved his hand and took the successfully improved ordinary rice seed in his hand, looked at it carefully, and planned to say, "I have improved the ordinary rice seeds as many as 100 times in a month, and finally succeeded once. Although this ordinary rice seed has only been tempered by the Yimu essence of the Yunling rice seed, there is no spiritual energy in the body, and it is of no benefit to cultivators. But the vitality of this ordinary rice is nearly twice as strong as that of ordinary rice due to the effect of the tempering of the Yimu essence of the Yunling rice. This is a good thing. Even if the yield of this rice has not increased, the strong vitality also means that this ordinary rice can grow in a worse environment. Now we just have to wait for the method to stably improve this ordinary spiritual rice seed to be created, and then plant 1 acre of this rice on a large-scale experiment to observe the yield of this rice. This ordinary rice seed is green. Now it is autumn, just like when the Yunling rice was created. This ordinary rice will be named Qingshi ordinary rice." His thoughts came back, and he didn't delay too much. He recalled in his mind the special feeling he had when he improved this Qingshi ordinary rice. With this feeling and the experience of improving spiritual rice, Ling Pengyun created a method to improve the Qingshi ordinary rice stably in just half a day. Once the method was completed, he relied on it to use a large number of Qingshi spiritual rice seeds and ordinary rice seeds to improve the amount that could be planted in 1 acre of wasteland. Afterwards, he opened up an acre of wasteland in his own courtyard and planted the acre of Qingshi ordinary rice directly in it. He also watered the acre of Qingshi ordinary rice with a wave of spiritual rain to nourish the acre of Qingshi ordinary rice seeds buried deep in the soil to germinate quickly. After doing this, he stopped his busy work and returned to the quiet room to continue taking the Juling pill to practice. Although he still had 23 mouthfuls of Yaohun spiritual water and 2 mouthfuls of 100-year-old Changqing spiritual water given by Ling Yanhong a month ago, Ling Pengyun was reluctant to use them. He wanted to save them for when he reached a bottleneck. He usually practiced by taking the second-class lower-grade Juling pill. After all, the bottleneck is the real difficulty in breaking through the realm, and the long-term accumulation of spiritual energy is the difficulty in the middle of cultivation. It is easy to accumulate spiritual energy, but it is extremely difficult to break through the bottleneck. Moreover, although there are many spiritual waters, the 23 mouthfuls of Yaohun spiritual water that occupy the majority are not 100 years old after all. The total amount of spiritual energy contained in them is equivalent to the spiritual energy contained in 6 or 7 mouthfuls of 100-year-old Changqing spiritual water. Adding it to the 2 mouthfuls of 100-year-old Changqing spiritual water, it is only equivalent to 8 or 9 mouthfuls of 100-year-old Changqing spiritual water. This amount of 100-year-old Changqing spiritual water is difficult to support Ling Pengyun to accumulate enough spiritual energy in a short period of time and break through to the 3rd level of foundation building. Another month. In Xiangfang City, in the backyard of Ling's Alchemy Hall, in a quiet room, Ling Pengyun, who has been practicing here since the end of the monster rebellion 3 months ago, opened his eyes, and a helpless look appeared on his face. The pure spiritual power contained in 3 mouthfuls of 100-year-old evergreen spirit water is still too little. I estimate that at least 3 more mouthfuls of evergreen spirit water will be needed to reach the peak of the 2nd level of foundation building and touch the bottleneck of the 3rd level of foundation building. If you want to break through the 3rd level of foundation building, you need 3 or 4 more mouthfuls of 100-year-old evergreen spirit water. However, now that the monster rebellion has ended for 2 or 3 months, Xianyang Mansion has also ended the opportunity for non-Bilingman disciples like me to exchange for Bilingman contribution points by handing in monster corpses. It is difficult for me to rely on contribution points to exchange for 100-year-old evergreen spirit water. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun suddenly remembered that before he went into seclusion, he had heard from other fellows that a month later, at the grand auction held once a century in the Bilingman territory, there might be 100-year-old evergreen spirit water. Although it was a good thing that 100-year-old evergreen spirit water would appear at the Xianyang Grand Auction a month later, Ling Pengyun did not have many spirit stones on him. Moreover, he had participated in several auctions in other markets and knew that once spiritual objects were put up for auction, their prices would be several cents higher than usual. With the spirit stones I have now, I'm afraid I can't even afford a bottle of 100-year-old evergreen spirit water. During the monster rebellion, Third Ancestor and I worked together to kill foundation building monsters. I sold my share of spirit gathering pills, which were made from the inner core of those foundation building monsters, to Bilingman and exchanged them for contribution points to buy that 2nd rank inferior defensive magic weapon and 5 bottles of 100-year-old evergreen spirit water. The family finances are not good either. It is estimated that it will be difficult to come up with a sum of spirit stones to help me buy a batch of 100-year-old evergreen spirit water and break through to the 3rd level of foundation building. Under these circumstances, if I want to take advantage of the big auction in Xianyang Market in a month to buy 100-year-old evergreen spirit water, I can only go deep into the territory of Jiayamang Lake to kill foundation building monsters and earn spirit stones. If I miss this opportunity, my chances of obtaining 100-year-old evergreen spirit water in the future will be slim. After all, 100-year-old evergreen spirit water is comparable to the spiritual water of heaven and earth of the same year. It has powerful effects. Even within Bilingman, it is in great demand and rarely flows out. If it weren't for the monster rebellion, Bilingman would not have released the 100-year-old evergreen spirit water to encourage the monks stationed in Xianyangfang City. As for the reason why the evergreen spirit water was released at this auction, it was simple to attract popularity. Ling Pengyun was thinking about it, and when he came to his senses, he immediately made up his mind. He didn't want to return to the clan mountain and slowly practice relying on the spiritual energy of the clan mountain and the 6 soul-gathering pills distributed by the family every year. The speed of practice in this way is really too slow. Ling Pengyun stood up and left the quiet room, and found Ling Yunfu, the 4th elder of the Ling family who managed Lingxiao Alchemy Hall, and told him about his plan to go deep into the Jiayamang Lake to kill the foundation building monster and take the spirit stone. After hearing this, Ling Yunfu immediately refused and persuaded him carefully. Pengyun, the monster rebellion just ended not long ago. According to many independent cultivators in Xianyang City, there are still a large number of foundation building monsters and huge monster groups left in the outer area of Jiayamang Lake. At this time, it's extremely dangerous to go deep into the area of Jiayamang Lake. Maybe when you are hunting a foundation building monster, you will attract another foundation building monster, or you will be besieged by a group of monsters. Such a situation is extremely dangerous. You should wait for some time and then enter Jiayamang Lake to kill the foundation building monster. Ling Pengyun said firmly with a serious expression when he heard this. 10th Ancestor, I understand this, but I urgently need a large number of spiritual stones to prepare for the Xianyang Market auction in a month to buy 2nd level spiritual objects for cultivation, which is already a plan for my future path. I also know the situation of the clan. I can't make it difficult for the clan to lend me spiritual stones. But if I miss the once-a-century auction held by Bilingman, I want to enter the 3rd level of foundation building. It will take at least 5 years. 5 years is not much, but I am only at the 2nd level of foundation building now. It takes so much time to build the 2nd level of foundation building, not to mention the middle and late stages of foundation building. If I follow the instructions and practice steadily, I am afraid that I will never be able to enter the perfection of foundation building in this life. Ling Yunfu saw Ling Pengyun's firm attitude and had to say helplessly. Okay, I won't say much about your dip into the Jiamang Lake to kill the foundation building monster. Do you have auxiliary pills such as the second level inferior Huling pill and Huchen pill? Ling Penxing's heart warmed and he said. Before the monster rebellion began, the third ancestor gave me a lot of these auxiliary pills, and now I still have a lot of storage pills. That's good, everything is for safety, be careful. Ling Yanfu showed a worried look on his face and advised. Okay. Ling Penxing replied, and did not stay for too long. He turned and left the Ling family alchemy hall, followed the main road out of Ziyang Market, and blessed a second-level spell of wind control on his body, turning into a breeze and rushing north quickly. There is a buffer between Ziyang Market and Jiamang territory. This buffer stretches for nearly 100 miles. It is all barren land, without spiritual veins, and no monsters live here. Ling Penxing, who was blessed with wind control, crossed 100 miles in a short while and stepped into the territory of Jiamang Lake. The territory of Jiamang Lake is indeed as Ling Yanfu said. Even at the outermost edge of Jiamang Lake, there are many monsters. However, these monsters are all key training monsters, and most of them live in groups, with few key training monsters traveling alone. This situation is also normal. In the cruel monster land, if you don't stick together, you will die tragically at the mouths of other monsters. It is easy for Ling Penxing to kill key training monsters. Even if they are group monsters, as long as the number does not exceed 100, it is not difficult for him to kill them. But after killing these key training monsters, it takes a lot of time to cut the spiritual materials from them. During this time, Ling Penxing cannot guarantee whether the blood and ki released by those monsters will attract other monsters around, causing himself to fall into danger. After all, the bodies of monsters are generally very large, and ordinary storage bags cannot hold 1 or 2 monsters. The price of high-level storage bags is too expensive, and Ling Penxing can't afford it. Taking this into consideration, Ling Penxing did not attack these key training monsters, but restrained his breath, chose to ignore them directly, and sneak into the depths of Jiamang Lake. After going deep into the Jiamang Lake for about 1,000 miles, Ling Penxing stopped in a small dense forest. He looked at a mountain several miles away from the dense forest, which was about several dozen feet high. There was a strong spiritual energy emanating from the mountain. Even though he was several miles away, Ling Penxing could sense the spiritual energy contained in the mountain. With such a strong spiritual energy, I'm afraid the spiritual vein in the mountain is of high grade. It is estimated that it is at least a first-grade upper-grade spiritual vein. There must be a monster occupying such a spiritual vein. Ling Penxing felt a strong spiritual energy emanating from the mountain and guessed secretly. Then, he quickly pinched his fingers and added a key-seeing technique to his body. With the blessing of the key-seeing technique, his eyesight was sublimated, and he could see clearly the scene within the mountain several miles away. And because the art of looking at ki is a magic that can both increase eyesight and detect the breath of others, those monsters hiding in secluded places in Lingshan were also seen one by Ling Penxing. Thanks to Fuar Yuo Nianhua, Shu Dao Zinglev Ren, Zizhuan Lin Nan, Book Friend 160,520,732,448, Cation Bao Jehong Bao, LWSFZ, Donkey 02, Zichen Hanfei, Book Friend 201908141756097115, Fu Xiu, Book Friend 2023012417362728, From Top to Bottom, LLL 121 Book Friend 202301270628454454, Book Friend 20210301106552433720, Book Friend 20220221718316584440, Conakry 123, Book Friend 202006171416491110 for their monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.